I think, Keith, you're asking if the Angry Corporal is ex-military.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah, I guarantee he isn't. He's a stolen valor piece of shit. Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, Keith. So, a lovely intervention from Keith there. Angry Corporal, you were saying?
Sorry, I was just looking up like Keith's little diatribe on his thing there. And don't get me wrong, some of us that get up here, you know, soldiers, we tend to deal with our background. I may or may not have had a couple of cervezas. Been dealing with this for like 16 months, and you know, it gets a little tough. And I gotta tell you, like we like Tim's been in. You know, Chris that's got his hand up. We like a lot of the soldiers have been in. We know exactly what's going on the front, and we know like, don't kid yourself. People are dying right now. Their people are being maimed, and Ukrainians are dying, and they're dying right now for their country. They're dying for their society. They're dying and being maimed for your democracy. You know, don't kid yourself. This is a fight fundamentally for democracy. This is good against evil, 100%. And I will stand on this every day of the week. That's the end of my rant.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid Keith is experiencing some technical issues on account of being apparently a colossal tanky. So thank you for that, Keith. So I see we've got Chris with his hand
up. Perhaps he got triggered with the news of the fake videos and all of that stuff, Tim. So I'm glad we got rid of him anyway. Angry. I think you probably know that today, I think it's today, is the surrender of the Falkland Islands, of the Argentinians. Today, I think, is the official day for the surrender of that. And although I wasn't there, I was in the Royal Naval Engineering College in Manadon for the whole thing, hearing about my shipmates getting sunk and killed, and of course, with my half Welsh hat, Welsh Guards getting destroyed, and of course, Paras and Marines, I believe, yes, 4-5 and all the rest of it, yeah, getting killed as well. Lots and lots of people getting killed, but the objective being achieved. And so, of course, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of death going on here. Don't care about the Russian death.
I spell what you're going to. And don't kid yourself. Gunny reminds me, and he was up very early this morning reminding me because he was there.
Yeah, okay.
So Gunny was in the Falklands?
Yes, he was.
I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. My next question was going to be, do we have anyone on the team who did do the Falklands? But I was thinking people perhaps aren't old enough, but I guess Gunny is incredibly old. So he did. Yeah,
he's ancient, because I'm not kidding. I'm pretty old. Like I'm approaching the 50, and he's much older than I am. And I remember the Falklands. I was kind of a bit of a child back then, but you know, I believe Mr. Carl Prosser is going to opine on this.
I'm sorry, I don't have much of value to add, but I just wanted to point out that our lovely friend Keith, while he was with us, managed to sneak a tweet into the nest that we probably want to remove.
Thank you very much, Carl. I missed that.
Yep, all good.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's very good of you to point that out. Interesting, that tweet, which I've now removed. Apparently, the tens of thousands of people who were deported from my adopted country of Estonia to Siberia and Sochi in Russia on account of being, politically unreliable. Apparently, they were all Nazis. So you learn something new every day. How about that? Every single one was a National Socialist. What utter bollocks these people talk, honestly. It really tries my patience sometimes. Really tries my patience. What do you think, Marcus?
Oh, you know me. Had you not got in there, I would have said something rather rude, I think. Because I love my friend, the Angry Corporal. And I know exactly what he's dealing with at the moment, to a degree. So, yeah, what a knob. And that's all I can say to that.
So, interesting story. Here, I'll give you a little bit of family background. So, half of my family fought on the Axis, and half of my family fought for the Allies. So, I'm not going to get into the distinctions what there. So I was young. I think I was like 12 years old and whatnot. And one of my uncles had a birthday. And I had this Uncle Manya that grew up in, he was in like Northern Ontario and whatnot. He came to the wedding and he used to do this weird fucking come to attention thing all the time. And what I didn't know is he was part of the Nazi U-boat service, and my Uncle Tony was a member of the Canadian Merchant Marine, and they got talking after some beers at this wedding and found out that my Uncle Manya torpedoed my Uncle Tony.
By heck, that's complicated.
It was pretty civil. It's funny how soldiers can take the most macabre things and laugh about it. They can turn, and it's weird. People that never been in the military, and I'm looking at whoever that person that Tim scrubbed from the space here. They probably don't understand this. We use macabre humor as a coping mechanism, and that was kind of my point of bringing that up. Is these two gentlemen, well into their 70s, early 80s at the time, were using humor as a coping mechanism for this atrocious thing that happened in their past that they were both culpable in. So I see going forth that there's going to be a lot of this in the future, in the long future. There's a lot of atrocities that the Russians are committing right now that are completely unforgivable, and I even dare say that beyond what the Nazis ever done. They're stepping up this atrocity game to a next level that's you're making it very difficult for me to have faith in humanity there, Russia. Very, very difficult. And the fact that we're going on over a year of this genocidal maniac venture that you're on is not consolidating my bit in humanity. So if there's anybody here that has voices in the Duma, by all means, let them know that the rest of the world, sees you as vile, vile human beings. And if you have any reach into Russia at all, let them know, like, how disgusted we are as the rest of the human race looking in on you. By all means, because it's getting to the point of absurdity. It's getting to a point that you're being inhumane to the point of absurdity, and I never thought that would be a thing. What do you think there, Tim?
Well, I think we have to be careful with Third Reich comparisons for two reasons, and they're two completely opposing reasons. Number one, I think the brutality of the Third Reich towards civilian populations in their occupied areas is fairly unmatched in history. Possible exceptions include the Soviet Union during the war and the post-war period. I think there was a scale, intensity, and degree of mechanization to what the Third Reich did that is unmatched in history, and I think we do have to be careful with comparisons. On the other hand, we also have to remember that in the build-up to the war, one of the reasons I dislike comparisons with Hitler and Chamberlain and all of that sort of thing when it comes to Russia and appeasement and that sort of thing, is that Hitler's territorial demands pre-war were reasonable, right? So the Polish corridor was ridiculous. The Sudetenland was German. These were not unreasonable demands for Hitler to have made. Whereas Russia in Ukraine has absolutely no case. There is nothing reasonable about their territorial ambitions in Ukraine. It's based on nothing except their own confected nonsense. So yeah, from two very different sides of the issue, I think we do have to be careful with such comparisons, Angry Corporal.
That's why I bow to you, because you're much smarter than I am. I see Bearded is here, and I haven't heard you speak in a while there. Please opine on the topics of the day, sir.
Hello, everybody, and good evening from Hawaii. Yes, I've sat back for the last couple of days. Just wanted to take a different perspective on things while people are looking at the minutiae of this, that, and the other. And very much come to a view that steady as it goes, what's the hurry, let the Ukrainians do it their way. Any mistakes that we might deem are obvious, they are rectifying their improvement, the continuous improvement cycle, that sort of stuff in the OODA loop. At some point, at a time and place of their choosing, I know I'm stating the obvious, like a pimple, the line will break, and that will be at a time and place of Ukraine's choosing. And then we're going to see these uncommitted forces moving forward. Mockers' attrition rate with the number one is still a sight to behold. I've been having chats on other channels regarding the potential of bypassing units, letting them wither on the vine, deep strikes and the like. Again, all part of the condition setting to get this pimple to pop and for this ground maneuver phase of the counter-offensive to move forward to the breakout. And I've got no idea how long that will be, but I'm sure it'll be upon us before we know it. There you go.
I mean, putting my armchair general hat on here, speaking speaking as a former acting Lance Sergeant in the British Army, I mean, I feel I'm very, very qualified to opine on these matters. It does seem odd to me that the Ukrainians seem to be pursuing a fairly broad front, right? Because the big vulnerability to Russia's position seems to me to be that corridor in Zaporizhia Oblast, so kind of down to from Vuhledar down to Mariupol. And it does seem to me that if they concentrated force along that in a particular point on that axis, that they could get to the sea fairly quickly and easily and completely cut, and then they can do the Kerch Bridge, and then they can completely cut off the rest of the Russian forces in the rest of Zaporizhia and also Kherson and also Crimea. So it does strike me as odd that there is still an effort there is still an effort in Bakhmut, and that the Zaporizhia front seems to be quite broad. Ronnie, what's your take on that, Bearded?
I'm going to concur with better analysts and spokespeople than I, with the fact that these are still probes, still defining the weak spots, tying the Russians up, and most importantly, getting the reserves committed. Whatever steps the Ukrainians are going to take have been thought through and war gamed ad infinitum. I know we've had discussions at length about that. So whatever the scheme maneuver is being played out to the north of that golden triangle, is it an indication to get the reserves to deploy there, to fill any weak spots, but actually go somewhere else? Could this all be a big con? I mean, we can second guess ourselves into, and so that we're frozen, and hopefully that's what's happening to the Russians with their command system at the moment. Still probing, still setting conditions, identifying the weak spots, and even if we're here in 10 days' time, what does that mean to number wang? Well, we're 10 days further on. What does it mean for condition setting? Yes, the central southern axis looks predominantly favour at the moment, but it's a long front, like you said, Tim. I'd expect to see other things emerging, again, just to add more pressure at the theatre level for the Russians to have to deal with.
So the basic idea here is that if they pursue a broad front strategy, their attrition of the Russian army will be thereby more effective, and that means that the long game is stronger for Ukraine. Is that the basics of it?
Pretty much, yes. I mean, it's a bit like whack-a-mole for the Russians. They're trying to defend the whole front from mobile Ukrainian forces that can apply pressure at a time and place of their choosing almost. This is all part of that master plan to attrit, to run them ragged, moving east, west, north, south, having to defend their third or major line of defense, and have a committed or non-committed operational and strategic reserve forces. Where do you place them? And at the same time, all this attrition is going on with logistic points, command centers, which we're seeing. Yeah, broad and shallow at the moment, steady as it goes. See where the pimple bursts, and then we'll see the exploitation and breakout.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Bearded. So, Mockers, have we talked about explosions today?
I can do my best. Bear with me. There have been some explosions last night. However, there was a lot happened last night, so I've lost it in the feed, of course. What I have been noticing, though, is there has been an awful lot of surrenders recently. And I don't know if you've noticed as well, but there's definitely a large amount of videos. Here we go. This was the Bavovna report for the 14th of June. So Luhansk, Berdyansk, and the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk region artillery and HIMARS strikes. And so that, I mean, the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk regions, with a large amount of artillery. Doesn't that tell us something? Don't you do a lot of artillery before you, like, you know, to soften them up before you go in sometimes? Isn't that like one of those things?
It can indicate that. It can indicate any number of things, really. I guess if Russian gun losses are spiking, it indicates an intensification of counter battery activity, which could indicate something going on. That's kind of too general to say, really.
JD, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to ask a question that we're probably going to be seeing more and more references to probing attacks. And what exactly does that mean? And what, other than the literal meaning, but what does that mean, and what is it sort of like for an individual soldier taking part in that, and how exactly is that different from if the attack is not part of a probe but is actually the part of a thrust or something like that?
Oof, that's a loaded question. Tim, do you want to take that one? As an individual soldier, you don't really know if it's going to be a probe or a full on attack, right? You just know the basic movements of what your unit is going to do, whether you're part of anything from special forces to a combat platoon. The platoon will have its orders. This is what the commander's intent is. If we're going to, and Tim, you can opine on this. If we're going to go by Western doctrine, we have battle procedures. So every soldier is given their orders before, and when I say orders, there is a specific format to this orders. Mission. Everybody takes a knee, mission and orientation, commander's intent, so on and so forth. It's been a hot minute since I've done this, so and I may have had a couple of surveys tonight, so bear with me. They may not be completely in the know of what the entire picture is, and nor do they need to know. Like those troops storming the beaches of Juneau back in 1945, they did not need to know what the troops at Sword Beach were doing, or the troops at Omaha Beach were doing. They just needed to know what their unit's objectives were, right? I don't know. Does that kind of answer your question there, JD?
Well, it sort of does, but also it leads to the next question is, what is how do you, if you're a commander, do probing, and how do you know when to turn this probing into something actually, where you know that you found a weak point and to exploit it?
This is where we have to turn it over to somebody like Yehuda or with like one of the officers and whatnot. Because people like Tim and I, we go out as the pointy end and find out what's going on. Like can we advance along this axis? Can we go through this gully? How much resistance have we met? There's like so many factors that come into play that we need to report up the chain of command, and then the chain of command takes and digests that and goes, okay, we weren't very successful in this salient here because of these reasons, right? And it's like it's so fluid. I don't know, like Tim, can you describe this a little bit better?
In terms of the battle planning flow, no, that's kind of outside my wheelhouse. What I would say is the way commanders build up the picture, build up a battlefield picture, and build up a picture of enemy defenses is very, very multifaceted, right? It's not a case of sending a bunch of blokes towards a trench or a line of dragon's teeth and seeing what happens, and seeing how many of them come back. You're using multiple sources of information from multiple different assets. So you're going to use your signals intelligence. You're going to build up a picture of who's saying what to whom and at what frequency, and that you can actually, just from that, you don't even have to be able to decode the enemy's communications. You can build up a pretty good idea of what units are where and which command elements are where, just from how frequently they're communicating, and how powerful their signal is, and yada yada yada. And there's also a kind of rhythm to military communication, which allows you, if you're a capable intelligence analyst, to infer things about what's going on without actually being able to understand what's being said. You're also looking at other iStar assets as well. So both on the more technical side, so satellite imagery, kindly supplied by Uncle Sam, I guess in this case. You're also going to be looking at your lower level iStar assets as well. So you're going to have observation posts looking at the enemy, covertly looking at the enemy. You're going to have your up in the air reconnaissance as well. So drone operators bringing back footage, reporting about the disposition of enemy forces. So you're going to have a fairly good idea of what the enemy's up to before your blokes even get anywhere near them. So what you're doing with the kind of I can't remember the technical term now. Is it fighting reconnaissance, they call it, where you send blokes forward to test the enemy's resolve? I can't remember the technical term.
Recon in force.
Reconnaissance in force. So even before you do that, you're going to have a pretty detailed picture, and testing enemy reactions and testing real capability is one aspect of reconnaissance in force. It's, I don't know. I mean, I guess the easiest way to tell would be, I guess, the amount of force they're chucking forward, as well as the types of force they're chucking forward. So to do your reconnaissance in force, the job of the reconnaissance element is not to fix and is not to fix and destroy the enemy. The object is to find things out about how the enemy will react. So to do that, you're going to be using quite fast units. You're going to be using heavily mechanized units for the most part. but it's not going to be, it's not going to be everybody. It's not going to be all the heavies. It's not going to be a large formation movement. So yeah, it's gonna look like things like Humvees, things like AMX-10RC, the French gun platform, which is designed for that kind of role. So lots and lots of firepower, so it can disengage under its own cover, and also a lot of speed as well. So a wheeled vehicle that can get out of there pretty quickly. So that's kind of what you want when it comes to armored reconnaissance. So yeah, I mean, you would, to tell the difference, you would have a look at the strength in which the Ukrainians are advancing and the type of assets they're advancing with. If it's a whole armored brigade, then that's probably not reconnaissance in force. That's probably part of a larger attack. But I will defer to. I'm not a reconnaissance guy. I was a surveillance guy. So I did the looking. I didn't do the poking. So I will defer to any of the other military guys on the panel on this.
Yeah, same here. I was a SIG and artillery, so I defer to other people in the space. One of the things I have seen is Ukraine has such intense knowledge of the space that they're not doing a lot of like the traditional reconnaissance in force. And I don't know, like Tim, do you want to comment on that, or should we even comment on that?
I would have very little to contribute from an expert perspective on that, so I'll defer to Bearded Grit.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Angry. What is the role of a reconnaissance troop within an armoured battle group? It is to be the eyes and ears of the battle group commander. That is most probably the opening statement of the Close Reconnaissance Commander's Handbook pamphlet, call it what you want. Things have moved on with technology and the like, but the same holds true. People on the ground, eyes and ears, having a good appreciation and situational awareness, passing back information which will either confirm or deny particular courses of action, or can be low-level information gathering, which is then turned into intelligence that will fit in and answer some of the commander's information requirements. And this is a function which reconnaissance units undertake as part of building that bigger picture that Tim was on about. Now that's a particular troop such as that, and I have no idea how the Ukrainians are all batting themselves, but if you took a traditional British armoured battle group, you'd have a reconnaissance platoon or troop that are going to be working out to 5 kilometres in front of your own troops and under a protective artillery fire. You can see that still happening perhaps with drones, working out that sort of distance. But then further in front of them, you're going to have your formation reconnaissance can work out to 50 kilometers in front. These guys are very, very quiet. And they're passing that information back. And Tim, no doubt you've most probably done the LERPS course as have I, down in Bad Talks. It's a grueler, but you're there again to be the real deep eyes and ears going forward. And of course, on top of that, further out, you've got intelligence assets, electronic, and of course special forces for covert insertion. Hope that helps.
Does that answer your question? Thank you very much for that, Bearded Grit. Does that answer your question, JD?
Very much. So the higher headquarters, a higher command tells a commander, we want you to try and breach in this area, and then that commander sends out the reconnaissance forces to test various places where he has decided, well, I think that looks like a weak point to me, and then sends them in, and then if one or more of those forces finds that yes, we've achieved a breakthrough, or yeah, the area the forces we're up against are actually retreating, or we're getting good footing in essence, then that commander introduces more forces to try and exploit that. So in simple terms, I guess that's how that's going. So yeah, okay. Thank you.
May or may not. Like everything the commander has it has to do with the order of battle and like battle procedure. And even though we have battle procedures, they're fluid. And I'm an NCO, so I can't comment on like the officer level. And you're very much talking about the officer level right now. And maybe Tim can opine on this. I don't think we have anybody up at the speaker level. Maybe Bearded, if you have experience at that level. This is way up the totem pole, like way up the totem pole. Like we're troops on the ground with our rifles in hand, but you know, the warrant officer tells us we're going here. Yep, we got you, buddy. We're going here.
So so the individual soldier, or even some of the platoons and stuff like that, the probe is not any different than if they're participating in like the a thrust or main attack. It's that each soldier, each unit is given objectives, and depending on how that turns out, and that's like feedback, is how they decide the next set of objectives, and then so on. And then
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like the individual rifleman, like so it's broken up in like rifleman. Then there's your battle buddy, and that you and your battle become a fire team. So fire teams make up like a platoon and whatnot. The individual soldier gives zero shits about your objective, other than we will make the objective of the commander's intent. They don't care about the overall arching uh, the intricacies of the war itself. They don't care about that. They care about that. Okay, you know what? The warrant officer told us we need to take this hill. We're going to take this hill. So everybody, let's get around here. How are we going to do this? You know, that's at the individual soldier level. That's how it breaks down. You know, so they do like by battle procedure, they'll do as per battle fall in. You'll have alpha team, Bravo team, Charlie team. Charlie team's always the one that assaults the trench. It's very broken down systematically like that, with a little bit of leeway with your corporals and like we call them in Canada, master corporals and sergeants. You know, with your middle leaders and your senior leaders that can kind of look at the battle space and jazz things as needed. And this is where we differ greatly between the Soviet doctrine and the Western doctrine, where Western soldiers have to be thinking soldiers, and we indoctrinate this into privates as well. You know, if you're running into a hail of bullets and you look around and none of your platoon is around you, maybe you want to go to ground. Stuff like that. Stuff like under certain circumstances, maybe you want to take advantage of this. If this and this happens, maybe you want to do this. Like they have the latitude to do stuff like that. Where in the Soviet doctrine, and I'm saying Soviet because basically the Russians are modeling after the Soviets. In Soviet doctrine, they have zero latitude in doing stuff like that unless an officer comes down and says, "You troopies, that the dudes that are carrying the rifles, you dudes will do this." Yes, sir. Okay, we'll go do that. Right?
I understand. And so, to an individual soldier, fire team, uh, it won't really. There's no difference in that if they're part of this probing the reconnaissance force, or if they're part of something bigger like a thrust, they have their objective and they are given the flexibility to accomplish that objective. And if they can't for some reason, just the fact that they're reporting back that they're getting, like severe resistance or something, that's important because it allows them to maybe change that part of the plan and to have a more dynamic uh, thrust or more dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be digestion of that information on several levels. There will be digestion immediately at the platoon level that's encountering this. Let's call it scenario, right? They go out, they do something happens, and they need to react. So what do they do to react? And that comes to training. That comes down to their battle drills. It becomes very symptomatic down to that. And then as it proglates up the chain of command, then they make the bigger picture decisions when that happens. The individual private or corporal or master corporal or the lance corporal, they don't. Like, I'll be honest with you, we don't really care what's going on in the platoon next to us. We wish them well. We hope they meet their objectives. But I hearken back to like the storming of the beaches in Normandy, and you look at individual platoons that were divided. Like each platoon was not concerned about the platoon next to them. They had their individual objectives and they did the best of their abilities to meet their objectives. And if they had any latitude to exploit the situation, they would do so. Right. And this exploitation that I allude to, that's something that's not built into the Soviet system. That's not something that's built into the Russian system. They don't have that. They don't have an NCO cord. So when I say NCO, that's non-commissioned officer, and NCM is non-commissioned member. They don't have that. They have those ranks, but the ranks are in name only, right? We have Doman here, and like Doman can opine on how Russian officers basically run everything. You don't take a poop without an officer telling you go take a poop.
So in the old Soviet system and Russian system, that feedback ability isn't there. It's like they issue orders that this is your objective, take it, but there isn't that flexibility that they give the individual soldier or the uh, fire team or the platoon that to be flexible in that and so they don't get that feedback that this is what's going on and or this is how we've had to change it because in the Soviet system they just don't care.
Yeah, no, it's not that they don't care. It's just it's indicative of their system. It's ingrained in their system, right? And I'll give you I'll give you an example. I was in Bosnia, and we got to play hockey against the Spetsnaz, and Canadians, we were gunning to fucking play hockey against these guys, and we trounced them. And halfway through the game, they kept looking at their officers, like halfway through the game, like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Like these Canadians they're just all over us, and like we were hammering them. What do we do? And it wasn't until a couple of years later that I caught on that I went and did a couple leadership courses, and I came back and went, I get it now. They it's so entrenched in their system that these soldiers cannot make individual calls on their own. They need to look to higher command. Whereas Western, and I'm not talking, I'm talking about Canada, I'm talking about the US, I'm talking about France, I'm talking about any of the NATO partners or NATO affiliates. I've worked with a lot of them, and a lot of them is if Doman here is our CO, Doman will say like, okay, boys, I'm going to look the other way. I need this to happen. And your troops will go out and we will make you proud. We'll make that happen. We will make the mission, or we'll die doing it. And just say the Russians don't have anything like that. Nothing like that.
Well, how does that differ than the individual troops and the fire teams are given objectives to do? I would think that in the old Soviet system that they would be given objectives as well. How does the outcome differ in what they do at that level?
I have a suggestion, MriyaReport Pro, if you want.
Go ahead, Doman. Maybe you can explain this a little bit better.
Well, I don't know if I'll explain this better, but maybe I'll I don't know, exercise your mind a little bit here with an idea, and maybe you'll be able to explain it. But one thing that we've heard from many times now is, for example, Russian artillery, right? They would take some fairly new people, inexperienced. They basically say, here's a truck, load it up with ammunition from over there. Here's a towed howitzer, take it off to there, and don't come back until you've shot all the shells, right? And it was just go there and shoot shells in that general direction, and don't come back until you're done. And one of the consequences that this has had is Russian, mobics trying to not die, right? And trying to not to do too much work. And they just went off and shot all the shells in somewhere as quickly as they possibly could. And then they went to somewhere, some third place, hung about a bit so they wouldn't be back too quickly. And then they got back. And I think that probably doesn't lead to, best results there, Angry. Is that does that kind of help illustrate things that you might be able to generalize?
Yeah, a little bit, and that does. So the type of objectives that they would be given under a Soviet system are different than the types of objectives that a NATO-style army would give its troops, because it's a different organization with different. In essence, the Soviet thing is you take the shells, you shoot them, and then you come back. Whereas, I guess in a NATO army, the same unit would be given, orders that you shoot it at this particular target, and let us know what happens, and with that particular target. So there's more feedback there. That's at least what I'm getting from it. So
Yeah, there in NATO system, there's definitely a lot more feedback up and down the chain of command, right? It's almost like you got a kid. Okay, Mockers and Doman are married, and they have little Doman Mockers as their child. And Doman Mockers got to go out there and mow the lawn. Under the Soviet system, Doman would be there as the general of the lawn. And this is how you start the lawnmower. This is how you need to go up and down the lawn and make sure you get every blade of grass. This is how you empty out the lawnmower into the compost bucket. Stuff like that. Whereas Mockers, being the NATO chief of staff, would turn around and look at her child and say, "Go mow the fucking lawn," and it would get done because the child had been trained to the point and given the autonomy to go ahead and mow the lawn and get it done in a professional manner that's acceptable by the leader. And by the way, leadership, the actual definition, leadership is the art of influencing human behavior in a manner desired by the leader to accomplish a mission. So if Mockers can turn around and influence her will upon those that have already been trained, and training is a big point that we're alluding to here. A NATO soldier has years and years of training, where we're seeing these Russian troops with what do you say, Doman? A couple of weeks, maybe a couple months at most.
Yeah, something like that. It really depends on I think that the operative word is low level of homogeneity, and this is, I think, the critical thing about the Russian military for anyone to understand, right? It's not like everybody in every unit in the Russian army is going to be the same, and not everyone's going to behave the same. Some are actually going to have some degree of experience, albeit bulk of those have been expended rather in the early moves, right? In the first few months. So inhomogeneity is a big one. The other one, I think, is just kind of excessive control. Where did Angry Corporal go? He left me all alone, didn't he? Just flew away on his CF-18. A big mix, a lack of reliability, and I think this is something that we've had Angry Corporal and a bunch of others stress before, and I think this is something Bearded Brett might want to opine on, right? It's a desire to have everybody up to a certain standard, so you can rely on everybody being trained to certain standards, and everybody behaving to certain standards, as opposed to getting this a much lesser level of homogeneity. Angry, you're back. Thank you for.
I'm so sorry. I just dropped for no reason there. I looked around. And I was like listening to you, and your voice changed. I was going, Oh, it sounds like I went back to listener here, but my time is fleeting here. My phone is about to die, and it is long in the tooth in the evening here in North America, out in the east. I do want to thank JD Knight. It's been an engaging conversation. Thank you very much, Bearded. It's always a pleasure to have you up on the space and speaking your mind. Yes, I do remember you from the early days, and you saying going on about I don't want to go on the space. I don't want to say my thing, and us having long discussions about how you need to say your piece on the space because
I think I'm not stepping on anyone. In that case, thank you very much, Angry. Sleep well. And maybe I'll turn to Bearded Bridge for some. Oh,
Can I just jump in?
please do.
Yeah, I just want to say ta-ra to everybody because I'm now at the office, so I do have to run off. Love you all. Miss me a lot.
Have a good day, mockers. Don't get too bored. Don't fall asleep because it will be dull.
Barely anything will catch on fire, hopefully. No, thank you, Marcus. Talk to you later. Looking forward to it. With that, let's. Shall we go to Bearded Brit? I think he had a comment to slide into all of that, and then we'll go to points from Karen and Oyvind.
Yeah, what Angry said there was very interesting because I have some parallel. I don't know much about military command and things like that.
Can we pretty please go to you in just a second? I just want to hear from Bearded and Carrie first, if that's all right. Bearded?
Thank you, Dolman, and thank you for those kind words, Angry. Yeah, I speak my mind. I'm too long in the tooth now to say anything otherwise. But going to your point, Dolman, do the simple things well. Training at the lowest level to get muscle memory, to get things happening automatically become the fundamental building blocks upon which you can undertake more complex things. If you haven't got those basic building blocks, be it the combat infantryman's course, the tank crew course, the artillery gunners course, the sapper course, whatever it is, those specialties, besides the underlying you're a basic infantry soldier, you build more complex abilities within the individuals and then group those individuals together. And as you go up through from individuals to platoons, sections, troops, squadrons, companies, and the like, you get a unity of purpose, which is a real force multiplier because everybody is professional and knows what everybody is trained to do. I would question that level of esprit de corps is currently alive in the Russian units. Happy to be proved wrong. So what? The talk earlier was about how different orders and objectives are done. One of the things that's happening while people are actually engaging and in combat, there's always somebody stepping back with a different viewpoint, taking on what's happening in the round and then making a decision to either adjust or to carry on as normal. And that's happening at the platoon level, at the company level, at the battle group level, at the brigade level to a certain extent, with the ability of commanders to be able to come forward and get a situational awareness, feel, and a view which is encompassing all his knowledge, all the plans, and what he's actually seeing and unfold in front of him. The Ukrainians, and I'll finish shortly, there's a statement how various headquarters are trying to fill this information gap, which we do have, using drones to actually give them a near picture. It's not perfect, but it's getting there. What's so good about that? It means you don't expose your commanders to a higher risk of actually going forward into the close combat area to oversee what's going on. And that's one thing where the Ukrainians are taking new technology and embedding it into the NATO way of mission command to maximize its effect. Over to you, Kerry, if there's no comeback.
Perfect. Thank you, Bearded. Carrie, morning.
Is that okay? Can I speak?
Please.
I was going to say, I can't remember who it was, whether it was Angry, who, so I'm a complete layperson, as you guys know, and I was going to come up with a metaphor for the person who was trying to understand the two different systems as an utter layperson, talking to another layperson, but I thought the garden and mowing the lawn was the most perfect metaphor. And the one thing I would add to that would be something like, so the troops that are mowing the lawn, they know how to mow a lawn. They've been trained on how to use the lawnmower. They get out there, they mow the lawn, and they realise that there is a bit of a deficit. They need the strimmer as well. And it hasn't come into the training thus far that for this objective, you should also use a strimmer. So they feed back to their command, well, we mowed the lawn, but we realised that actually for these particular parts, we'd need a strimmer as opposed to a lawnmower. Could we feed that back into our training? As simple as that. That was all I was going to say.
Thank you, Kerry.
If I could support that,
Please.
that Kerry, when I talk about perspectives, yeah, Mockers is watching out the window and realizes, to complete the task, they need something that I haven't given them yet, and therefore enables that strimmer to be given to them at the right time and space. And that's one of the things which you would do as a commander in leadership, is to preempt what your fighting forces need, be it logistics, the strimmer, whatever it is, maybe even a glass of Kool-Aid or something, because they've done such a fine job. And you get the autonomy and independence, as Angry and Kerry have said, of the people doing the job, but also the people looking out the window, helping them do their job, but relying on them and their knowledge to actually get it done.
Yeah, they will stop in their tracks and then they'll get yelled at, but it won't get done. That's the outcome. Eivind, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I want to say is that when the Soviet Union collapsed, it opened up that laborers from the former Soviet Union could work in Western Europe. And I've been working in oil and gas business, big projects for over 30 years, and we got a lot of craftsmen from former Soviet Union or Eastern Europe. It was the same system. It was the same system in Poland, in the Baltics, as they had in Soviet Union. The craftsmen, very, very skillful craftsmen, but what they did was they did what they was told. They got a drawing and they start welding, and they welded elbows, etc. But when it come to a pipe clash that you didn't see on the drawing, they continue welding. A Scandinavian or British welder, he would react, and he would, of course, there was something wrong here. The pipe is clashing. We have to do something. But these guys from Eastern Europe, they just welded it, and it looks crazy. And you have to tear it down later and do it all over again. Then we saw over years that they developed, especially the Polish craftsmen. They become very, very clever, and they did like engineering on the spot. They became, they learned from the Scandinavians, and they did it step further. Now we're learning from them. But the guys from Russia, we also had some of them. They never learned. They just did what they were told, even if it was wrong. And I guess that is the same in the military.
And I'll do my best Axel impression now. I won't try, but I'll kind of emulate what he'd say, and say, a lot of this comes from a concerted development of culture in all parts of society, right? It's almost as though you can't segment off one bit of society off of all of others, and you can't segment off somebody's work life from rest of life. It all kind of works together, and just as all of those countries developed, Poland, Baltics, etc., as they got their democracy back, really, is the best way to look at it. And some were much quicker to shake off the Soviet occupation and Soviet tendencies than others. Some were very quick to do so. But at the end of the day, some countries like Russia have never decided to shake off their Soviet tendencies in any way, and have never decided to do that because really that's where those tendencies came from in the first place. It goes the same across different aspects of life, different professions, different most things really. And that's a really good point there, Evan. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll step down.
Thank you, Evan. By the way, since we have you around, I just want to note that the Danish and Norwegian governments, that is to say ministries of defense, are jointly providing 9,000 rounds of artillery to Ukraine. So that's a day or so, I guess.
Yeah, I saw that in the news. I don't know how many days of artillery that is. Probably one day. I don't know.
Something like that. But it all needs to come together, right? And all of those bits together make a difference, and they will help together. It's not like saying, oh wow, it's nothing, therefore there's no point in handing it over. Yeah, but it's not the only one, right? If you add together all of the artillery shells that Norway and Denmark have provided over all of these many months now, and then add in all the other smaller countries, it makes a difference. It really does.
Yeah, if drip feeding is continuous and there is a lot of drips coming in, of course you're right. Yeah.
Exactly, and we'd rather see just these sort of announcements just wouldn't be necessary, right? That would be the ideal case.
Yeah, but it also even if it's small, so I know from smaller countries as well. It also sent the signal that okay, we are on it continuous. It's not that we were on it when a year ago, but we are on it all the way continuous. It doesn't stop. Yeah. But countries like Norway don't have a very big weapon industry. We got some Nammo and others. But where we could contribute most is probably after the war to come in with fundings for reconstruction and repair of infrastructure that the Russians are now particularly trying to destroy. They know they will lose land, but they will now do everything they can to destroy the infrastructure. And it started back a year ago, but what we see now with the dam and also with other dams and also with the local infrastructure in the area that they know they will lose, it will be big task, and that's where countries that have a decent economy could help. Norway is one of them. We have a decent economy, and we have some skills because we have been sending people abroad for years in development countries and doing some good work, some not that good work, but we have experience to do something that really matter when you start rebuilding a destroyed country.
Thank you, Evan. And I think that's exactly what's going to also be forthcoming, right? I really liked it, the sort of Norwegian and Danish approaches that kind of went out and said, you know, we're putting in so many billions aside. This is how much we're going to give to Ukraine, because then it gives governments a lot more flexibility when it comes to actual stuff, because they say, well, we've already budgeted for it, and that helps move things along when it actually comes to when it actually comes to execution. So I'm a big fan of that. So it's really good. And I think that, you know, from Norway especially, a lot more will be forthcoming as time goes on. Right, Ming? Hope you agree with that one.
Yep. Thank you. Step down.
I do, Damon. I do.
Thank goodness I was asking this question, not some other one. Excellent. So, Ming, I have a question for you, because you were posting something very, very interesting, and I can tie it into something else as well. So, what's Rosaviacja doing? It was Rosaviacja, right?
Well, they don't seem to be doing a lot because it seems their computer systems have been wiped and are no longer available. Now, there's two separate stories here, and there's 2 or 3 inconsistencies in terms of what's going on. But in the first one, there's a report that the FSB have uncovered that Rosaviacia's systems have been infected by a hostile virus that's transmitting data to US servers. And then in that same report, there's a piece which I don't really quite understand. It's either that the virus is introduced via a thumb drive in the reception room of Neradko, who's the head of Rosaviacja, or that's where the data was picked up and then transmitted to the US, in which case the bit about transmitting to US servers seems a bit off. And in the second report, Rosaviacja hired someone to work in their IT department, and that person was a young lady who stayed for 2 months and then abruptly resigned. And some days later, the data systems of Rosaviacja were completely wiped and unusable, so they've had to go manual and back to paper. And Neradko has issued an instruction to everybody that from now on in, we've got to communicate on paper. And it turns out that this person who was employed in Rosaviacja not only had a Russian passport, but also a Ukrainian one. So the suspicion here is that Neradko with MriyaReport had hired a Ukrainian saboteur. So taken both together, it seems to me that given the inconsistencies, we're looking at a bit of an MH17 type scenario here, where they make up all sorts of different stories and throw it at the problem. And I suspect in this case, the problem is that Neradko has made some pretty powerful enemies, and this is like a concerted effort to oust him for whatever reason. Now, the systems are obviously, you know, in trouble and have been wiped and all the rest of it, and they're having trouble retrieving the data. But whether that is caused by either of these 2 or 3 other explanations is unclear. But Damon, I'd be fascinated to hear what your other thing is that you're linking to this.
Well, so I'll say the following. First of all, I think that Andriy Yermak yesterday, he put out one of his cryptic, couple of emoji tweets, and this one was a keyboard and a Ukrainian flag. Many people were very confused, and I think this is it. I think this is the keyboard. The other thing I want to say is Edward Hunter Christie, who's a think tanker, sort of strategic thinking, defense policy kind of chap, worked at NATO for a long time. So he kind of outlined some policies in a thread overnight about how to respond to the Russian. Well, he says it's not a scorched earth strategy; it's just willful destruction. I think that's a distinction without too much of a difference, but fine, whatever. But he's kind of outlining possibilities of how to get back at Russia for this, but also how to dissuade Russia from doing more of this. And he outlines quite a lot to do with assassinations of high-ranking Russian lieutenants. So not quite at the top, but the next round down. That makes sense. I understand the logic of that. But the other one that he's also highlighting is just general, sabotage, effectively, right? And I think that is not too different, in a sense, to this, because this is really just a sort of, sabotage. It's not destroying systems altogether, or it's not destroying infrastructure, for example. But it is, it's taking a little bit of a toll at various things. So I think that's what this is a component of. So, I mean, can you tell us how much does this really limit Russian anything, that they don't have a system there in place anymore?
Well, it doesn't limit day-to-day airline operations in that sense, because their systems are not linked in with airline scheduling systems or revenue management systems or the distribution systems they use to sell tickets via travel agents or the web. So that is unaffected. But we do know from a report that we picked up, what was it, a month or two ago, that Rosaviatsia is incredibly stretched to perform its regulatory required role to oversee the maintenance, particularly in the light of suddenly being responsible for another 600 aircraft of types that they were unfamiliar with. That number's probably closer to 800 or 900 if you add in the Boeing and Airbus types that were not leased but owned by Russian airlines that Rosaviatsia are now responsible for. And in order to fulfill that task of overseeing that the maintenance is correctly fulfilled, they have to do it also, obviously, for all the Russian types as well. They have a grand total of 2 inspectors. So, they are not really they're not really useful anyway. And this is just going to cripple them even more.
Two inspectors. So, sorry. Rosaviatsia, the CAA for all of Russia, has 2 inspectors.
Correct.
Covering a country with like thousands of commercial jets and who knows how many private planes.
Yeah,
and
they've
freight
been
carriers and
focusing-
so on.
That's right. So they've
been focusing on
inspectors,
Boeing, because clearly that's what statistics say.
No, they haven't. They've been focusing on the really low-hanging fruit, where they know that they're definitely going to find defects. So the guys who sort of operate out in the middle of nowhere in Siberia with a bunch of AN2s and Mil-8s all left over from the 80s.
What do you mean 80s, 50s?
Well, yes, but probably made in the 80s.
Oh, that's tremendous. I think that something like the CAA of Slovakia would have way more inspectors than that, and Slovakia doesn't really have an airline.
Yeah, because you've got to you don't have to just inspect your own fleet. You've also got to perform the occasional ramp check on visiting aircraft from other airlines, just to make sure that your own citizens are boarding aircraft that you yourself view as being safe. But of course, what the Russians view as being safe versus what other people might are two completely different things.
Can someone find out if Liechtenstein has 2 or more inspectors for this? Because I think they do.
I don't. I suspect that Liechtenstein probably has an arrangement with the Swiss. So I would imagine the kind of aircraft that Liechtenstein might have, that would normally be registered in Liechtenstein, are probably registered in Switzerland, and they're probably things like small Cessnas, or maybe the odd business jet for the first, or perhaps helicopters, or maybe or maybe gliders, because there's obviously some nice slopes in Liechtenstein that you can push a glider off and do some nice soaring with the thermals there in the mountains. But that's the other thing. So the thing about Liechtenstein, it didn't join the UN until relatively recently. So when I say relatively recently, only about 25, 30 years ago. And in order to be part of the kind of global civil aviation space, you need to be a UN member, which gives you ICAO membership. And so I guess is that they would have outsourced that whole thing to the Swiss.
Well, they beat Switzerland by 12 years, so.
Oh, they got there ahead of Switzerland. Okay, yeah. So maybe they I don't know. I'll look it up. I'll see if there's a Liechtenstein aircraft registry.
I don't know about that, but they got to the UN membership 12 years ahead of the Swiss. So basically, you're saying the fact that Rosaviacia doesn't have an IT system anymore doesn't really make any difference, because they don't have inspectors who would be using it anyway.
Exactly right. So, obviously, if this is sabotage and or a cyber attack, those attacks go where they find weaknesses, and clearly they found a weakness here. In terms of whether this is going to provide, be incredibly rewarding from an attacker's point of view, that remains open to question. But in broader sort of general chaos, it's all good.
Well, that's nice to hear. So do you think it could have been this that Andrei Yermak was referring to?
Very possibly, very possibly.
I think it's the most likely one thus far of everything that's public.
It does tie in, and the timing is too close to be just coincidental.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Freight Monkey, do they have any more naval inspectors than they have aircraft inspectors?
What, the Russians? I don't even think they do. I don't think they do port state control inspections in Russia at the moment. I don't know what Russia's standing is at the moment in IMO. Actually, mind you, that's something that might be worth checking. I know that a lot of the IMO rules and regulations that exist are not they're not implemented in Russia. For instance, the very famous sulfur fuel cap. So the fuel that is burnt in ships, unlike airplanes, is very heavy. It's just one level above tar. It's basically the bottom of the barrel when you're refining. And the bottom of the barrels has a lot of sulfur in it, and sulfur is of course horrible for the environment. It's one of the worst polluters that we know, but it's also directly linked, and I think the causation is pretty well proven to many forms of cancer, which is why
if you live next to a steel mill, for instance, your chances of having some kind of cancer are a lot higher than if you don't live next to a steel mill because of all the sulfur in the coal. So there was a very big concerted effort to try and reduce the amount of sulfur that is burnt via fuels. And in 2020, a new regulation came in, the famous IMO 2020, which does not allow anybody to burn fuel with 0.5% sulfur. It all needs to be at what 2% sulfur, it all needs to be 0.5% sulfur, which is a considerable drop. And there's two ways of doing that. Either you burn your fuel through what they call a scrubber exhaust system, which will retain the sulfur. And then, of course, you promptly dump it back into the sea because, the regulation doesn't go as far to tell exactly what you have to do with the sulfur. And some smart scientists came and said, well, if you put it in the sea, then it doesn't really matter. So that's one way of doing it. And the second way of doing it is buying much more expensive fuel, in which the sulfur has either been taken out or neutralized with other chemicals. I'm not good enough to know the chemical background of how this all works, but that's from what I understand. But there are places, there are two famous countries, Russia and Indonesia, that have said, well, you're not allowed to burn this heavy fuel if you're coming into our ports, but if you're a Russian ship, then we won't not enforce it. So as long as you never leave Russian territorial waters, which is, for instance, navigable rivers, and the coast, then it doesn't matter. You can just keep on burning your very dirty fuel. So they're not exactly. They've always been a little bit on the edge of what's allowed or not. But I would need to check what their standing is in IMO. That you've got this question a few times, and I think I kind of know the answer. But how long can you cannibalize parts of planes to keep them, maybe not by international standards, airworthy, but to make them fly? Is it sort of forever, or I guess it depends on the amount of planes, etc. But is this something that is feasible in the 21st century with more modern equipment, or how does that look?
Well, obviously, if you've got, first of all, it depends on the size of your fleet and how much of it you're operating. So, and every component of it, is it just to break down an aircraft in terms of the components on it that need, hang on, I just got a co-host invite, give me a sec. Yeah, so just to break down the key components, I mean, obviously there's a whole bunch of stuff on the aircraft that needs to be checked every so often, and is just rotables that get thrown away and replaced, like, I don't know, brake pads. But the key components are the airframe, the engines, the auxiliary power unit, which is a small engine in the back typically, which provides power and air conditioning and stuff when the aircraft's main engines aren't running, runs the systems, and then the landing gear. So the landing gear, typically you can run, I think, about 20,000 cycles. So one cycle is one takeoff and landing before you need to put them in for overhaul. The engines have two different sets of maintenance limiters. So engines are a great big number of what's called life limited parts, and you can only use them typically between 6,000 and 10,000 cycles, after which they need to be replaced. So if you're doing, so very roughly, you can work out what that means in terms of utilization. 6,000 cycles. If you're doing 3 cycles a day, it gives you an idea of how long we're talking about before you need to replace that specific part. The other thing about engines is that they deteriorate. Their performance deteriorates over time. And this is a moving target. So what they do is they check the exhaust gas threshold margins and when that goes below a critical level, the engine needs to go into a workshop to be basically spiffed up, and at the same time, that's when you replace all your life limited parts. But you need to, and then the airframe has obviously. The airframe needs heavy checks, and the two big dates are at 6 years and at 12 years. But you can't cannibalize airframes because you've got let's say, a 5-year-old aircraft sitting around, and you want your 6-year-old aircraft to run an extra year. So you take a piece of airframe and stick it on another one. It doesn't work. I mean, that's like nicking a bit of a ship. Some part of the hull and moving it to another one. That's basically major structural work. So forget about the airframe. So the key, the auxiliary power unit works the same way as the engines. It's got life limited parts and it's got performance deterioration over time. So that's another piece. So basically, how long you can run all depends on how many spare aircraft you have that you're not operating that you cannibalize, and that is determined by demand for flights. So I guess we can go and take a look, take an estimate of how much of the Russian fleet is actually operating, as opposed to just sitting on the ground in storage, presumably waiting to be maintained, or just as donor aircraft for spare parts.
That's very interesting. I think.
And hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a question that really can be answered, it seems, but it's that's kind of what I expected. I mean, planes are much more technologically advanced than ships. I mean, you can have a very bad engine on a ship. There were a lot of cases during what we called the super cycle between 2006 and 2008, when China was growing at just complete breakneck speed, and especially Chinese shipyards were building ships literally on the beach, like not even in a proper dry dock. I mean, the whole thing was. Anyway, they were building ships as fast as they could, and they were terrible ships, and they only lasted about 10, 15 years max before they had to be entirely dismantled and scrapped. Whereas the normal lifespan can really reach out to 25 years if the maintenance is decent. But to note that even the worst engine can be kept going, and you might have breakdowns, but if you have an engine breakdown in the middle of the ocean, I mean, it might be a very expensive operation to get it repaired, because you might have to fly helicopters and get like another ship there, and you might need to tow it, etc. But in all likelihood, even if your main engine fails, well, your ship is not necessarily going to sink, right? And I think if with a plane, you have to be a little bit more careful, because if you do have a failure, then you probably crash, right? So it's a different level of complexity there. I just checked on Russia's standing in the IMO, and it seems like they are going to get kicked out of it. At least that's from what I read from online. Which would be similar to what happened in the aviation side of things, which is normal. I mean, you get kicked out of the IMO.
Sorry, have I lost sound?
You have me. Carry on, Fred Monkey.
So you get kicked out of the IMO. It's kind of hard to get kicked out of the IMO, because I mean, you really need to. The IMO is a bit like it's a bit of a toothless, clawless animal. It reminds me a little bit of the old SDN between the wars. You know, what was trying to the Société des Nations, because they don't really have much of a. I mean, it's a sort of a regulatory body, but they're not able to enforce anything themselves. It'll all be the states individually that will enforce it. But if they get kicked out, it would be pretty impressive. I mean, it would put them in the same group of countries as North Korea and Iran.
What limitations are there on a country once it no longer is a part of it. And before you answer, Freight Monkey, Mink recycling. Okay, carry on, Freight.
Yeah, the limitations are that if your ship is Russian flagged, well, the limitations are you can't actually trade in the civilized world, so to say. But then it doesn't mean that everybody will necessarily care. And keep in mind, a lot of the ships that are owned by Russian entities are not Russian flagged. So they might be owned. The ultimate beneficiary of a vessel might be Russian, but the ship is owned by a company that is based somewhere else because your flag state is important, and Russian flag ship will have severe limitations today, and also for obvious even just tax reasons. I don't think anybody would be keen to flag a ship Russian. So when you see ships that have specific flags that are not often flags of convenience, say for instance a French flag ship, like no one who trades internationally would want to flag their ship with a French flag, but they would do it under certain circumstances because France has certain cabotage laws, which means that if you trade inside of France, so from French ports to French ports, you would not be able to do it without a French flag, or there would be limitations on what you could do. But more importantly, French flag ships get priority and last right of refusal and a bunch of things, but they also get subsidies. So it's not tax efficient to run a big tanker between France and France doesn't really is more pipeline based, but yeah, between Saudi Arabia and France, that wouldn't be tax efficient. But if you have what they call a multi-purpose vessel, which trades between the French Caribbean and the French Métropole, with electronics and all kinds of different stuff and foodstuffs, then you might have a good commercial reason to have a French flag ships. And I think with Russia, it's very similar. Russian flag ships are mostly either state-owned or ships that trade up and down a certain river, or that operate in the coastal area of, say, between St. Petersburg and a place like Vishtosk, which is a little port.
Like Kaliningrad, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. So really, Russia getting kicked out of IMO doesn't really change anything. I think it's probably much more problematic for them to get kicked out of whatever the equivalent of the IMO is in the airline world, which happened, rather than in the ship side.
Yeah, no, that's right, Freight Monkey. But it's ICAO, which is the equivalent. But they haven't been kicked out. They've just been kicked off all the committees that run it day to day.
Right. I apologize. They wouldn't get kicked out of the IMO either. They would be kicked out of the committees. Yes. Sorry.
A question for you, Freight Monkey. How does is it the classification societies who are responsible for overseeing that a ship is safely and correctly maintained? And is it also true? I have in my mind that different classification societies are perceived as being having varying degrees of quality. So the really good ones are Bureau Veritas and Detnoshka, whatever it's called, and those sorts of things. Is that right? Or,
that is correct.
And is there any state role in any of this?
State role? I mean, sorry, I don't really understand.
Well, no. So, for instance, in the UK, we have the Civil Aviation Authority that oversees. It's a government entity that oversees the safety of airlines operating out of the UK. But it seems in shipping, it's done by effectively what's
okay. I see what your question is. Well, your flag state would be technically doing that. In reality, they really do fuck all. Pardon my French. But flag states are Okay, if you flag your ship with a Swiss flag, for instance, there are a lot of container ships with Swiss flags. There are some bulkers with Swiss flags, or there were. There are some MPPs with Swiss flags. They do, the Swiss government does have a, but it wasn't for commercial reasons or just because they wanted to have a Swiss flag. The reason why ship owners flagged their ships with Swiss flags is essentially the Swiss government told them after World War II, we cannot repeat what we had during World War II. We need to have some kind of merchant marine. You know, we will cover your losses to a certain extent. They guaranteed loans. They did a lot to support this, which has come heavily into question in recent years because basically people were gambling away with Swiss government money. But yes, your Swiss flag, your flag state would be the one that would be putting their input. In reality, they don't really. Your classification society is going to be doing most of the work. If you are trying to be engaged in any of international trade at a level which is you know at a high level and you know with quality countries, you want your classification society to be member of what they call the IACS, which is the International Association of Classification Societies, which are the 12 I think they're 12. I'm going to just check. Yes, they are 12, and that's the they used to be 11, but now they're 12, and that's the American Bureau of Shipping, Bureau Veritas, the Croatian Registry of Shipping, China Classification Society, the DNV, which is the Norwegian one, the Indian Register of Shipping, Lloyd's Register, Korean Register of Shipping, NKK, which is the Japanese one, the Polish one. I didn't even know there was a Polish one. I just learned that, and the Italian one. If you're not, if your classification is not IACS, the chances that you can engage in mainstream trade with mainstream cargoes and you know the mainstream charterers, like going and giving your ship away to one of the major oil traders or one of the major grain traders or one of the major mining companies, which all these guys do control most of the world's cargo by volume. Not necessarily, you know, this doesn't. You can have small cargoes that go on very small ships that don't care. But when you look at most of the world's volume, if you're not IACS, you're not accepted because everybody knows that there is very loose regulation, and so they want some minimum standards. For instance, the Indian Registry of Shipping had a lot of problems until recently. And but they've been stepping up their game to make sure that they're also part of this group, and they've I think only recently joined, if I'm not mistaken. I know that they're creating a lot of problems with Indian owners because they basically went to their Indian owners saying you need to flag if your ship is Indian flagged, you need to have the Indian Registry of Shipping. But then the Indian owners went back saying, well, that's all very nice, but you're not part of IACS, which makes it impossible for us to trade internationally. Again, there is a lot of Indian flag ships, and that is for a specific reason. There's a lot of cabotage trade from east to west and west to east, especially because it's a lot cheaper than railing stuff across the country. It's a lot cheaper than trucking stuff across the country. You can just do a 5-day voyage around the coast and be on the other side, and so there's a lot of trade for finished goods, but also a lot of raw products.
Someone sent me a Lloyd's report, like news flash for back in February, that Russia is set to be kicked out of the IMO based on the ICAO decisions. So I'm guessing that's not happened yet anyway.
It doesn't seem to be, but it would only be kicked out of the let's call it the leadership or you know the committees, etc. I mean they're still signatories to a lot of the IMO whatever they call them things, but I know that we all know that they don't necessarily follow them. So it's one thing to sign up to conventions, I guess. I think that's the term. It's one thing to signing up to something, and it's another thing to actually enforce it. In shipping, it's always very easy to claim to claim that you didn't know. And I mean, we have issues all the time. I mean, for instance, we would never put Iranian fuel on board of our ships, but we know very well that when we go to Fujairah to fuel up our ships, there is always a chance that there's Iranian fuel in there, because how would you know? You can get as much documentation as you want from the person you're buying from, but if it says that the fuel is Iraqi origin and it happens to be Iranian one, how are you going to check that? So on a much larger scale, with some of the conventions of the IMO, it's exactly the same thing. If you wanted to enforce the sulfur cap, for instance, you would have to go and check each individual ship. Now, if you're going to check each individual ship, you need to have port state controls at each port, which we know is not realistic. So it's very, very stringently enforced in Europe, a lot of places in Asia, but we know very well that there are people who go and who cheat, right? And it's some would say that the Greeks made all their money cheating and shipping. So it's not exactly new.
So something interesting came out a couple of days ago. The G7 is now a year, over a year too late, starting to work on a scheme to combat the Russian stealing of Ukrainian grain. And Reuters said, we believe chemical identification will be an effective means for deterring further theft of Ukraine's grain. I mean, I agree. You can do that. This is said by the British Food and Farming Minister on the 12th of June, which I agree about. It's just what I think. I'm a bit stumped at what took them so long. Because obviously this is true. This has always been true, right? You can always do a chemical analysis of grain and kind of figure out where it comes from, especially for the ones that there's the most data on, right? Heavily exported things. The thing that I'm missing is, I mean, what's the point of doing it now? How much more grain is there left to steal and export? And two, well, it suffers exactly from the thing that you just described, right? It suffers from having to analyze every bit.
Yeah, but if you analyze your grain and I mean, okay, this would require some agricultural specialist to be able to tell us. But I'm sure you can find out. I'm sure you can analyze grain and say that it comes from a region of, some Black Sea coastal region or France. I'm sure if you have 2 strains of wheat, you'd be able to figure that out. But would you be able to say that the grain comes from Rostov-on-Don or Kherson? I don't know about that. I think the reason why it took so long for the stolen grain story is, frankly speaking, no one cared. It was we knew it was happening. We knew from sorry, I might have cut out because I got some unwanted.
Yeah, all good. We knew it was happening, and then you tweaked out.
Yeah,
a bit.
we knew it was happening when it was happening. We knew from the very beginning that it was happening. Everybody knew it, and I frankly speaking, no one really cared. It's sad, but I think there were. It was seen as maybe a bit low on the list of priorities, and no one cared at that point in time. Now you can't really steal any Ukrainian grain. Because it's everything that can be stolen has been stolen already. There's question marks about the next crop. From all the indications that we've gotten, both from Ukrainian, whatever the agency is that does the research, it's not an agency, sorry, research. The reports that I've read essentially, and from international sources, is that the crop next year is going to be a whole lot smaller, which makes totally sense. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as much of a subject really going forward. But in reality, no one really cared when it was happening.
Freak Monkey, question for you. What would be regarded amongst the classification societies, which would be regarded as the best? I mean, let's take a blue chip shipping company. Let's take Maersk as an example.
Yeah.
Which classification society would they use?
I don't know for Maersk specifically. We use DNV in our company, but it would be DNV, Bureau Veritas, American Bureau of Shipping, Lloyd's Register, and NKK, the Japanese one. Those are by far the most common. If you are a Korean owner, then you would likely have the Korean Registry of Shipping, which is I think nearly equally as good. Yeah, I think those are the top. I would say. But they all have aligned themselves, right? So they all these guys in IAX have set minimum standards, and they're all pretty much the same. So it's a lot of the day-to-day operation with the classification societies is to have class surveyors who come on board your ship, essentially to protect your interests and the safety of the ship. You know, they will. A very good example. One of the most common jobs in the grain world with the classification society is that the classification society representative goes to the port and checks how the ship has been loaded by the charterer and makes sure that that no one is cheating on the quantities that is loaded, and makes sure that the cargo is safely put on board, because the captain, the master, even though he's got the final say officially on the ship, there have been many cases of captains coming under pressure from the stevedores to do things that are not necessarily safe, which can result in accidents. Because you have to understand that when you're loading a ship, you might have to lift the ship from one side to another, which is create an angle, but there's only so much lifting you can do until it becomes dangerous. Or there's a certain amount of trimming that you have to do. So because your ships are very long, you're either trimmed by bow or stern, which means that either the front or the back of the ship are deeper in the water than the other side. And all that is, I mean, if it's done wrong, your ship capsizes, right? It's very simple. There was a case a few years ago in Indonesia, which happened in a company that I talk to a lot. They sent a ship to load a cargo called nickel ore in Indonesia. Nickel ore has a problem with what they call liquefaction. So because the nickel ore has quite a lot of water inside of it, it's got a moisture content that is quite high. Once you've loaded the cargo on the ship, with the vibrations of the vessel, of the engine, and with the way that the sea simply moves around your ship, the water separates from the cargo and then creates certain forces, because you can imagine that water moves faster than the cargo, moves left to right, and with a sufficiently rough sea, you can just have a ship that capsizes, and that ship will sink within a few minutes. It's when that happens, generally everybody who's not on the bridge at the time, if they're in the engine room, they're dead. So of course you need to have a surveyor who comes on board and makes sure that the cargo is not going to liquefy, make sure that everything is within the ranges. And this particular story is one where there wasn't a class surveyor on board. The master did not want to load the cargo because it had obviously too high of a water content, and the local mafia came on board the ship, threatened the master. The master did not want to comply, and they cut off his arm. Now, this is 10-15 years ago. It was when there was a lot of illegal mining. There was a lot of people dealing with, I mean, there was a lot of mafia, essentially. I think that area of the world has become a little less exotic in that sense, because there's much more government control over these places. But that gives you basically one of the main jobs of these guys on the day-to-day is stuff like that. So they're incredibly important. And of course, if your classification society is a small office somewhere that doesn't have global reach, that doesn't have offices everywhere where it's needed, then you can't get the people on board at the right time, and you end up with more dangerous situations.
So, Doman, can you hear me, by the way? I seem to be having all sorts.
I can hear you loud.
Yeah. So while we've been chatting, Alexander Neradko, the head of Rosaviatsia, the Russian Aviation Authority, has released a statement, and he is denouncing these reports of a virus that's communicating with US servers as complete fantasy, which indicates to me that this is some sort of either planted story, either planted by the Ukrainians to cause chaos, or by some enemies of Neradko's. Or, in fact, it could be true. Who knows? All are equally likely.
Could it be anything? Could be anything. Right, Monkey?
I also saw yesterday evening some anonymous group, or whatever they want to call themselves, were saying that they were going to crash the world's banking system in the next 48 hours. Some pro-Russian affiliated group. So yeah, I'm not sure what to think of that, but let's see.
Well, they're halfway through that, I guess, and yeah. What can you do? There was something about ships I forgot to ask you. Yes, right. Yesterday morning, you wrote to me with some notes which I didn't understand, and those notes had to do with some shipping stuff about what they're currently able to do, or rather what the Russians have been doing with those sketchy tankers, and how they were able to operate some of the sketchy tankers, right?
Yes, so this was a follow-up to the conversation we had, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, after the New York Times published this brilliant report, which I hope everybody has had a look at. If not, let me know, I can send it to you. It's free, which shows a case example, basically New York Times journalists, which have been tracking ships via satellite images, to show that they're using their AAS transponder to basically spoof where they are, which is to say that they're somewhere, but they're somewhere else, to hide the fact that they were trading Russian oil. So their AAS transponder on some of these ships was saying, well, basically the ship went from China to Japan, and then came back to China, and then went back to Japan. This is up in the North Pacific. But instead, the ship was going up to Russia, loading cargo, discharging in China. So the AIS signal was being spoofed, was being faked. And there were some questions on this space about, why would you really bother to do that? And the answer for most of it was these ships are classed by the American Bureau of Shipping. And they would not be classed by the American Bureau of Shipping if they were circumventing sanctions. And these ships were obviously circumventing sanctions because that Russian oil, which is being loaded in that area, is trading at a higher level than the price cap. Basically, these notes that I sent you were a little bit of a follow-up on that. Because it seems that these tankers were financed by an American company called KKR, which is they say that they have a group of hedge funds, but they're more like a big private equity group. And they seem to have been financing these Greek vessels which are very clearly circumventing sanctions. So the other update is that the American Classification Society has stepped in. The P&I coverage, which is the American P&I Club, has also, I think, said that they're no longer going to be covering these ships because they're obviously circumventing sanctions, but also they're getting direct financing from Western companies. So I don't know what the update from this is. I know that the journalist who's been working on this has gotten in touch with all the parties in question. KKR so far has claimed that they've done their due diligence and that they didn't know. But it's just an interesting follow-up because in a way it's not going to do much to strangle the dark fleet that is circumventing sanctions, but it'll definitely make people think twice and make it more difficult for this dark fleet to operate. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these guys still need financing.
Do you remember the name of the journalist? Because I've been looking around for the article to put in the nest and I can't.
I will send it to you. It was a group of journalists, and these
Never
last
mind. I
notes-
found it. I found it. It was I very silly ignored the pinned tweet on Tanker Trackers.
There
and
you
I
go.
just saw that
Yeah,
it
because Tanker Trackers were instrumental in helping these guys. Tanker Trackers is a great company. They didn't really have much of a business model before this war. They were mainly tracking Iranian oil, circumventing sanctions. But they're brilliant because they basically will anybody who's interested, anybody who wants to do more due diligence on who they're doing business with or who they're offering insurance or financing or whatever it is, legal protection, Tanker Trackers can basically go and tell that company exactly what each individual ship has been doing. And that is very hard to do because it requires satellite imagery, it requires boots on the ground, people in different countries that are going to be making pictures of ships coming in, ship spotters, and so they're doing a fantastic job so far in exposing, let's say, a lot of the dark fleet. And what they put on Twitter and on their website for free is just the free parts. They obviously sell their services to companies that need in-depth analysis.
It makes being dropped again. He'll be back in a second. It makes very sense why this is much more interesting now, right, to people than it was before. What with all of the associated troubles, issues, etc. So yeah, very good. Sometimes you devise a tool and you don't know what it's useful for, and then suddenly situations change, and then suddenly it becomes useful like this.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you might as well you might as well take all this human tragedy and have you might as well create something out of it which in the future will also be useful, because everything that this war does essentially is put in the spotlight what has been happening elsewhere for many. Sorry, I got another call. It's been happening for many, many years, and it's putting this out in the spotlight. And even if this war would end today, and all sanctions were lifted, would want to do more due diligence today compared to 5 years ago. So anything that improves the standing of the shipping world, in my opinion, is worth. It's worth. Well, I'm happy for it, basically.
100%. James, morning.
Morning. Really interesting. We're getting an education on global shipping finance. Thank you, Freight Monkey. A quick question for you, Cole Kravis Roberts, the legendary and very aggressive hedge fund. What's the likelihood that they did not know? You know, we all understand the concept of plausible deniability. You know, data due diligence, the principles involved, the Greek shipping companies involved. They must have known, right? This is a way to make extra money. Do you think?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think it would be worth their time. I mean, they're probably getting an 8% return on whatever they're doing. Maybe it's a little bit higher. I really don't know, man. It would be. I'm not very familiar with the financial world, really, and for such a large company, I kind of doubt it. But I'm such a naive person. Whenever it's so far, this past year and a bit has been a bit of a slap in my face, because a lot of things that I just did not consider possible are just happening. But maybe it's the good part in me that doesn't want to believe that these guys knew. But yeah, for sure that they'll have to act on it, and the loan will get. I mean, something's going to happen. It's going to that deal is going to get cancelled. Yeah.
I'd say more than that. I think some heads are going to roll for this. I mean, oil traders are well known, like grain traders, for how brutal they are in what they do, and heads of department don't always report everything that's going on in their department, right? They're motivated by bonuses. You can be sure someone's in deep trouble because this is potential sanctions busting.
Yeah, but James, you'd have to do so much work to actually track. Like, do you think there's someone in KKR that's like sitting at a desk with all the resources that tanker trackers have and making satellite imagery of where the ship is going? I don't think so. So it's they might just have gotten fooled. Now, of course, something's going to happen. But what normally happens in this case is that KKR goes to whoever it is, the DOJ, and says, well, by the way, we've just found out about XYZ. This would have probably been I mean, I'll tell you how an oil company would do it. If suddenly they realize that they've done something really bad. A good example is Glencore. Not that they're an oil company anymore, because that ended with their stuff in oil. But they were knowingly paying bribes and doing all kinds of corrupt stuff. The DOJ sort of caught them. They got to the table. They said, okay, well, we acknowledge all this list of things. We are prepared to make some changes. They ended up basically Ivan Glasenberg ended up stepping down from his role as CEO. He's still a majority shareholder, but they have to make changes, and they pay a big fat fine. Now, for Glencore, it was worthwhile doing it, and we know that they were willingly and knowingly involved. But Glencore is still here, right? I'm willing to give KKR a bit more of a benefit of the doubt, because just like, even with my resources and looking at ships all day, I wouldn't know either. So a good example, we call it trading a ship, which is negotiating with an owner about a charter, and the guy gives me his last 10-15 ports, and I'm like, okay, so this port, that port, this port, nothing really flags up. The ship has been trading a lot in the UAE, in Hamria, and I go and ask my agent in Hamria, when is she finishing? Actually, the agent tells me it's never been in Hamria. So then I go back to the owner, and he says, no, sorry, it was a mistake. I was actually in Salalah. And so I go to my agent in Salalah, and he says, no, that ship has not been in Salalah for the past 3 months. And as it happens, that ship was in Iran. But we didn't see that the ship was in Iran either. We just knew because we were talking to individual agents in the world. So it is tricky, right? It's just very tricky. But yeah, someone is going to take the blame. That's for sure.
I've on the question of private equity, I've worked for a Blackstone funded startup, and Blackstone are basically the biggest private equity stroke hedge fund in the world. I think KKR are number 2 and Carlyle Group number 3. So I kind of observed their due diligence process, and it's pretty lengthy. I mean, the whole thing lasts about a year, and they do also things down to like deep background checks on everybody involved in the company, etc., etc. But like everything, it's a process, and if you know what the process is, it's always possible to game it. Now, separately, I've observed both KKR and Blackstone invest in another company where 2 or 3 of the individuals involved had been were known to have been involved in previous shenanigans at a previous outfit. But they went ahead and they were obviously aware of it because everybody in the industry knew about it. And they went ahead and made that investment, and it's proved to be highly successful. So I think probably what they do when they go through this process is they make a call on the risk-reward calculus, and in that particular case, it worked out well for them.
James?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Ming, and yeah, but when we're talking about tens of millions of dollars of bonuses, people are just going to take the risk, aren't they? And yeah, it's plausible deniability. It's like, oh, we didn't know. Well, you had damn good reason to know. I mean, Glencore itself, I mean, Glassenberg's relationship to Putin is pretty well known. It's hard to prove, but he is a kamashek. I mean, he's a pocket or wallet for Putin. I mean, it's acknowledged that Putin has a 10-20% share of Glencore, or at least did have, until he stepped down. This guy, they've got private jets in St. Petersburg to send money home. I mean, it's a very murky business, and KKR, I wouldn't put it past a head of department in there who knows he's done something very, very wrong and is really worried about what he's going if he's going to go to jail for this.
So, Freight Monkey, why doesn't a company like this just have a simple geofence, right? Basically say, if a ship goes outside of expected routing by too much, send alert email to.
But that's where the AI spoofing comes in, Damon.
Yes, indeed, right? Exactly right. So how did they do that in practical terms? But also, basically what this is saying is there needs to be layer after layer after layer, right? So that the conditional has to be a lot more complicated than just the AI spoof.
What it means is that in future, when you're getting into a deal to finance owners like this, you need them to back up the claims of where they're trading and how they're trading with evidence. But that has never been done. That's really never been done so far in shipping, at least. So you need just much more. You need to get reports from the owner about where he was, and he needs to be able to substantiate it. And I think just people are going to learn. If anybody's interested in commodity traders, I recommend a book written by a Bloomberg journalist, Javier Blas, called The World for Sale. A lot of the stories that he tells there, I mean, they're all true, of course. A lot of the stories that he tells there, I mean, there's a lot of stories about sanctions and some nasty stuff. But you will also find that world is civilizing at a breakneck speed as well. Today, a lot of these regulatory arbitrages they're just no longer possible because of the technology that exists. So it becomes more and more hard, and it's just not really that much. It's not really worth your time to go and the risk essentially to do it. And a lot of the murky deals have moved towards Asia, and these stories are maybe in the future. You'll see a lot less of them, but you know that in some Asian countries, there's a lot of that happening. So even a place like Glencore, is much more has much more corporate oversight than it would have had 5-10 years ago, because it's just not really worth their time anymore. Even though, yes, there are millions and millions of dollars in bonuses that do get awarded. So yeah.
So I guess the real question is, what do they need to do, right, to be able to actually make sure that the geofence works? So I guess this is where, for example, tanker trackers come into this, right? Especially since this is quite, not cargo more dangerous than if you crash a wheat bulk carrier somewhere and there's just a bunch of wheat now in the sea.
Dermot, have you ever played Pokemon Go?
I've not.
No. Well, basically, Pokemon Go is a thing where you roam around the map in your local area. But if you want,
I'm familiar with the concept.
Yeah, but if you want to cheat, you get a GPS spoofer and you show up in Times Square in New York to get cool stuff that you couldn't otherwise.
So are you saying, Ming, that these ship owners have learned from Pokemon Go?
Very possibly.
That would be very funny. To geofence it, the quickest way I would find is that for every port that a vessel visits, they need to show evidence of their visit, not only with a log in the master's logbook, which is now a computer, of course, but also through agents, with photographic evidence. And they need to report every single voyage back to all the people in the chain, which includes the financing, arm. So, but again, considering that P&I clubs and classification societies are getting fooled, I have no trouble believing that KKR got fooled as well. The point is that this is lessons that have been very quickly learned. I think it's only taken a year, and I think you'll see very big changes happening in the future as well. So I don't think we'll see that many repeats of what is happening right now, of what's coming out right now in the future, because people will be doing a lot more due diligence. And my experience with due diligence from my side is we all do the minimum amount of due diligence that we need to, just in order to make it acceptable. And then once you run into an issue and you have a big blowout, then after that you increase the amount of due diligence that you need to do in the future. It never happens that someone who's in charge of due diligence is going to start doing extra due diligence just because he woke up on the right side of the bed that morning. It's always going to happen when there's been a screw up. It's exactly like when we'll have the first big oil spill somewhere. Suddenly the STS operations, which are, by the way, spilling oil every day, it's just that we don't know about it because it's not been big enough. But when there's going to be one big oil spill, then suddenly action will be taken. But it's not going to be taken until now. A good example is the big old 1976 built tanker that's been sitting off the coast of Yemen for the past 40 years, which is a floating storage unit. And because of the war in Yemen, the oil stayed on board, and the chemical whatever it is components have deteriorated to a certain point where and the structure of the ship has deteriorated to a certain point that the ship might explode. And no one's been doing anything about it because of the civil war in Yemen, the Saudi-led civil war in Yemen, I might add. We're gotten to a certain point where the ship is on the brink of explosion, which would put 1 million barrels or over 1 million barrels of oil in the Red Sea. And now suddenly action is being taken because it's critical enough. But for the past 10 years of civil war, no one's really bothered about a 1976 built tanker sitting off as a floating storage unit with no crew on board.
Thank you for it, Mike. James?
It's hopefully this shows, well, it does show that the power of capitalism, the power of liberal democracy. That the New York Times, I think you mentioned, we did this expose, and credit to the data provider as well, Tanker Tracker. This is going to prevent, or it should prevent, any repeat of this. Well, I mean, you delicately called it regulatory arbitrage. What it actually is the financing of genocide, of the killing of children and people sleeping in their beds at night. And, not even an aggressive department head in KKR wants to be part of that. So, trading is about brinkmanship, pushing the rules as far as you can go into the gray areas where a lot of the profit's made. And I think, Ming, as you point out, this deal was probably put together over a year ago. One would, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say this deal was put together before the re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022. But thanks to the hard, cold light of journalism, proper journalism, this is very unlikely to happen again, we hope. Thanks.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you say. I like to use the term regulatory arbitrage because it can mean anything from something fairly very minor to directly funding genocide, as you say. It just shows that, as much of a I myself am I consider myself a very liberal capitalist, but you always need you always need people with oversight, and that is what the free press. Why the free press is also so important, because without people like these journalists from the New York Times and others, to be honest, you would have never heard about this at all. So it just shows how important it is. And when you go to a place like my home country of Switzerland, where we basically don't really have a press at the moment. I mean, the state of our press is just completely in shambles. It's just worrying. So anyway, that's why I have a subscription to the New York Times.
Right. So speaking of Switzerland, of course, yesterday the parliamentary vote passed in the lower house by quite a healthy margin, 132 to 59, to decommission 25 Leopard 2A4s, which I understand these are ones that Switzerland never used at all. It's ones that they had in storage the whole time, if I understand correctly, which they carefully maintain, drove around a couple times a year, maybe 4 times a year, to make sure that everything is in perfect working order and everything is well lubricated. And now the Senate has to confirm, so the upper house that has to confirm, then they'll transfer them to the manufacturer, sell them to the manufacturer at some trivial price, and then that manufacturer can transfer those to, say, the German or maybe the Polish military, and then said military can transfer other vehicles onto Ukraine. So who knows what the timeline will be, but at least it gives another 25 leopards of freedom there in between all else, which I was very happy to hear. And apparently so were many other people. Shockingly many. Usually when they tweet something like this out, it's like no one cares. But 20 usual suspects care. This time more did, and I'm glad for that. It's good to share good news, right, Monkey?
Okay, so talking about that, Switzerland, the Swiss military, if I remember this correctly, we have a certain group of vehicles which we use in what they call the Rekrutenschulen, which is the training up the conscripts, and then there's separate vehicles that are used for the Wiederholungskurse, which are the yearly sort of refresher courses. And then there's all the stuff in storage, and a lot of that stuff is basically brand new. It's brand new, still exactly from the day it was bought, and as you said, like basically kept, in case of a conflict. So I know about the tanks because that's been talked about a lot. I think there's exactly the same thing for the MOAG reconnaissance vehicles, which I worked on when I did my military service, which are not fantastic vehicles. They're very outdated, but they're still useful, and they are planning to be phased out by 2030. I think, or maybe it's even 2027, as per the Swiss Army's own report of phasing out old systems. So a good example is, I don't know if this is possible because I think those were actually built in Switzerland, but those are not armed vehicles. You can fit a machine gun on them, but we don't need to send the MG51s that come with it. You could just literally send this vehicle. It's the Eagle 2, the Eagle 1 and 2, and yeah, I think they can still be useful. They're not big enough to be used as ambulances for evacuations, but they can still be used as, I don't know, some kind of command vehicle, maybe as a reconnaissance vehicle. We know that the Ukrainians have been using a lot of Humvees. This is the same system, bit more armor on it. So it's like an up-armored Humvee. It would be great if those could be sent too. I'm guessing we just have to wait until we get more updates from the Swiss government. One thing's for sure: the Senate, the upper house of the Swiss Parliament, will ratify this very quickly. It will go through. I was very surprised at how quickly the lower house did it. So that's very, very positive. And I think as soon as you open the floodgates, you do this one little thing. I think you can keep on pushing one step further because you've already sent tanks basically.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. It's not like it's a huge step or anything, but it's useful, and that's the crux of this, I think. James? James? No? Okay. Then I'll wait for James for a little bit and say the best comment that I heard out of all of this was somebody coming back and saying, you know what, at the end of the day, this isn't anything particularly new. 10-year-old German technology from first Swiss owner, well kept, low mileage, a long-term lease, is every Eastern European man's dream. And I think that fits it absolutely exactly. Well, it's a little bit older than 10-year-old technology, but it's really, really on the money there. You wouldn't believe how many ex-Swiss-owned BMWs there are across Eastern Europe. Right, Monkey?
I think there are places who exclusively drive ex-Swiss BMWs and Mercedes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's Albania who are super fond of old Mercedes.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, they love that. So they buy them in Switzerland and they drive them all the way to Albania, and they keep driving for another 25 years. Looking at a list, there's M109s in Switzerland that could be useful, and they were built by the Americans. There are loads of trucks, which could be very useful. And there's even an armored version of a more modern version, but that one is not going to be phased out at least until like 2035. So maybe not on the list. But essentially, you could, if you're going to phase out something anyway in the next 7 years, the only reason why you have it is in case you need to fight a war in the next 7 years. And I think there is a war going on that we don't need to fight directly. So might as well just, get on with it and take that risk that, if the Soviet Union reforms and manages to pass through every single country up into Switzerland, then you might not have those extra M109s. But I think we can probably deal with that, considering that the Swiss military wanted to get rid of all their artillery about 5 years ago.
I mean, I'm all up for that. James?
This is fantastic news. I mean, it was only a month ago that we were all very depressed that a vote had gone against the supply of Swiss armaments to Ukraine, and suddenly we're here. I mean, this is a triumph for humanity. Credit to all the Swiss people out there listening, and you and your friends, Freight Monkey. It's such good news. I mean, the Swiss have a big armaments industry, as I understand. Oerlikon, Sig Sauer. There's a bunch of factories that produce them, it's just outside Zurich. But all of the existing equipment, I mean, every Swiss has a machine gun under his bed, as far as I was led. Big scandal this time last year that it could not be provided because of this ridiculous shibboleth, sacred, long-held belief that neutrality was the way forward. I mean, it's credit that how long has Swiss neutrality been in place? 100 years, longer. To get rid of something so sacredly and long held is really a credit to you guys. So thank you.
Freight Monkey, how much is actually there, and how much is it just nice, clever stuff, and volumes aren't really there?
Sorry, which volumes?
James is talking about Swiss arms industry.
Well, okay. So I think there's another step beyond until Switzerland actually starts giving Swiss-made arms or selling them. That is, I don't think that's going to happen. Second-hand vehicles, yes. Maybe we can convince them to allow the re-export of more ammunition and stuff like that. But until you start seeing SIG 550 assault rifles in Ukraine, that's going to be a while. But then Ukraine doesn't really need assault rifles. They've got a lot of them. It's more on the vehicle front that is important. To do a little bit of myth dispelling, not every Swiss person has a machine gun under his bed. But whilst
it's only every other.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst you do your military service, you do keep your personal weapon at home. So if most soldiers have an assault rifle. If you're an officer, you keep your pistol. When I left Switzerland, I had to give back I was issued a P220 pistol. I had to give that back because I was no longer in Switzerland at that time. But once you finish your military obligations, you're allowed to buy your personal weapon from the Swiss military at a very discounted price, but it comes with certain conditions. It used to be a lot freer. Now you still need to go every year to a shooting range to prove that you still like practice and that kind of stuff. You're no longer issued with ammunition like you used to be in the 1990s, which I think I personally I was very attached. I've been very attached to these traditions. I mean, I like the fact that we all have a personal weapon under our bed, but it's true that there are problems which have been caused in recent years. So politics is politics, right? But there are a lot of military rifles around. I mean, personally, at home, we have all my family's passed away uncles and grandfathers, etc. So we do have a bit of an old military collection. Anything from bolt action rifles to semi-autos. So it's a bit of a Swiss specialty. It's kind of fun, but a little bit quirky and out there. But I don't think I don't think these Swiss-made weapons, so to say, will go anywhere near Ukraine in the near future. As for neutrality, it depends who you ask. But the Swiss have definitely been neutral since 1848, which is when the Swiss Confederation was was sort of reformed, rejigged, a new constitution. There was a very short civil war leading up to that. And then Switzerland has definitely not taken part of any of conflicts since then. But some would go and argue that Switzerland has been neutral since 1515, which is the last time that we had the guts to go and try and conquer something was northern Italy. We thought that we could take Milan, and we got taught a very heavy lesson by the French king at the time, and that was one of the events leading to the end of Switzerland's idea of conquering people. But then until 1848, Switzerland was a major part of many conflicts, as mercenaries was one of our biggest exports. But also during the Napoleonic Wars, Switzerland was allied and a subject of the French Republic and then Empire. So we were actively involved there. So I would say it's 1848. But in the Swiss mindset, neutrality is something that, I mean, if you ask most, at least conservative Swiss people, they will believe that it's always been the case that Switzerland has been neutral. So it's one of our national myths, so to say. We are still neutral. I personally do not agree with neutrality. I don't think we were talking about regulatory arbitrages. There's also diplomatic arbitrages. There was a time in Europe where it was useful, where it was needed. I mean, there was a time in Europe where the conflict was France against Germany, essentially, and you needed neutral countries in the middle where everybody could spy on each other and do business and meet on neutral grounds. And that is just not something that really is relevant today. And our economy is also past the stage where we need to rely on that. So we should, I think we should get rid of it, but that's not going to happen either. That's just my wishful thinking. I'm going to have to step down because I'm getting calls and I need to get into a meeting, but I'll be listening.
So, Doman, change of topic. Have you ever read or seen the film of Graham Greene's Our Man in Havana?
I've not, but I like where this is going.
Okay, well, there's more of that later, but first of all, I'll tell you why I ask you that. So there's an amusing little story which has a serious point and also, to my mind, a potential mischief-making, causing trouble, throwing spanners in the Russians' works on the Rybar Telegram channel. Now, Rybar has noticed that in terms of equipment that the Russians are capturing, so we're talking about everything from drones to tanks or whatever it is.
Fishing equipment.
Yeah, whatever it is, is not, because the paperwork's so heavy, and the bureaucratic process is so time-consuming. This equipment is not getting to the research institutes and factories that could potentially make most use of it, indicating that the Russians are basically desperate to get their hands on any Western kit they can to either clone it or cannibalize it for their own purposes. So Rybar has set up a little side business where, in return for a fee, presumably from these research institutes and or factories, they will send videos of such captured equipment directly to the people who might be interested in them, videos or pictures, and then arrange for delivery if the party's interested in taking a closer look. And so they have set up a new bot channel on Telegram where viewers of their channel are invited to send in such videos and pictures. Now, back to Our Man in Havana. So the plot of Our Man in Havana is that the British Secret Intelligence Services have an agent in Cuba. And this agent is a vacuum cleaner salesman. He sells Hoovers. And he starts sending pictures back to London of the most extraordinary installation, apparently in the depths of the Cuban hills or something, which look absolutely monstrous, and God knows what its purpose is. Maybe it's a death ray, but it causes consternation in London. But in fact, what this guy's been doing is taking close-up shots of vacuum cleaner parts to make them look as dramatic as possible, and passing those back to London. So the whole thing is fake. And that was my little mischief-making opportunity that I spotted with this new Ribewire channel.
That's tremendous, mate. Would you say that he was rummaging about for parts to take pictures of?
What, the vacuum cleaner salesman or
Yes.
Yes, no, indeed. But you know, so he had what he had, I think, was, you know, probably I forget when the novel was set. It was like in maybe the 60s or something. And you know, they were probably sort of nice shiny chrome pipes and things with nice little kinks and whatnot. Anyway, photographed close up, they were suitably impressive to alarm everybody in London. And
that's really good.
And of course, the serious point is that, you know, even when the Russians, you know, do capture equipment that they might find somewhere useful to their purpose, they're not very good at taking advantage of it.
So this is my call out now for everyone. If you can think of something very ordinary, household items, you can take pictures of in this manner, and then overwhelm the Ribar bot. Come and tell us about them. You know, show how inventive you are, because you know, maybe you'll give someone an even better idea. James,
only in Russia, isn't that hilarious? They're crowdfunding corruption now on social media, privatized corruption.
They're not quite. They are crowdsourcing material to enable corruption to be diverted from one stream to a different stream.
Yeah, well, thank you for the clarification. Exactly, they're crowdsourcing. It's the supply chain. It's brilliant.
I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic idea. I wonder what it is that they would want to do. Who was it? Was it General Hertling at some point, I think, who said that Russians picked up an Abrams somewhere. They got from somewhere via somewhere. And they were quite proudly showing it off. But they didn't even figure out how to start it, let alone how to do anything with it, something along those lines. Yeah, I think much of those research institutes would end up quite in a similar situation, James.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was Ming who was talking about it. Ming, where the Chinese are very adept at this. They'll steal something and then attempt to copy it, right? But having the original and creating a facsimile of something is in itself very, very difficult, right? That requires technology. You know, photocopiers are not easy to build themselves. So just having the original doesn't mean you can create others like it with anywhere near the required quality.
Ming?
No, sorry, I haven't been. Sorry, I kind of lost James towards the end there, but I have not been talking about that. I think Jingu talks about that. I think I think Freight Monkeys talked about that even, and one or two, and some of the Dutch listeners as well talked about this. But I don't really know anything about China stuff. I have a cousin I rely on for China stuff, as he's lived there for 25 years.
I mean, but just common sense would indicate, I think, that having the original, and you know, there's microchips, there's cutting tools, there's factories that this cannot be copied, right? I mean, it's like having a Mona Lisa in your sitting room. Yeah, you've got one, but you're not going to be a Renaissance master overnight.
Well, they did infamously copied the Javelin, and they ended up making something heavier and worse 30 years later than the original Javelin was made. So, well done. Well done. I think they could have, if they had really tried to, they could have just made a copy of a 3,000 euro Javelin instead, right? One that you actually had to throw yourself. I think that might work out better, eh, James?
Yeah, exactly. I think the psychological effect of having a close look at Western military tech is going to have even more impact than any chance they've got of creating copies. They'll look at it and it's like, my God, these guys, we're really screwed, right? Now we've taken a close look at this kit, and it's better than we thought. There's no way we can reproduce it. It's going to make them even more depressed.
Peter?
Yeah, just quickly on China. I think we will have to start copying China, not the other way around, because China are now leading the world in technology.
Sorry, Peter, I think you missed the address. This is the MriyaReport. These aren't auditions for a comedy club.
I know that, but China are actually leading on technology in 36 out of about.
It's 40. Still funny.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's still too funny.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is that we shouldn't push China and Russia together. China is Russia is just a gas station. It has nothing. China is the second biggest economy in the world now, and it is a big problem we are going to have to somehow address with China. But I worry when we keep lobbying China and Russia as if they're big chums together, because I think that is going to have a negative effect rather than a positive effect. That's all I'm trying to say. I know China's history and blah blah blah, but the technology thing was an Australian study, which is instigated by the USA. They are also leading on in batteries. They've apparently now developed a battery which will take a car 1,000 kilometers before a recharge. So we should say to China, right, look, you want to be a big boy, you rely on the West for your economy and for your trade, and we expect you to behave in a way that respects the West who feeds you. China will never make anything out of Russia. It's just a gas station, and that is a strong message we need to give to China. But don't put them together, because that will just be a negative thing, and we're on to a losing wicket with that. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, I'll again say, I think that study vastly overstates the capacities and
Peter,
capabilities.
I think we've been talking about this a fair bit, haven't we, recently? That in the second, did we not have a discussion last week about the quantitative versus qualitative aspect of China competition, and particularly in high-tech AI type areas and chip making, where because the improvements aren't incremental but exponential, and therefore if you're ahead of China, they're never going to catch up, because you're just going to get that much further ahead each time they get to where you were a year ago.
Yeah, look, there's a reason why they've been copying Russian military equipment. It's not because they can figure out how to make better ones. The same goes for many other cases. Same goes for many other fields. And I will repeat my criticism of that study, which relied on quote research coming out of Chinese research institutions. Some of that research is perfectly fine. Some of it isn't. And if you look at the absence of replicability by institution of their research papers in sort of natural sciences and engineering, I think you will quite quickly find that some of them are just much less replicable than others, which means that it's kind of iffy research. And that is a component that study didn't take into account, and that's something that you will hear, anecdotally endlessly from just about anyone who does, any sort of STEM research, is that they keep finding that one particular set of papers they can't rely on for actually publishing correct information. And that makes me very significantly doubt the results of that study, because that's not a consideration that I've seen in their methodology. So that I'll kind of leave it at that. It's besides the point, up or down. What I will say, Peter, is Russia is just a gas station. It's not worth that much to anyone outside some nebulous, what can we call them? Some nebulous. Your background noise is very distracting there. Sorry, your road noise or whatever it is. It's some nebulous multipolar world kind of nonsense. Other than that, it's not really worth much to anyone. It is only because it still has quite a lot of weapons, but those are quickly depleting in almost all categories. And because of that, there won't be much utility from them. I will repeat my assessment from many months ago. Not that many months ago. What was that? Late March, I guess. So 2.5 months ago, almost 3 months ago, when there was the famed visit to Moscow. And the thing that came out of that visit fundamentally seemed like, well, somebody just wants to see what they'll get out of the whole thing. And they are quite happy with seeing Russia quite a bit weakened, because it's going to lead to cheaper resources, and then they're going to dump them anyway. And usually things are actually that simple. James?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we're,
think
we're on the
Go ahead.
same page, Tony. Hello? I said we're on the same page. I'm not backing China at all. I just get concerned if we try and lob China and Russia together, because that's exactly what Putin wants. And as I said, I think China should be given very firm. I mean, they are a tier 1 trading bloc, like the EU and America, and there's only 3 tier 1s. But they need to be very clear that, look, you've got to look at which side your bread is buttered and support the side that your bread is buttered on. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for clarification. I mean, clearly, Russia and China are the only way we can lump them together is in their incompetence and malignancy for global peace and world order. And yeah, we had a very apt, very apposite example of that yesterday, of the stupidity of the Russians and the precision of US equipment. I think everyone's seen the video of the massed formation of troops in Donetsk, waiting for their commander to come and give a speech. And it was hit about an hour after it formed by a HIMARS strike, because they'd been waiting for their commander, who was clearly late with his mistress or whatever he was up to. And yeah, hundreds of them were killed, which is fantastic news.
It's a very impressive sort of a concept, isn't it? Yesterday, Gunny commented on that, said, you think there's nothing worse than standing on parade for 2 hours. Well, apparently there is something worse than standing on parade for 2 hours, waiting for an address from your senior commanding officer. Yeah, it is how it is. That those things just happen, and I hope that whomever leaked that to the Ukrainians, or rather whichever drone operator spotted that, very well done on that. And I thought, oh, why did they use HIMARS? This is right next to the front, maybe 15 kilometers behind front lines or whatever that was. But then I realized, you know what? The HIMARS could have been anywhere, right? It could have been further north, further south, further away. Could have been so many places, because the range is just so large and that's why they got the response quickly enough, right? Because it didn't really matter exactly where it was, vaguely in the area. It could have been, you could say anywhere within a 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 square kilometer area, and it was perfectly fine and well within range to just go and shoot it. 4,000 square kilometers for those tracking. That is roughly 25 Liechtensteins. James?
Yeah, I mean, Lockheed Martin cannot be competed with. I mean, there's no Chinese or Russian company that can do anything like what they can, whether it be Skunk Works or their missile systems. I mean, yeah, and HIMARS, which is, by the way, a 1990s technology, updated though it is. The Russians have got nothing like it, and neither have the Chinese, nor have they any prospect of getting anything like it in the next. It required for this conflict or the potential one in Taiwan, and this hilarious destruction of an orc parade ground is just testament to that. I mean, it was no more than an hour probably from a drone or a satellite or some local heroic resident informing Ukraine's decision circle on this, which is clearly incredibly efficient. They'd have run it into their battlefield app that Ukrainians have built to find the nearest thing that could strike this parade ground lunacy, and it was probably a HIMARS, and bang! I mean, within an hour, this 100, 200 orcs have been liquidated. It's fantastic. The Russians could never do anything like that. Not with the speed, not with the precision, not with the observation. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very depressing for them.
100%, James. 100%. Yeah, Johannes. Morning.
Good. I mean, I'm
welcome back.
I'm also not sure as to how to regard them. Are they really such a superpower, or are they just a big conglomeration? Last time I checked, actually, the Chinese per capita income was, if I'm not totally off, if I recall correctly, then it was actually below that of Russia. So of course they have a lot of people, but they don't seem to be economically that advanced, and maybe they have some really powerful economic centers, but then they have, I think, this gigantic, totally neglected rural sphere with hundreds and hundreds of millions of people. I would guess. I mean, I'm by no means an expert in China. It's just my impression is that they're not really not that strong as we like to think. So yeah, and that was it.
Yeah, I wouldn't look too deeply into any of that necessarily, Johannes. What I will say in let's say kind of less wide ranging terms, right, is to say, hey, they're still relying on basically Russian tech that they would have upgraded in parts, but fundamentally Russian tech on many things, including, say, turbine engines. And Russian tech is far from being particularly good on any of that. So that says something. You're going to not get very far with that beyond quite a limited limited successes while running a very large volume army, right? That's about it. That's about the best you can do. Right, Klaus, go ahead, and then Ming, I have an aircraft question for you. Klaus.
Thank you. I think Jingu explained it rather well, how Chinese thinks you are punished if you make mistakes, and you are also punished if you're too clever. So, and that's how Russians think as well. So, there are many people, and they can produce many items, but that they are copying the West in all what they do, and Russia. Thank you.
Thanks, Klaus. Yeah, I mean that you need to figure out how to make stuff somehow in the first place, right? Okay, Ming, I have a question for you from a friend of the space. I just need to find it now because I lost it somewhere because it was so long ago. Then we went on talking about ships instead. Aha, here we go. So yesterday and today, the two Pulev heavy bombers, the Bears, the Tu-95, turboprops, launched 1.5 missiles per plane. And the question is, can you speculate why they're only launching so few missiles per plane at Ukraine? What are your thoughts?
1.5 per aircraft. So basically, some aircraft had 2 and others had 1. Is that correct?
Yes, but that is the number that actually got launched and on their way to Ukraine and over Ukraine, right? So I think that's part of the equation.
Yes. So I guess there's various explanations. Now, of course, the Tu-95 is pretty old, and I would imagine that the maintenance, for instance, on the contra-rotating turboprops, to do that, you need 2 turboprops per engine nacelle. So they've effectively got they're 8 prop, but 4 nacelles. So they've got 8 engines. I would imagine the maintenance is really, really intensive. Apparently,
I think it's 4 engines, because I think that each engine spins 2 propellers in opposite directions somehow
through a gearbox. Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, I typically, when I've seen that kind of set up, there's 2 engines, one going one way and the other going the other. But either way, I mean, they're known to be fantastically noisy and produce huge amounts of vibration, and that gearbox in particular will be really sensitive to maintenance. So the airframes also being so old, it could be that they didn't want to stress the maintenance condition of the aircraft. How many did they launch in total? Was it 5? I seem to remember last night, 5, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the other explanation is that they had some sort of malfunction on their missile launchers. They were all carrying 2 each, but out of the 5, 2.5 of them had malfunctions.
So what I think is funny, right, is to say, these aircraft had I think the max loadout is like 16 missiles per aircraft, something like that, right? So I think there's a few things here. One of them is the first reason why they're launching over the Caspian Sea in the first place. They could have just launched from somewhere else, somewhere closer to Ukraine, so less time to react, whatever. I think they're launching over the Caspian because so many fail-safes, but it just raises fewer questions by the Russian civilian population when it falls on a sturgeon rather than falling in the backyard of some guy in Stavropol Krai, right? I think that's the first reason. The other thing is, I think that there's something about their ammunitioning, and I wonder if our friend Mark is around, who used to ammunition the aircraft to the RAF, because I would think that ammunitioning might be a troubling thing for them, and maybe it just takes forever to load up a missile and do the targeting and whatever else. Because obviously these bombers are pre-missile initially, right? They're not natively meant to launch missiles. They're natively meant to drop bombs that just fall however gravity takes them. So I think that might be the biggest factor. The other one, the mass, and I wondered this from other planes. Mass and pressurization. obviously, for most planes, the pressurization cycles are what tires out an airframe. So I looked up whether the Tu-95 is pressurized, and what it says is that the internet says that it has 3 pressurized compartments. So it's bits of the plane that are pressurized, but others
so
aren't.
it's like the B-29.
So, but you know what that means? That means that some parts of a plane are moving relatively to other parts of the plane as they pressurize and depressurize, and I think that can be a complicating factor here as well. But I see that I got Mark to join us. Mark, what do you think? Because you've been around, similar things, obviously much better made and designed, but nevertheless similar type of things.
Yeah. So I know this has been parodied out quite a bit. I actually think there's probably some merit in the suggestion that it's to limit the amount of stress on the aircraft, right? Because those cruise missiles, they're big, heavy buggers, right? And what they tend to do with them is, and looking at what the US do with their B-52s is, they're all mounted on the wings, right? On pylons that weren't there on the original aircraft, right? But obviously the Russians and the Americans have strengthened the aircraft structure, right? But when they generate, so they'll get an order down to say, let's put 10 missiles on such and such a target. What happens is they're mounted in the bomb dump, right? They're mounted to the pylons, and then the pylon to the aircraft, and then it's attached to the wing, if that makes sense, rather than the armourers coming out with a convoy of 10 missiles and loading each one up individually. They come out already kind of preloaded onto the release, the pylons effectively. So I also think, it'd be interesting to see what the ratio of missiles were over time. And are they actually, well, they are firing less missiles, but it's then down to, I do wonder, right, if they're trying to conserve stocks, because it doesn't make sense. Like, why fire 5? It's like firing 5 just to be there. And we're not even really, we don't generally see mass cruise missile strikes like we did back in January, as far as I'm aware. Where it was like 60 Shahads and, 35 cruise missiles and however many calibers were fired for the Black Sea. So I think they will be looking at airframe life. I suppose interestingly, the Air Force is trying to keep. I'm trying to think. So I think the Bears they can probably produce themselves, right? But it all comes back to electronics. I also think the Russians have a lousy kill chain, for want of a better word, right? Because I think that there's that place, the Central Moscow Computer Center, and that's where they actually do all their targeting. But it takes like 72 hours to 96 hours for them to actually plot the electronic information the missiles need to follow the path to their targets. So that's what I saw, because I think Bellingcat identified the actual people who do the targeting and make up the computer programs. Sorry, Domin, I don't know if that answers your question or.
No, that's correct. Mark, I think I figured it out. I think I've put the pieces together on the basis. I think what you just said made me put the last pieces in place. I think what's going on is the following. Tell me what you think. But I think what's going on is the following. There are there's only one target per plane that the plane's computers can work out to do with the missiles. I think this is why they have more planes than they could have with missiles. I think if they were only doing a least tiring on the airframe, they would be using fewer planes, because these planes are expected to have just vast quantities of fuel in them in normal operations, right? They were made to have a range of like 10,000 nautical miles or whatever. So, endless amounts of fuel. So if they're flying them, out of Engels or even Olenia, and they're flying them for 500 miles or even 2,000 miles round trip, 3,000, 4,000 miles round trip, that is nothing compared to the massive fuel they would normally have on board. And also these missiles, the full loadout is like 16 missiles, and that's only because of the of how many of these attachment points they have. Not even if they had just dumb bombs, the massive bombs would be greater than the 16 missiles, I think, by quite a lot. So if they wanted to preserve the aircraft, they would be flying them as rarely as possible, because it's every cycle still that makes a difference in all the pressurization, depressurization and stuff, right? So I think it's because they're trying to spread out missiles to as many destinations as possible now, to lots of different destinations. Because what did we see? Back when they were targeting electrical infrastructure, they were shooting very few missiles per plane. They were shooting like 1.5 missiles per plane, because they had loads of planes up, like 20 planes up, and they were launching 45 missiles. And I think that's because they were only sending 1, 2, 3 missiles per target. And I think it's probably that each plane can only manage very few missiles, or maybe it's their procedure that basically says, we're gonna mess it up if we have more than 1 target per plane, so let's just have 1 target per plane. Maybe the system could manage more, but their protocol just says we won't count on that. And then when they were bombing just Kiev heavily, they were using about 4 or 5 missiles per plane. And now that they've spread it out to more targets again, because now I think that their primary goal is to have as much air defense concentrated in the cities, so that the Ukrainians can't move it out to frontline troops. This is also why they're using Shahids to keep the Gepards in cities, right? Now they're using fewer missiles per plane again, because they're sending 2 to here in Kiev, 2 to somewhere else in Kiev, 1 to somewhere in Dnipro, 1 to somewhere in Kryvyi Rih, 1 to somewhere else in Kryvyi Rih, and so on. What do you think of that, Mark, as a combination of all of these factors?
So yeah, I think there's merit in that. I'm just trying. I'm actually just as you were talking, trying to work out in my head. Put that. Yeah, I would say I was actually thinking as if what they were trying to do was spread the number of hours out equally out throughout the fleet. So if you think, right, and this is my only kind of counterpoint to what you said, because I'd agree with everything else you said, right, is I'm actually mentally trying to work out, so if you've got, say, 10 aircraft, right, what you really want to do from a point of view of operating them all over, say, 20 years or whatever it is ideally you want every aircraft to have the same number of flying hours on it, right, so that they all age at the same time. And I wondered if, I'm trying to think, would that actually make a difference? I'll need to think about that, to be honest. And if you put up 5 aircraft, that doesn't really matter. No, sorry, just ignore me, right? I'm kind of thinking aloud as we're going here. But yeah, I would agree. That makes sense. It does make sense. Because one of the things, just as you were saying about like 1 target per aircraft, right? I know certainly when it came to things like in the sort of Soviet doctrine in the 1980s, and probably the Russian doctrine in the 90s, when it came to things like backfires, which were an older bomber that the Russians were going to use for attacks on things like aircraft carriers and targets in Western Europe, say airfields and stuff. What they could carry in theory 3 weapons, but from what I've read, it was like what you turn up to an air show to show how cool the aircraft was, no actually an operational mode, and only 1 weapon per aircraft was ever carried. Now, they were much bigger weapons, etc., but it does kind of point to a sort of doctrinal kind of thought that you have 1 aircraft, 1 missile per aircraft, whereas NATO/American, I'm thinking B-52s and B-1s, operating a much different principle. It's like rack them up and stack as many in as you can. So yeah, I would agree with you, Dom. Sorry, I would absolutely agree with you. Yeah, that's a fair shout, mate.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, hang about if you have the time while you're driving. Let's go to James and then to Tommy. James, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Really interesting to hear about that from an RAF or Army Air Corps perspective. I mean, the strategic air war is something that every Ukrainian is involved with, right? I mean, I've actually spent the night in Antwerp last night, but I still had I have an app on my phone, right, like every Ukrainian resident does, that pings you. It pinged me at 2 a.m. last night. It said there are missiles inbound for where you live. Please proceed to a shelter. And it's a big red flashing light, so it's quite hard to ignore. It's pretty scary, right? I mean, and then when you speak to people living in Kiev, and everyone has a similar a modus operandi. You'll check Twitter. You'll go on Twitter. You'll type Kiev in with a Y, so you don't get any Russian propaganda, and show the latest tweets. And quite often it'll show tweets from people who just had a missile come over their heads north of Kiev, around Chernihiv or Sumy. So you know this isn't an exercise, or this isn't a bluff. They're definitely coming in, and then you very quickly work out the distance to Sumy on Google Maps. You know these things move just around about the speed of sound, 400 or 500 miles an hour, and you can do the numbers, right? So you've got about an hour until these things start hitting where you live. These half-ton air bombs start hitting where you live. So this discussion is it's very well followed by everyone who's living in Ukraine. There's a very good article that I recommend you read that came out a couple of days ago from The Economist on how Kiev was saved, how the air defense heroes of the PVO used old Soviet equipment before the Patriots even got there to protect Kiev from the other side of the argument, right? There's the bears coming in, and then there's the defense. Just incredibly valuable information. Thank you, Mark. And this is academic to us living in the West, or at least we're emotionally behind it. But for people living in Kiev, people living in Dnipro, how many missiles per bomber? Because when they take off, you can see the alerts. Is very relevant. Should I actually get out of bed this time? Thanks, guys.
Thank you, James. Tommy.
So, Dominic kind of pointed out most of the stuff I wanted to say, because I was also thinking that it's sort of a fixing action, basically to fire sufficiently many targets, even if it's a small amount, you still force the enemy to commit air defense to that area. But I was also thinking that the most complex attack that the Russians attempted was beaten down. The one when they used 6 killjoys and drones and everything together. So, in order to overwhelm defenses like they would have to have a significant stockpile, and at the same time, we know that they are currently mostly relying on stuff that they can put together. So that leaves them a very limited amount of munitions for the fixing action if they want to conduct further major attacks. So I'm thinking that's partially the reason why we haven't seen large-scale attacks for now a decently long time. And the next large-scale attack should be bigger than what we've seen so far, because the only way they can get around the Patriot is to overwhelm it with numbers, and they currently don't have the numbers. I think that there's this guy who trains the U.S. air defense on using the Patriot and knows it inside and out, and he was saying something like up to 160 threats at the same time can be tracked and engaged, depending on the loadout. So we're looking at that kind of number just for the fast speed, the ballistic threats. So imagine how long it's going to take the Russians to accumulate a similar amount of aeroballistic missiles, of ballistic missiles, and so on, and then pick out targets, plot trajectories, and so on, and send them, because we know that they pre-program the cruise missiles. They don't even. It's not like they use them like by engaging a target and targeting from the plane. They drop them, and they're programmed, like a Tomahawk. They have a preset path that they follow based on the inertial navigation system and a couple of more rudimentary systems like, laser height detector and stuff like that. So it's not they will be forced to do very small attacks, but the good news is that that will prolong the time to the next attack because they're forced to do a fixing action, because otherwise the Ukrainians will pull up the batteries just like that Iris-T was pulled up in Zaporozhye, and just use them to knock down all kinds of rotary wing and crosshair support that the Russians are trying to use, which I believe they're doing because if you think about it, there has been, as far as we know, 2 helicopter ambushes, and they have lost a helicopter in each one. So I think that plan is not going that well for them, but we'll see.
I have another explanation for why so many bombers are used for so few cruise missiles. I think it's a way for pilots, but also all the engineers associated with it, to make themselves look useful and not get, depleted to be sent to something else. And I'm not kidding. If you need 5 times the personnel and pretend that you need 5 times the personnel to accomplish any job, you're going to be safe, or at least safer, from being reallocated like those many sailors and the like were to assault units. And I think this is why sailors of the Pacific Fleet are extra happy to do exercises, because then at least they seem to be useful. Mark, what do you think? Is busy work a good explanation?
I was just going to say, right, when you were saying that, Domin, right, what you'll find on a Russian, Engels or whatever, is 2 armourers loading and 20 armourers standing around with clipboards, trying to look, important and take down writing on clipboards and stuff like that, and just to make sure. But when the number of man-hours is tallied on the job sheet, it'll be all 20 will end up signing it, just to make it, one will be like, yeah, I'm the primary spanner holder, and then there'll be a secondary spanner holder, and a, things like that. So yeah, but one of the things that you have to do is laughing Tommy mentioned, right, was when you program a cruise missile, right, it's like if you're flying along, right, in your F-16, Ukrainian F-16, and you've got a pile of JDAMs on board, and you see a tank or a 200 orcs all lined up, basically you just plug in the GPS coordinate, drop the weapon, and away it goes, right? And you can quite quickly and dynamically target things. With cruise missiles, right, what you've got to do is basically in that computer center in Moscow, they will sit with, it wouldn't surprise me if they're still sitting with paper maps for at least some of the process, right? And they will say, right, okay, the launch point will be this GPS coordinate, right? Okay, plot that. And then they will then go and they will say, right, that weapon has to fly 220 miles due north. And then when it gets to, what's the GPS coordinates, 220 miles due north of that? Okay, so that will be turn point 1 or waypoint 1. And then what we'll tell the weapon to do is to take a course of, let's say, due west, so 270, right? And they plot the route out, every leg of the route. So if you imagine what you would end up with, if you were doing it with a paper map, you would end up with a great big long bit of string zigzagging somewhere across the map. When that's converted into electronic, it's in an electronic format, so the GPS coordinates will say turn here, turn there. It will also tell the weapon very likely where to, if it does a pop-up maneuver, and we've seen that with some of them I seen some video back when they were starting the attacking the power plants. What happens is it maybe like 20 seconds before the weapon is going to strike its target, what it does is it pops up, it actually flies up and goes over in an arc so that it comes down directly on top of the target. So you need to kind of program in when you want that to happen. Too early, and you'll give the air defences potentially more chance of actually bringing it down. Too late, and the weapon will not be able to manoeuvre hard enough to do that. Once you've done that, what you need to do, because of the way cruise missiles work, they use a thing called terrain profile matching, right? So what it does is it fires a radar beam. There's a couple of radars in these cruise missiles. Storm Shadow's the same, so I'm talking kind of slightly generically.
you've got a radar altimeter, and all it does is points a radar beam at the ground, and it calculates how high the weapon is above the ground, and that keeps it from ramming into a hillside. All right. The other thing that it's got is it's got a small radar in the nose that basically it maps the ground passing underneath the missile. And the reason that it does that is that when you're plotting in all these programs, what you do is you've probably had a reconnaissance satellite in space, right? Potentially years before, map the entire Earth, right? And so you've got a radar image at any spot on Earth that you want. And what you do when you're planning your mission is you look where the route is and you get that radar image from the satellite for that route. So if you imagine you would have like a great big sort of, if you were doing it with a map, it'd be a big long strip. And what happens is when the weapon's in flight, that radar in the nose that maps the ground goes, this is a picture I've got, and this is where I'm supposed to be. Does that match up? Yes, it does, right? So I know I'm on course. Or if it's not, then what it does is it goes, actually, I'm over here, and it will course correct. So you've got to create that strip map of radar images to load up into the weapon as well. And that's why it takes so long. I don't know if that gives a better... these weapons, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm fairly sure they'll have a GPS receiver in. So what they're constantly doing, right, is they're constantly cross-checking against each other. So the GPS might say, you're exactly here, and then the inertial navigation unit will be like, well, I've calculated we should be here. And then the TERPROM, the terrain profile matching radar, will go, well, actually, I'm saying that I'm here. Right, where are we? Right, we're actually exactly on course. We all match up. Right, okay, that's great. And that's why if you jam something like a cruise missile, it's got two other backups. If you jam the GPS, sorry, it's got two other backups. And that's why, seemingly, right, it's not going to matter if the Russians decide to jam Storm Shadow, because it's not going to matter that much. However, that's that. I hope that maybe gives a bit of context as to how, like, the kind of process for launching cruise missiles and stuff and things like that. Hopefully. But unfortunately, I need to go and jump to work, so I'll be listening, but I'll drop down to listener. And if I hear anything, if I can, I'll come up, or if it's a specific thing, I'll drop a DM.
Thank you, Mike. This is really valuable insights for all of us, I think. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, don't worry. Cheers.
Domin, I was looking about, there's this new article in the, well, I can't really see the precise date because for some reason the UK Defence Journal doesn't list it, but it's based on a letter from the Minister of State of the Armed Forces, the Right Honourable James Heappey MP. And he basically indicates that Russia in total has around 80 strategic aircraft, so the 295 theirs and the 222 backfires, and also 10 each of the 160 Blackjack and the MiG-41 Foxhound, the K variant, which can launch the Killjoy. So this means, because all estimates I found previously said that Russia in total had about 130 or 140 strategic bombers, and this reduces that number to 80. So it means that a large part of the Russian bomber fleet is, at least according to this gentleman from the British security apparatus, or military apparatus, I'm sorry, has deprecated or somehow gone out of order, because this is a significant reduction in numbers, like 30% or something. It's just an interesting fact to share.
Thanks, Tommy. Can you send me that over? I'd love to read that. James.
Yeah, I think together we've crowd thought most of the explanations. Domin, I think you got a really good point here that the the staff at these air bases are terrified about being sent to the Western Front for them and being liquidated in fruitless assaults on Ukrainian heroes' positions. So they're desperate to get these aircraft in the air. I think you've also pointed out that the aircraft are probably going to break. So you've got to have redundancy. You know, if each aircraft is carrying one and three have to go home, then you probably still got a strike package. And the third point that Mark very well explained was the complexity of building these strikes. The article I posted in the Nets just now from The Economist talks about how crap the Soviet missile systems are. One of the Ukrainian crew on a Patriot is saying that it took us 3.5 months to learn these things, which was frankly too long. We didn't need that long. It was like after having worked on books and SAM 25s and SAM 300s, it was like going from a calculator to a MacBook Pro, right? It's all automated. It's all done for you. Now, these Russians in Moscow and these war criminals in Moscow planning these strikes are using calculators, right? It's incredibly hard work. They've got to program these 1970s beasts to come in at the correct time, the correct altitude, the correct course. It's just a pain. You don't want to have to cancel the whole strike because two of these bears couldn't take off or had to return to base. So they've got to spread the risk. And ultimately, it's also a question of pride, right? The Russians are shite at everything except killing civilians, right? They were very proud of how many hospitals they successfully bombed in Syria, and they're extremely frustrated that they haven't been able to bomb the hell out of Kiev since the Patriots arrived, since the collective West has helped save Kiev. So they're trying their best, and one of those things is to send up as many bears as they can, spread out these missile strikes on undefended targets, as you say, try and prevent the Gepards and the ISIS and NASAMs coming back from the front, or at least encourage them to come back from the front. So yeah, I think all of these things are true, and we know we're winning the strategic air war, put it that way. Thanks.
Yeah, James, and that's exactly it, right? They're trying to keep as many of the air defenses away from the front line and towards the and towards the cities, right? And I think this is also why they're spreading them out a lot more. And I think this is again why they need more planes now compared to what they needed before, because targeting only works, as well. Yeah. Laughing Tommy.
So, Dylan, I remember I talked to you about the maintenance schedules for the MiG-31s, but I don't remember if yes, I brought it up from the stage at one point. But basically, what my point was when we saw that aircraft burn out over Murmansk, it was a MiG-31. So there's this thing that I was thinking about. We have 10 of the Killjoy capable MiGs and 100 or more of the MiG-31 that are being used for their radar to fly sorties around Ukraine so that they can look in, basically get the best radar picture that they can. And those are on rotation due to flight hours, etc. And somebody calculated the amount of flight hours before maintenance is necessary and so on, and was saying that right around this time we are going to start seeing MiG-31s drop because of inadequate maintenance and basically reaching their end of flight hours. And when he was discussing that, it's a YouTuber, basically 4 or 5 days later the Murmansk burnout happened. And I was thinking, because I have a map of the Russian nuclear complex from different, it's compiled from the Federation of American Scientists, Nuclear Freight Initiative, and yada, 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 Congressional Commission, so on. So basically, one of the things that it lists is all 5 bases in Russia capable of supporting strategic bombers. So we have one in Ukrainka, which is way too far to conduct any sort of attack. This is northeast of China. We have one in Georgia, which is not nuclear capable, but still 295s have been flying from there using conventional weaponry at some point. And we have 2 air bases, so the Engels Air Base near Saratov and the Ryazan Air Base southeast of Moscow, and then we have the one in Murmansk. Now, Ryazan and Engels were both hit by Ukrainian drones, so they had to move, especially from Engels, they had to relocate the strategic bomber fleet from there. Then there was the one in Georgia is at a similar range, and I'm expecting that the air defense is even worse than the ones towards Russia, so that's unusable as well. So that means that the entire, every time we see those 295s take off, they take off from Murmansk and go to the Caspian because they have no, no alternative. And each time that's 2,600 kilometers one way, so 5,200 kilometers each time. And I'm just wondering how much these bombers can take and how quickly they will degrade if they have to fly all this distance. Because if you think about it, a usual flight, something this was designed for example, they do flights from Ukrainka to Alaskan airspace, and that's about 3,000. So this is the longest distance that basically these bombers are made to operate at. I'm thinking, let me just check the public available combat range. Yeah, so they have a range of 15,000 kilometers. So I'm thinking how many flights and sorties that they can actually take before they're overexploited. That's my whole point. And it's an interesting question because maybe the most valuable bit of Ukrainians dislodging them from the Saratov, Ryazan and Engels air bases was that they now have to fly such a long flight path each time, and that puts hours and hours on the frame. And these bombers, as we know, are all, like most of them were made in, what is it? Just let me check. The latest ones, I think, were made in 93 from memory. Yeah. So they were made between 52 and 93. And it's not like they're treating them the way the Americans treat the B-52s. I'm very much doubting the maintenance regime and abilities of the Russians.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, the bigger question, right? Of the bigger question of what all issues there are, and what all there is to their maintenance and other sustainment questions with Russian aircraft, for example. All of that is quite a bit of a mess. So yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll see what the real result is once they start falling out of the sky. But yeah, I think we've really figured out the reasons behind so few missiles being launched. Later, when we have some of our transatlantic aviator friends around, I'll try to raise this again. Maybe try to distill my theory in writing in the meantime, and then we can have a bit more of a chat with them. But I sure hope that the person who asked the question first has been listening to the last 25 minutes of conversation about all of this, because half an hour, however long we've been going on about it, because I think it's quite interesting. Anyway, we'll see, I guess. James.
Ramstein, one of the most beautiful words in the German language and English language now. Any further news on presence?
I don't think so. All I saw was quite a smiley picture of Reznikov next to Secretary Lloyd Austin. And it fired beef for me to overinterpret that, but that's all I've seen this far. And this was maybe a couple of hours ago in Brussels at the start of the meeting. I didn't see what Secretary Austin said at the opening. He usually has a conference at the outset.
Well, Reznikov is very good at celebrating his new presence. I mean, he likes to drive them himself.
Yeah, and it's when he's happy, that usually means good things for Ukraine, right? That's my heuristic. Ukrainian defense minister smiles, something good happened. I don't know, just my thought.
It's a kid who's been told what his Christmas present's going to be, and he can't restrain his happiness.
Yeah, I hope it's really good news. So, what we knew about it ahead of time was that the fighter jet coalition is going to be at the forefront of it. That was kind of quite an obvious one. Both the training, both the pilots and the maintenance crew. There's been some other notes coming out of the Netherlands about how they're going to be structuring it, and it looks like they're doing both the immediate and the long term in parallel, like the British notes indicated as well. So basically, they're saying we're doing conversion training for existing Ukrainian pilots. We're also doing kind of long term. Getting new Ukrainian pilots who haven't flown before into jets, etc. So I really like that, because I think that's the right way to do it. Don't just think about the immediate. Very much think about the immediate and do the immediate right now. But at the same time, you have capacity to do more than that, right? So also get the next generation in, get the cadets into flight suits and planes, because they'll need to be flying next year. Hopefully not in combat. Hopefully as deterrence missions and air policing on near the borders, right? But they are going to need to fly next year. So just getting more people in and expanding the size of the Ukrainian fleet is critical here as well. So if you can do both. Focus on the immediate, because that's the most pressing need. But set them up for the future as well. Freight Monkey.
Yeah, Reznikov he's quite a smiley person in general, isn't he? I mean, he's him and Budanov would be like a bit of the yin and the yang, but on the fighter jets, my question is, now this is, I know so little about fighter jets. The Australian F-18s, if someone is trained on an F-16, can they fly an F-18, or is it like a world apart?
I don't think it's a world apart, but you definitely need conversion training to go from 16 to 18 or vice versa.
So if you allow me,
it's not like an Airbus A319 and an Airbus A320.
Yeah. Okay. So if you allow me,
it's not like these are the 6 differences to pay attention to. Don't land at such a steep angle, or you're going to scrape the tail. It's more complicated than that.
So we've got, like, I don't know, not an endless supply of F-16s, but the F-16 seems to be like the plane which everybody has, and we've got a lot of them. So basically that should be the focus then, over these Australian F-18s. I mean, of course, if you get Australian F-18s, no, I don't think anybody would complain. But I mean, the lesser the least different amounts of systems they've got, and the more of that individual system they got, I think the better, right?
So I agree with what you say, but I disagree on your analysis, and I disagree on the conclusion. And I'll put it this way. F-16s are already a given, therefore they need less focus. there is availability for somewhere between 50 and 100 F-16s in Europe as it is, to be able to be delivered to Ukrainians within the coming year or so, right? So different ones are going to be delivered at different points from different countries at different points, but give or take, there is close to 100 that we know of across Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, that are not sold off already, that can go to Ukraine. Now, there might be some among them that need a little bit more work. There might be some that just aren't going to be worth it. But let's say that we kind of know for, let's say, 80 odd, and then more can be found, and then Belgium can spare a few eventually, and there can be more coming from other sources later on. But basically, we're looking at least close to 100, and then maybe some can come from somewhere else as well, right? So that's kind of a start there. I think there should be a lot of focus on the Australian F-18s because they are not being used for anything. They're in storage. They are very well suited for the purpose, and there's over 40 of them. Now, there are also over. There's also some in Spanish service out in the Canaries that are getting replaced. That are getting replaced by the new Eurofighters that Spain will be getting quite soon. So those could go as well. So if you're looking and saying, well, yes, it would be a smaller fleet, but it would also be extremely useful to Ukrainians to just have more Western jets in the sky, especially these ones that I think they count more than 1 for 1 just because it is a bigger loadout, the F-18 compared to the 16. I think it's super worth it. And also, there would be something of a long-term, let's call it a replacement plan. Ride these ones out really hard, and then get the Finnish ones in 4 or 5 years as Finland gets F-35s. Then, Finnish ones aren't going to be coming earlier than that, but they will be able to come in 2026, 27 when Finland starts getting F-35 deliveries, right? Switzerland, I presume, and when does Switzerland get 35 Straight Monkey? And I presume they're going to sell theirs to their old F-18s to America and wash their hands off it, and then they can be going to Ukraine a second hand, and then some Americans can go to Ukraine a second hand. I don't know how hard-ridden the Canadian ones will be at that point if they can go to Ukraine a second hand, but basically, it's about 40 to 60 in the immediate, right? That can go to Ukraine in 6 months' time, and then there are more that those pilots can switch to in a year, in 2 years, in 3 years, in 4 years, in 5 years, to kind of not have to get retrained in the immediate. What do you think, Red Monkey?
Yeah, so I mean, Switzerland has I think 31 or 32 F-18s left, but I don't think they would be immediately phased out because
no, in like 4 years.
Yeah, but also there's still a mission that the F-5 Tigers were still. They were still doing. This is last time I was much more involved in the conversation about fighter jets, which is when the whole Gripen thing happened. When essentially the parliament and the government thought, okay, it would be a good idea to buy the Gripen off the Swedes, and the left forced through a referendum on the subject because they basically didn't want airplanes because of pollution and peace. So then the Gripen thing got cancelled, and now they're working on the F-35. But it seems to be 2030 onwards, if I'm not mistaken. So 7 years, right? But even if the F-35s come in,
okay, never mind.
Even if the F-35s come in, I'm not 100% sure. I'll check. But even if the F-35s come in like today, they would still need to do a lot of. I mean, they would still need extra planes for air police. I'll go and check that up right now. But so what you're saying is the F-35s have a separate F-18s have a separate sort of mission and raison d'être to the F-16s. So that addition in itself is something which is worthwhile having, right? Did I get that right?
It's not just about that. It's just about saying, look, more Western jets is good for Ukraine. And yes, a subfleet of 40 odd F-18s would not be ideal, because ideally you would have a subfleet of 200 F-18 super developed Super Hornets, right? That would be your ideal case. Or you would have like 300 F-16s. but you can't get 300 F-16s in the short while. So getting 80 F-16s and 40 F-18s is better than just getting 80 F-16s. And this is kind of what I think the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has been angling at, basically saying, no, we swear we can operate more than one time at the same, more than one type at the same time. We have enough people to learn more than one type at the same time. Can we have some more planes, please, beyond the F-16s also? And they've been kind of going out and hinting that very strongly. So I think that's where the F-18s come in. So it's, I think, worthwhile working on them. Plus, their loadout is bigger than an F-16.
No, I mean, in general,
and just think of it like bigger JDAM kits.
In general, the more the better. I just checked on the Swiss ones. It seems that we will continue to fly F-5 Tigers and F-18s up until 2027 and 2030. I think the F-5 Tigers are they're super cool looking planes. They look great when you put them with the red and white painting for the Batterie Suisse. But I think they are way past their operational life. But they're still needed as backup. So I think it's F-18 Swiss F-18s into Ukraine, maybe in 2030. That's the point.
Yeah, no, you're right, and I mean, let's just forget completely about those, right? My general point is there will be ones taken out of service in other countries. Yes, there's not as many, but they will be useful, and still have 300, 400, 500 hours left a piece, and they will be useful then after the Australian ones are ridden to death, right? There's still something to put in there, and that's useful later on. That was my bigger point there. Yeah, James, shoot. James, try again.
I can't hear James.
No, I think James is in a bad reception area, and we will turn to James. Maybe try James in a minute or two when you've driven to somewhere else. Yeah, wherever it is that you are on this beautiful day today. But yeah, exactly. So it's just useful to have more. It really is really useful to just have more. While you're around, Trade Monkey, St. Petersburg Economic Forum is on, and I think this is a great topic for Ming and for many people around here right now. So I know of two representatives from Europe. One is the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary, the one Peter Szijjártó Peter. The other is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Austria, Karin Kneißl. And they're both quite famous for their interactions with Russians, because, of course, Karin Kneißl invited Putin to her wedding, which she had in Zürich or Gamlitz or somewhere there on the southern Austrian border. I forget exactly where, and danced with Putin at her wedding. So obviously she's completely agnostic as to, completely non-aligned as to anything. And the other one, Szijjártó Peter, goes and flies to Minsk and Moscow way too often. And last year spoke at the Rosatom Symposium as an honored guest in Sochi. So that's who actually went to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. Interestingly, the presidents of Kazakhstan and Brazil, Tokayev and Lula, the former of which went to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum last year just to tell Putin that no, he's not going to be recognizing any of these BS republics that Russia keeps forming all around the world. And Lula both said, well, we didn't really have the time to go, so have fun or whatever, but we're not going. And yes, indeed, Kneißl kneeled in front of Putin there at her wedding, or curtsied, or whatever you want to say. So lovely people all around. Yeah, James, we have you back. I hope you can call, either way, aircraft or foreign current or former ministers.
Yeah, no worries. I'm driving across the plains of Calais. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So isn't that the conference that General Mike Flynn attended and sat on the same table as Putin? I mean, it was one of those.
I think not. I think that was what's it called? Ming, help me out. What's it called? The lake.
That was
the lake.
no,
next
that
to
was
Moscow?
the anniversary of RT, I think.
But what's the other one? The lake close to Moscow, the resort.
Oh God! No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. No, it was definitely Russia Today celebration, where Putin sat next to Flynn. The something group. What's it called? I can't remember. Sorry, Jim.
We
Name
both
slipped
forgot
my-
at the same time. The place where the strategic thingy where they meet and talk. But yeah, fun times, eh?
last few years, and to liberal human reinforce the losses Ukraine has had in its offensive is just going to be incredibly demoralizing for the Russians. They know they've lost this. The only thing they can do, and it's clear what they're going to try and do, is bomb Ukraine from the air using cruise missiles and Shahed drones. And they can do that pretty, without too much difficulty for a very long time. And that much is clear. And the best way to defend against that in a country as huge as Ukraine is fighter jets. It's cheaper, it's more effective, you can cover more ground. And and for the long-term development, the long-term recovery of Ukraine as an economy, you need all the aircraft you can get. Thanks.
100%, James. So yeah, Ming was right. That was the 10th anniversary of RT, and I checked. Valdai is what Ming and I were both forgetting. Great monkey.
I mean, at this stage, it might be a little bit difficult to differentiate the 10th anniversary of RT and the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. It's pretty much the same people, right, who would show up. So, but I'm just looking at the list, and it is indeed a little scant on Western people. Of course, Saudi Arabia, India, China, all showing up. That is just as expected. Brazil is an interesting one because a lot of people. Brazil gets put in the BRICS. Obviously, it's the B in BRICS, and the Vatniks were very. Sorry, the Tankies were very quick to declare victory because they saw Lula being, not unfriendly towards Putin. But Lula, and all the Brazilian politicians, by the way, if it were Bolsonaro in the same chair, it would be similar. Like every BRICS country, they're playing their own game, right? They've got their own issues. They don't. The Brazilians don't see themselves as being aligned to either side of this war. They see themselves as being very neutral, and they've got their own. They don't have. They're not in continental Europe, nor are they in Asia. So from their security perspective, they don't have they don't see the challenges as being the same, essentially. And they buy a lot of Russian fuel. They've taken advantage of a lot of the discounts there, and they export their own fuel back to places like Europe and the Middle East, etc. So they're benefiting.
Wait, sorry, who's that?
Sorry?
Who's that? Not in continental Europe, not in Asia?
The Brazilians, sorry.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
right. Sorry.
Yeah, but because they're neither, they neither have to deal with the security issues of Asia because they don't see that they have that much. I mean, they're just selling a lot of products to China, iron ore and grains, but they don't really have a view on the whole Taiwan story. So they're happily, spending time with the Chinese, but they're not European either, and they don't see their security interests in Europe. So they're very happy just being in the middle and making a buck. That's what they're doing. But it doesn't mean that they're immune to everything either. And Lula has been playing around and being neutral but not too close, warming up to someone but not going too close. So it's going to be a little bit of an upset for the Tankies. to not see Lula showing up at this event. The Brazilians are definitely not as close to Russia as Russia thinks they are. That is my point. Compared to places like India or China, which are much more committed to Russia.
So the other general point here is a lot of places, frankly, just aren't as close as anybody says. The only people who say, "Oh, BRICS are so intertwined, tightly woven," the only people who keep saying this are Russian propagandists, various bits of the propaganda apparatus, domestic propaganda apparatus in all of these respective countries, and then various tankies and vatniks in the West. But like, no one in reality says, even the economic leadership of any of those countries doesn't say, yeah, Brazil's our savior. If you're Nabulina, you don't keep going on about India and Brazil, because it doesn't frankly make any bit of a difference. It's all just make believe, and this is the real difference between Western institutions and then these ones cropping up elsewhere. Is in some of these institutions you have like rules and a bureaucracy and an enforcement mechanism and like regular meetings and consolidation of legal standards and whatever else. And in the other set, you just have you have a summit and you have a big show and tell, but you don't actually do anything. Monkey?
That is, I think you just nailed it, Doman. BRICS until this war was exactly that, and since the war, the tankies have been playing up the idea of BRICS to something that it's not. Some kind of equivalent of, I don't know, some kind of economic alliance, but it's not an economic alliance. There's obviously always talk about the reserve currency, and that is something that, the end of the hegemony of the US dollar is one of the favorite talking points of all tankies. They absolutely love the topic without having the slightest understanding of what it means to actually replace the dollar as the reserve currency. Of course, the Chinese, the Brazilians, the Saudis are all trying in their own way to basically arbitrage and to get the most out of what they're doing. And sometimes the reliance on the US dollar is difficult. But what people don't understand is, especially places in South America like Brazil and Argentina, especially Argentina. Argentina is the country that has devaluated its currency, more times than you could possibly ever imagine. The only reason why they're interested in BRICS and they're interested in the end of the US dollar is they think that they can devalue a currency, they can issue more of a currency. Basically, they can print free money without paying the cost of inflation. And we all know that doesn't work. And so BRICS is a bunch of countries that they're all saying this very loudly, but they're all trying to find ways of screwing each other. It's not very realistic. The Brazilians, to an extent, are trying the same thing. They're like, okay, so if we can use something else than the US dollar, can we use it at our advantage? But it creates a prisoner's dilemma because everybody's trying to do exactly the same thing. And the other thing that we have to note is most countries in BRICS don't even like each other. I mean, India and China are in essentially a perpetual state of border conflict / war. I mean, sometimes they're very close to war. It's never really escalated since for a while, but let's not forget they've got a disputed border, and that's like one of the biggest geopolitical problems for the Chinese and the Indians is each other's countries and who's going to be in control of the Indian Ocean. So it's not as if BRICS is anything else than what you just called it, a show and tell thing. So it's I don't know. It always makes me laugh, this whole BRICS story, and it never changes the fact that all the Brazilian want, even though they're talking about doing trade in any other currency, but all they ever want are US dollars for all their exports. They want US dollars, and if they're importing something, they would rather. They would rather be able to do it on their own terms, of course, which sometimes can can lead to interesting proposals, especially when they're buying fuel off Russia, because like, how are you going to do it? Are you going to be buying it on rubles, etc., etc.? I'm not exactly sure how they do it, by the way. That would be interesting for someone to look into. But they're all desperate for US dollars. So it's yeah. Sorry, I'm rambling again.
No, that's very right. You know, Brazilians will happily take euros if they must, right? That's not an issue. It's more the case of they're not going to take rubles for anything because they don't really have a way to spend them, nor will they take rupees for anything of any volume. So of course, and plenty of times. I'll say this much: it's true that within the EU, different countries try to kind of get a competitive advantage or whatever. The thing is, they can't get 1% as far as BRICS can get with respect to one another. So scale matters, right? And that's because there's actually a system in place that's been worked on over literally many decades. That has made it very difficult to make any significant ability to anyone to mess with one another, right? And there's a huge difference in that and what the BRICS do with respect to each other. I just find it really hilarious. You say that this has started since the war started. No. I've been listening to this for a decade now. Yeah, BRICS is the future. Ever since about 2000, there was talk about this in 2009. I don't know even when they held their first summit. But I've been listening to Vatniki propaganda going on, and Tanki's going on about it since about the Greece being in the throes of the financial crisis. I've seen people throw about the term BRICS, and these weren't just straight up propagandists. These were like Tanki economists who were talking about it way back then, like 2009, 2010. And yeah, it never had anything because the interests are actually diametrically opposed.
Doman, have you been following Tanki propaganda since 2009?
I've been following Tanki propaganda longer than that.
You're such an educated
not necessarily
man.
intentionally. not necessarily intentionally. It's more a case of it just stumble upon it.
But you are right because when Russia Today started its expansion overseas, was that my first experience with Russia Today was about probably around the same time. I was just in university, 2012, 2013, and they were already talking about it, but it was nowhere near what you have now. But for anybody wondering, if you want to be the reserve currency of the world, you need to have an infinite amount. You need to have access to infinite amounts of that currency, essentially at any given time. And I'm not an economist, so I might be explaining this slightly wrong. But you basically need to have it needs to be a freely traded currency, which is why a currency like the yuan wouldn't be able to, because it's a bit like the ruble. The exchange rate is whatever the Chinese government says it is. If you're Chinese, you're not allowed to just change your yuan into dollar. And one of the reasons of that is if you let them, there would be such a huge outflow of their own currency because no one really trusts it, and rightfully so. So whenever someone jokes around and is like, the yuan is going to replace the US dollar, you're like, but how? You would first need to change the entire political system. There's only about 3 currencies which could theoretically at the moment be the world's reserve. Is probably the yen, the Japanese yen, but maybe there's not even enough of that, and maybe the euro. And the euro has been, people have been trying to use the euro like that, but I feel there's only one language that works across every single country. If you're trading between South Africa and India, the South Africans don't want, they don't want INR, and the Indians, they don't want South African rand. They want to trade in dollars. If you're gonna go and buy drugs off a drug dealer, you're not going to be able to buy them in yuan. That's my point.
Yeah, and I think they made that clear in about 1860. Right. Sorry, that was a low blow. No, but that's it, right? And they talk a big game, but at the end of the day, there's nothing much of it. And I have a strong hunch that they're just doing these summits mostly to fuel their own propaganda. Russian domestic propaganda didn't get so good without ample prep. I'm not kidding. This didn't. It isn't just good because it's good. It's good because they know what to feed it to keep the beast going, and they're feeding it some really quote good stuff. Fred Monkey.
Yeah, so when you look at Russian propaganda and Vatniks, I was lurking on a Vatnik space yesterday evening after this whole experience that we had with the chief tanky.
They're not revisiting.
No,
that.
no, we're not revisiting that. But there was a bit of talk about that, and they like to publish that map, which creates the non-Western aligned countries, which has some of the Gulf countries, which has India, China, Brazil, Argentina, places like Venezuela. But what's interesting and what they sort of misunderstand is, they color it all red, showing we're a bloc against the West. But what they kind of forget is that most of these countries are competing for the same buyer. I think that BRICS is a brilliant idea, by the way. There's nothing wrong about it, and it's all good that they organize themselves and they try and create more trade between themselves. But seriously, what is Russia going to be buying from Brazil? What does Russia need from Brazil? And the only thing that the Brazilians have three huge products that they can export. Maybe four if you calculate, maybe if you put planes, but I don't think the Russians need to buy the Brazilian planes. But we're talking about oil and oil products, which Russia produces more of. We're talking about grains, which Russia does not import at all because they have their own production. And we're talking about iron ore, which the Russians export as well. So it's not as if you have that many synergies. So they're basically competing against the Chinese, and the Chinese are very happy to have a group of countries around and happy to play the leader in a way. It's just it puts all the sellers in the same room, right? It's quite practical. I'm talking about if I can just deviate off topic a second. One thing that really did pop up in that tanky space. First of all, it was incredibly boring, and it was a bit of a shit show because you have a few quite crazy people around. But really, what they were pushing that day, and this is the first time I've listened in, is the human cost of the war, which is exactly what I can't remember the name of the gentleman who came on, David, I think it's David. He was trying to push that narrative on the MriyaReport as well. But basically, they were really parading themselves as humanists, and it requires such a you have to divorce yourself from
cynicism is the word.
Cynicism. You have to be so far from reality that it's just extraordinary. I spent 10-15 minutes there, and at some point I was like, it was midnight, and I thought I should go to sleep because I need to work tomorrow. But very, very strange place indeed, and boring.
That's it. I like the last one. I like the last adjective. Klaus, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Are you in an absolutely stunning landscape?
Yeah. It was prettier before, but now it's getting more and more like average, but still beautiful. So
I see that you were lucky to get the last spot on the ferry there.
It was so nice because the next ferry would go 3 in the morning, so I would have slept in my car if I hadn't been able to get on this. There was another car that had to reverse to go off board, so he was a bit unfortunate. So the thing about the ferry from Bodø to Moskenes, it's called to Lofoten, is you can reserve your spot, but many do not know exactly when they are arriving. So many do just go and hope there's a spot on the ferry. So I was very, very fortunate. So But I was asked, thank you for asking. But regarding Brazil and Russia, isn't Brazil very dependent on fertilizer from Russia? And how much do they actually import from there? Does anyone know? Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know exactly, but I think you're right. That's one of those actual synergies. That's I'll go try to look that up, Klaus. Freight Monkey, if you have a number, shoot.
I don't have a number, but they import from Russia, from Morocco. Well, it's actually Bielorussian. It's BPC, the Belarusian potash company. So Bielorussian.
They need potassium. They don't need nitrogen.
They also buy nitrogen-based
and phosphates from Morocco.
They also buy nitrogen-based fertilizers. They buy quite a lot from China as well. But actually, that is a good point that I didn't have in mind. The fertilizer trade is incredibly important for the Brazilians, which has to do with their poor soil quality and the destructive way that they plant crops. So that is maybe an angle.
So I just Googled Brazil imports Russia, and I found the trading economics page that says in 2022, Brazil imported a total of $8.6 billion worth of goods from Russia. Out of 8.6 billion, 6.1 billion was fertilizer, and 1.9 billion was mineral fuels, oils, distillation products. So basically, all of Brazilian imports from Russia were either fertilizers or mineral fuels and oils. I think that they probably import a bit more than $8 billion worth of stuff, and that was an increase compared to every year before that. So I don't know. Is that a big understatement there, Freight Monkey?
Absolutely. And 2023, you will see those imports rising a lot for the middle distillates, oil products, diesel, jet fuel, naphtha, because the Brazilians are buying all the Russian cheap stocks that they can find, and they are exporting their own to third-party places. So they're arbitraging that. But you put it yourself, they're basically buying fertilizer, and that's kind of it. And what Russia buys from Brazil is probably also very limited. I mean, $8 billion is not that much in terms of trade between two very large countries.
It's like 2% of Brazilian imports are from Russia. So big whoop. Tommy.
So just a quick note, as far as Russian propaganda and humanism, I have heard on the Solovyov show Beria described as a humanist, which made me so angry I almost smashed the TV while my father was watching it. Because sometimes when I go to his house, we hear such wonderful thoughts coming from the Russian propaganda sources. So I wouldn't put too much stock in anything that Russians say regarding humanism in their propaganda. And as far as, yes, the whole Brazil thing, China is way more important to Brazil than Russia ever will be. And this speaks to, by the way, to a greater problem that after the dissolution of after the end of the Cold War, let's call it, there was a big vacuum in the world, and Western governments, maybe they didn't have the bandwidth, maybe they didn't want to exert the economic effort, but there was a big vacuum left that it was thought didn't need to be filled that much because there was no competition. And I'm honestly hoping that now that there's a restructuring of the way the global economy works, the way global power works, that the Western countries and Europe and the US and so on will be better able to help countries integrate. And this is happening to a degree because, for example, the US, now that it's retreating from Chinese markets and moving their production and so on elsewhere, have signed cooperation agreements with Indonesia. They have moved on to countries such as Malaysia, Vietnam, India, and so on. And today there was a report, I don't know how fresh it is, but the European Union is trying to have a cooperation framework with Chile, for example. So anytime that there's a vacuum left, somebody will fill it. And right now it's critical to realize that Russia retreating opens up a vacuum in a lot of regions, especially Central Asia. And if China doesn't, if the West doesn't take measures, China will fill that vacuum, and that's guaranteed. So let's hope that Western leaders take this into account and act quickly, because right now we saw, as soon as Russia's influence started weakening, right now we see that, for example, the Chinese are building a highway in Georgia. So immediately there's efforts to integrate, because we shouldn't be caught out sleeping on the wheel.
No, for sure. And any of these, China being the one replacing Russia in Central Asia, Caucasus, not a good idea, right? Certainly should be done very differently indeed. Klaus?
I spoke with some folks that warned that BRICS is a foundation that is on its way up, and I pointed out that the S in BRICS, South Africa, isn't even able to make a sustainable electrical grid. So it breaks down maybe every day. So how is that kind of an economy? South Africa have deteriorated since Nelson Mandela passed away, and it just there's so much corruption and nepotism in South Africa as well. So probably Russia and South Africa is a very good fit in the end. Thank you.
Fred Monkey?
Yeah, South African infrastructure is a total nightmare. It's one of the places. When I went 10 years ago to Richards Bay, which is one of the main ports of export in South Africa, the infrastructure was in much better condition than it is now. That whole rail infrastructure is really screwed. Actually, a lot of it is going backwards. What South Africa has going for it is a huge amount of their own natural resources, especially coal, which is quite valuable and very, very cheap to produce electricity. But the government is, it's an endless problem of corruption, like the previous speaker was talking about. But I don't think you will see South Africa ever sort of really turning their backs on Russia, because even though South Africa is not like there's no real trade between the two countries. I mean, it's a tiny proportion, but there is this ANC Russian connection which lasts since the Cold War, and I don't think that's really going away. So unfortunately for South Africa, their situation is looking a little bit more hopeless. I mean, a year ago you had very violent riots in South Africa, and since then the situation has somewhat stabilized. But economically, that place is really in trouble, and it's a bit sad. But there's no real way out of it. So it seems that, but again, they're not very. South Africa is not that relevant today for Russia. So, at most it can be an ideological, what would you call it, point on the map that helps Russia, but it's not as if it's not as if these countries even have that much trade. So.
Yeah, ideology before all else is the plan there. I wonder how it ended up being resolved in the end, because I was under the impression that they were, how can we put this? That they were going to arrest Putin if he showed up, and then they weren't going to arrest Putin if he showed up, and then they were giving me diplomatic immunity, and then whatever else. So I think in the end they will probably have decided to, I don't know, not, or maybe yes, or maybe no,
He didn't go.
or maybe
He
something
wasn't
else.
going anyway, right?
Well, he wasn't going anyway, but it was going to happen in August or September, so it's somewhere off to decide what's happening. And I think that the end resolution was that then instead the summit would be hosted in somewhere else instead, rather than South Africa, like China or something.
I mean, I think the DOJ is also looking into South Africa because there's apparently weapons that might have been moving from South Africa to China. I mean, I don't really know what the update on that is. I haven't really looked into it, but I spoke with a few South African shipping people, and they're incredibly worried because if South Africa gets in serious trouble with the Americans, I mean, it's just going to be a lot more difficult for South Africa to export anything, and for a country that is very, very reliant. Talk about US dollars. South Africa is incredibly reliant on US dollars coming in. I mean, South Africa does not have a Dutch disease as such, which is, the Dutch disease is that famous case where you export one commodity, which is, I mean, it's such a good trade that basically everything else in the country is unproductive. South Africa doesn't have that problem. They've got a problem that the only thing that they can actually do is sell natural resources at the moment, because they can't, even if they wanted to, even if it wasn't so productive to sell these natural resources, there's nothing else that they can do because they can't invest even in their own country. So whereas Brazil has a bit more of a Dutch disease with their exports, which is holding Brazil's economic development from going forward. So South Africa really needs those US dollars. So if suddenly they get in big trouble, I don't know what's going to happen. But I think the Americans are working in the background there, and we won't necessarily hear about it.
Yeah, probably something like that. Tommy.
So I was thinking about, now that we were discussing BRICS, how did the story regarding Russia being unable to get money out of India pan out? There was supposed to be some payment settled in rupees, but according to Indian banking regulations, were suddenly they couldn't get the money out of India. Did we ever learn what happened with that story? Did somebody track it?
Anyone? No, apparently not. Okay, fair enough. I'll use this moment to say, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Steiner is returning tonight or today, depending on where you are. There's a tweet in the nest. Go ahead and retweet it. If you have any questions for him, just reply to that tweet, because this way he won't miss them. If you can also DM them to people like David Brookfield, for example, he'll be around for that. But it's easiest if you just reply there, because then everybody sees them all at the same time, and then you don't have to rely on people remembering to put them anywhere. So just go and share and retweet that tweet above, and reply to it with any questions, topics that you might be wondering about with regards to the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Tommy.
Also, something else that I thought about regarding so China, the Belt and Road Initiative, they have been lending all this money to all sorts of regimes and governments that aren't deemed safe to invest in by Western countries, and that's how they've been expanding their influence there. And something interesting that's happening now is that well, if you invest in a corrupt regime, that corrupt regime is very likely to not be able to fulfill the investment targets of the project and also not be able to repay your investment. So there's been this wave of China having to basically renegotiate loans and so on because the country that's supposed to be repaying them doesn't have the economic result of the project that the money was provided for, but and is thus unable to repay the loans. So now a whole bunch of those, how should I say, of those loans are coming in. Those chickens are coming home to roost, I'm trying to say.
You know, they better be. There's no time like the present for something like that, and I'm very happy that finally, possibly, maybe these things might be moving on a little bit here. Don't really know what else to say to that, Tommy. Ming, how do you see all of this? Don't tell me Ming's lost audio again.
I could hear you there, Damon, but I didn't hear what else was said.
Did you hear Tommy beforehand at all?
About chickens coming home to roost?
Yes.
Yes, I did. Sorry, I was chuckling to myself about the discussion of tankies as humanists. So because I'm in NAFO, I get added to a lot of people's lists, like, you know, NAFO Nazis or whatever. And I have a bunch of lists on Twitter to sort of hit back for that sort of thing. So I have orgy participants and surgery volunteers. So I add them, people who add me to their nasty lists, I add them to my own nasty list. And their only way off it is to block me. I don't block anyone. But there's a whole bunch, there's a list I maintain that tankies can't object to because I want to see what they're saying. I don't follow them. But it's humanists. So I stick them on my humanist list, the tankies who haven't blocked me, to see what the latest and greatest is in their thinking.
Speaking of tankies, I have great news to share. This is a little bit personal, but I hope you'll appreciate this. So I have been informed by reliable sources in the form of one David Brookfield that finally it has taken off. It has taken off. So David found a friendly NAFO member who heard someone referred to someone as a main battle tanky in real life, and didn't know that this was originating here on the MriyaReport by yours truly. So either somebody has come to the same excellent conclusion themselves, in which case, good work, and if not, it means that I have managed to influence the world, not necessarily within the confines of this excellent and august establishment. Either way, I'm very happy, and I am glad that correct terminology is being employed in unsuspecting places.
Do we know where this was, Dermot? Where was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Britain. I've put the unsuspecting chap up in the nest, but you can tell me where this will have been. But I think it was Britain. Fancy.
Can you help me, Doman, with this linguistical, new definition What's the difference between a tanky and a main battle tanky?
Well, a tanky is an apologist for tanks being in place, for Kremlinite tanks being in places where they shouldn't be. A main battle tanky, I think, argues vociferously and leads other tankies in it. And a main battle tanky can also be a Vatnik at the same time, if they are a cheerleader for tanks being in places where they shouldn't be. Does that make sense?
Okay, makes absolute sense. We'll pick it up into my repertoire of description of tankies. So is Karin Kneißl then a main battle tanky from Austria?
Could be. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she very well could be, because I don't follow exactly what all of her communications are. But definitely someone like George Galloway, for example, definitely a main battle tanky. We've had even an admission from the Russian embassy in Sweden that he definitely is.
She certainly looks like a sidewalk tank or Gehsteigpanzer.
Ooh, what did the Russian embassy in Sweden say about George Galloway, Dermot?
There's a designation. You can check the tweet in the nest and then scroll down, and you'll see that he's definitely classified as a main battle tanky. Now, of course, this is our friendly parody embassy. Hansi?
Yeah, so I've been interrupted. I wanted to say that there is some German or Austrian name for incredibly overweight, especially ladies on the sidewalk. We call them Gehsteigpanzer, which means sidewalk tank. I'm curious if we could make something there for Kneißl, some special designation, like some main sidewalk or sidewalk main battle tanky.
Oh my! I don't know. I don't know. This is about what they think and say. This isn't about who they are. So I think that's I steer well clear of any of that. But I think you well could. I think we could find something very specific and useful in that particular case. I think. Frank, Mikey, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that you will probably go into the annals of history, and maybe this space will too, because making the main battle tanky, bringing it from a fairly obscure, it's a fairly obscure thing to have a Twitter space on 24/7. Right? I don't know if there's many things similar to that, and to bring that into real life, it's quite an achievement. I would be careful calling everybody main battle tanky. For me, main battle tanky is someone you really need to be at the top echelons of tankyism to make it up there, because you don't want to have main battle tanky inflation, if that makes sense. You don't want too many of them. It should be really rewarded to the top end. So we definitely had one yesterday on the space. But anyway, congratulations on making it to the real world. This another note: these parody embassies. It's very, very funny because okay, now everybody knows that they're parodies, but when they started popping up, it was funny because they were commenting on videos and other tweets, and a lot of the little tankies and Vatniks did not necessarily didn't understand that they were parodies, and so some of the exchanges were really hilarious. Now they're very useful for memes, but unfortunately, having been found out, the Russian embassy for Sweden is. It's no longer quite as entertaining. Let's put it that way.
I think what's impressive is when you read something and you have to double check whether it's a real embassy or a fake embassy. Now it's difficult because they have the square avatar instead of the round avatar, so it's harder to tell. So it's easier to tell them apart. But when you see a parody embassy tweet out something, they're like, yeah, that's believable. That is what reflects poorly on Russia. And this is the worst, I think, that they do, is whenever something like that is actually believable. And I see David is listening now. Thank you, David, for highlighting that somebody in the real world found use for my exploits there with main battle tankies. Klaus.
Thank you. I heard that in Germany, when when one truck goes slightly faster and it tries to pass on the highway, it's called an Elefantrennen. So something similar where they try to compete with each other, but does it very slow, maybe. Thank you.
Well, slowness in various forms can sometimes come to the fore. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. No, it gets quite interesting. All of this. By the way, big news. Stoltenberg, a couple of hours ago at this point, has announced that there are indeed F-16 pilots being trained already. Ukrainian pilots being trained on the F-16s already, which is great news. And I just wanted to highlight that because, I mean, what better news is there, really? Appropriate action being taken. So it's always good. Oh! I have had the best suggestion I've heard today, and I've heard some good ones. We have another level of the hierarchy, Fred Monkey said, we shouldn't disrupt the hierarchy. If we should also introduce the Internet Fighting Vatnik, or the IFV, I think that's a pretty good suggestion. Well done, anonymous commenter. I don't know. We might be overcomplicating things, but I really like it, and I think that if we can get the Russian embassy in Sweden to explain this to the many people around, I think we can have a good classification going. Very, very well done.
By the way, Doman, that tweet about main battle tankies is Pewok's tweet, and he's listening, so we can ask him to come up and tell us where you picked that one up. It'd be quite interesting to hear.
Yes, please, Pewok, if you're listening, since you're listening, do you want to come tell us where you heard somebody use the term main battle tanky in real life? You don't have to be too specific, but just, you don't have to say what city, but just kind of describe a typical suburban street or whatever, and somebody shouting and somebody else. I would love to know the setting. And I am not in the business of charging royalties. I'm just, this is completely, Creative Commons or whatever license you want to apply to it. And as long as it's being used in good stead, I'm very glad that it is. So let's see if that entices him up. So that's yeah. Apparently today, one Marine Le Pen said that Crimea is Russia by their own choice per their referendum. Question is this a regular tanker, or does she qualify as a main battle tanker because of her political status? Thank you. I think for her, definitely qualifies her as a main battle tanker because of exactly the reach and the leadership that she exhibits among the tankies. That I think is exactly why. And I will again highlight, as far as I'm concerned, tankies are not politically specific. This isn't a left or right question. This is just a question of defending the fact that there are Kremlinite tanks somewhere where they shouldn't be. That's all there is. Apologism for tanks in a wrong place is tankyism in itself. You don't. This isn't a left or right issue. There are plenty sensible people, both on the left and the right, about this, who quite rightly say that no, Russian tanks should be in Russia, not in Ukraine, and the same for Czechoslovakia, and the same for Hungary back in '68 and '56, respectively. Freight Monkey. Freight Monkey. I think Freight Monkey has tech issues, but that should be recovered momentarily, I think. Yeah, nobody wants to chat with us today, mate. What's wrong with them? I mean, something clearly has to be, otherwise they'd be pouring.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just one of those days. It's also, you know, we're in the counter-offensive phase where there's not a lot of news out there. And you know, it's I guess what we call a slow news day. I'm hoping that Ramstein will spice things up. Specifically, what I'm hoping is that all those complaints that we had in the last few days regarding government reactions to the blowing up of the Kakhovka Dam are remedied with exciting new announcements.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Hope so. Sure, hope so. Freight Monkey, let's try if we can hear you this.
Yeah, I think I'm back. Okay, so on Marine Le Pen, just a few thoughts. The Front National, actually now Rassemblement National, was always pushing the ideas of legally binding referendum for things. So I think what she's saying about Crimea maybe is something more to appeal to, you know, her sort of worldview, that if you have a vote on something, you know, regardless of the circumstances, you know, it should be just something that, well, they said it's legally binding, so they chose, so it should be like that. I'm not 100% sure she can be a main battle tanky, in the sense that she's also condemned the full-scale invasion. So she's only really a 3/4 of an apologist, if that makes sense. That said, I do know that she's condemned the full-scale invasion only because of so much pressure. So not elite enough, in my opinion, to be a main battle tanky. You know, because otherwise she'd be like outright, you know, spurring the whole thing on. Don't you agree?
So maybe more like an AMX 10RC. You don't quite know how to describe it.
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, it's just a thought I've got about. I despise the woman, but I don't really rightly know where they fully stand on the whole thing, because we know how close she has been, at least historically, with Putin. But then the French have always been a little bit more ambivalent about the whole thing. You know, they've always seen this. I think it's because the French lent them a lot of Russian grammar has French origins, and a lot of Russian words have French origins. And I think it goes back to this French idea of the Enlightenment, and they see themselves somewhat close to the Russians. I don't really understand the whole thing, but I kind of, you know, have this feeling. But she's definitely a tanky. That is for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those. You know, maybe we'll have to figure out. You know, a better system. But yes, there needs to be something found. You know, something light battle tank. You know, that doesn't quite work. No, we'll need to figure out something. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
IFV was very, very funny. That made me laugh for about 1 full minute. So it's very good. I think that should be used.
Yeah, I also got an apologist propaganda communicator for an APC. So yes.
Anyway,
people are full of good ideas.
There's a lot of meme potential in this. If someone wants to get started on that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. You never know which parody Russian embassy is listening. Lily.
Guten Morgen, everyone. Or good afternoon, evening. Please retweet MriyaReport and if you can donate, please do. If not, tell others to come and join our Facts and Fun here, pro-Ukrainian, Ukraine winning this war. I wanted to ask, friends of mine came in from Luxembourg, and they said they were going through Frankfurt, and they noticed an enormous US government plane cargo, either troops or large equipment, and wondered if that's unusual instead of using a base, an armed force base, as opposed to the airport itself that everyone else is using. Is that not unusual, or?
Okay, so you might or might not be familiar with the Rhine-Main Air Base, which is basically Frankfurt Airport. They used to be there, and they've left some years ago, maybe a decade ago, I forget exactly when. But basically, the half of Frankfurt, what is now Frankfurt Airport, or a third of what is now Frankfurt Airport, actually used to be a U.S. Air Force Air Base. It used to be the headquarters of the Military Airlift Command as well. So, or the main installation of the Military Airlift Command. It was very large, and now the civilians have taken it over and just added a terminal to Frankfurt Airport, basically. So it used to be a very regular site, is what I want to say. Since then, occasionally it's used. You will see that at other airports in Europe. Like if you fly to Athens, I don't think I've ever been to Athens airport without there being, a giant American transport airplane present. Maybe it was just good luck on my part, but it's pretty normal. It doesn't. It's not too rare a thing. Now, you might be aware that there's currently a very extensive NATO air exercise going on in Germany or over Germany. There have been the various German very concerned citizens complaining that, oh, what about all of the pollution that this is causing in Germany? And that there have been other Germans who are like, ooh, I get to see a Eurovision Typhoon from really close by, which I normally don't get to do, and all sorts of other very cool aircraft that they don't normally get to see. So I would guess that whatever this aircraft was, and I can't really tell from this description, that it was probably in the context of this giant exercise, which is currently underway in Germany, rather than any other context. Could also be that it's supplying stuff for Ukraine. Could also be something else, but most of that will go through Ramstein or somewhere else. The other factor is, I don't know where whatever plane it was, I don't know, but he went to Brussels, not to Ramstein. So the Ramstein meeting this week is actually not at Ramstein, it's in Brussels, so it wouldn't be that. So it could be a number of reasons. The most likely reason, I think, could be that there's been some sort of an exchange between commercial carriers and the US Air Force, if it's a big transport plane. And it's not a part of the exercise, that there could be something that was delivered by a commercial carrier to Frankfurt, of which there are many, right? Freight is a large part of Frankfurt Airport's operations. It is being picked up by the US Air Force. And that could have been anything coming in from anywhere. Could be a consolidator flight as well.
Lily, did you say that this aircraft was flying from Luxembourg to Frankfurt? Because that's like an hour and 10-minute drive.
And I think her friends from Luxembourg flew to America from Frankfurt.
Ah, got it. Okay, yeah. No, it's just
because
that
it's a 1 hour flight.
because Luxembourg Airport has one of the longest runways in Europe, just to take the US military transport aircraft.
Yeah, it's not to take the British Airways 8319 to Heathrow, right? Or one of the many turboprops of Luxair. No, indeed. So that's that's probably what this is for, I presume, rather than anything else. It's just a guess. These happen quite a bit. So Frankfurt Airport is one of the big cargo hubs by default, because so many commercial aircraft, long-haul commercial aircraft go there. And of course, in their bellies, they tend to carry quite a bit of cargo as well, quite a bit of freight. Plus, Lufthansa Cargo is based at Frankfurt, so they have one of the largest one of the larger dedicated cargo operations around the world as well. So all of that together brings a lot of freight there, and it could well be that they were carrying some stuff that the U.S. Air Force is interested in. Could be something very trivial. Could be medical supplies, could be all sorts of things. So plenty of reason why they would be picking a large amount of cargo, maybe consolidated from many flights from many places from there, or maybe delivering something that then gets spread out across many flights to many places. Either way. Rubio, go ahead.
Oh, hi, Dolman. You were talking to Ming about it being a bit of a slow news day regarding the counter-offensive. I understand totally why that is with OPSEC. Well, how about the Russian Telegram channels? They're not known for being quiet when things are kicking off. Are things happening on there, or do we know, or people keeping tabs?
So Russians generally are a lot more verbose when it comes to saying what's going on the front. Ukrainians are keeping a really, really good lid on things from their perspective. Really astounding, even better than previously, and I think that is to be extra commended because before there might be little bits and pieces maybe said slightly too early on some really off occasions, and it didn't really end up mattering. But there were these hints in there sometimes. Now there seems to be nothing coming out that isn't coming out more or less straight from the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense or General Staff or some such communications. So I am very, very excited that they're doing such a good job of it, because that means that they really get to control the narrative. Of course, the part of the narrative they don't get to control is the part of the narrative that they don't get to control is the parts that the Russians put out. And Russians are putting out plenty of stuff. And I really mean plenty of stuff. They are writing all sorts of things in there, and some of it is true and some of it isn't true. And that is the complicating factor here. Russians are very happy to write lots of stuff that has no basis in reality on top of the things that they normally complain about that has a basis in reality. That includes everything from launching false victories or false news of Ukrainian movements in order to then be able to claim more victories. So just because you read it on a Russian Telegram channel doesn't mean it's true in the first place. They'll be very happy to say stuff like that as well, Rubio. Ming, what can you add to that?
Well, I was going to say that we did get the statement from the Deputy Defense Minister of Ukraine last night on her Telegram channel, and it struck me more as a sort of, managing expectations in terms of the progress of the counteroffensive. Where you can't tell which way she's trying to manage expectations, but let's see what she says. Got to quickly pull it up. So she says, extremely fierce battles are raging in parts of Ukraine as Kiev's forces continue their counteroffensive, and she conceded Russian forces were mounting a stiff defense in some areas. So, is she, doing this to sort of under-promise and over-deliver, or is she warning that, look, this is going to be a long haul and it's going to take time? Basically, the second battle of El Alamein scenario that we've discussed in recent days.
And more recently, some early this morning, some hours ago, let's say, at some point this morning, there was another really good comment from her, and she posted some pictures of Bradleys of a Bradley, and she said, "Look, this photo shows a Ukrainian Bradley after a direct hit by Grad, so Russian MRLs, rocket artillery. On the second is the crew of the Bradley, which successfully evacuated after the Bradley was hit and continues to perform tasks on other equipment. In the third picture, there is a picture of this damaged Bradley, which is already under repair." So I think something that has been really underscored, so a lack of underscoring during the course of this, whatever Ukrainians have been up to, whatever you want to call it, is that Ukrainians have been surviving hits in Western vehicles than they previously wouldn't have, or that they wouldn't have in Soviet equipment. Crew survivability is a huge deal, and that's not being emphasized nearly enough by various commentators. And the other one that is very well worth noting is actually the machines have been surviving. Like there's got a direct hit by Russian rocket artillery, possibly cluster munitions dispensed by Russian Grads, and there's a bunch of dents in it now. But they'll fix it up and they'll go on, and maybe a track got it, and maybe some optic system isn't there functioning properly anymore. But they towed it back. They'll fix it up and they'll go and they'll use it again. And this is something that Soviet equipment didn't allow for. This is also something that a lot of times you'll see, Russian pictures of a Bradley abandoned in a field, but you won't be missing out on all of this context. So this is where it's worthwhile saying, you see stuff on Russian Telegram. Make sure that it's not just the 7th angle on the 5th day of them showing the exactly same situation. But also, you'll see something like this and you'll think, oh, they lost the Bradley. Well, actually, they fought on. They pushed the Russians back, and they got a recovery vehicle to tow this Bradley back to base, and there were no casualties in the process. And there's some metal that needs tidying up, and there's some systems like a track or optics or whatever that need replacing. And 3 days later, the same Bradley will be back out in the field. And this is something that's really, really missing in the commentary, because just about all of the commentary that's coming is coming out of Russian sources rather than out of Ukrainian sources. And this is why they're pushing back just a little bit, just a little bit in Ukrainian commentary now that's emerging. But they make absolutely sure that they're not compromising any bits and pieces that could actually make a difference for Ukrainian forces on the front line at the same time. So that's it's good to know, at the very least.
Yeah, I'm sure you've got to be careful of separating the wheat from the chaff with whatever a Russian says, and I'm sure there's the vast majority of the stuff they put out on Telegram is purposely for disinformation. But it'd be nice to see, and I don't keep tabs on it, but it'd be great to see a rising tide of panic amongst them on the Telegram channels.
Exactly, and there's a lot of it there, and that's fine. Just need to take it with a big grain of salt. I think some people who got their hopes overly high up about exactly how things are going to go, and then only see Russians writing about it, think, oh no, things have gone dreadfully poorly. Just remember, I think Thomas Steiner also says a lot. 90% of Ukrainian forces set up for this counteroffensive haven't entered the fray yet, even, let alone have had any casualties at this point. Things are going to take quite a while to unfold. Don't worry too much. And this is why I'm not tracking stuff on a day-to-day basis. I see things, I say things, I forget things. That's fine. Moving on. This is something for Ukrainians to analyze at a much deeper level, with far more information than is public, indeed far more information than Russians probably have about many of these things. And I'll start paying really close attention and start going up and down with, or allowing my mood to swing with every bit of news once Ukrainians have gotten somewhere far, far deeper than they're currently publicly known to be. But as some commentators have said, there seems to be quite a lot of circumstantial evidence that Ukrainians might be a lot deeper than they're letting on, and in some cases be further behind the lines, like that Msta S that got captured yesterday by Ukraine, or maybe 2 days ago by Ukraine. Could be a factor of it as well.
Okay, thanks, Delman, for that. And I see Mockers is skiving off, is she? I see her down in the list. Thought she was supposed to be at work.
Yeah, terribly impolite. Terribly impolite. It is how it is. Hey, Ming, I have a question for you. So, let's say hypothetically, you're a colonel of the police in Voronezh Oblast. Indeed, the deputy head of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in Voronezh Oblast. Where would your office expectedly be if you were such a person in Voronezh Oblast?
Somewhere in the town centre, maybe. In Voronezh, do they have they probably have a Kremlin too, don't they? Maybe somewhere just near the Kremlin.
Well, I would have thought likewise as well. But apparently, Police Colonel Postavalov Sergei Alexandrovich, deputy head of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Voronezh Oblast, was killed on June the 10th, 2023. Where do you think he was when he was killed?
I'm going to take a stab in the dark here, Doman, and I'm going to go with somewhere in Ukraine.
Yes, he was. He was in Pozitiv Hotel, which is on Arabat Spit, south of Henichensk, just north of the border between temporarily occupied Kherson Oblast and temporarily occupied Crimea.
So the question is, what was he doing there? So what is he, internal ministry troops or something?
He's a colonel. He's a police colonel. But I think what he was doing is, I think he was a part of the occupation administration. I think he was a part of the repressive apparatus in the occupied territories. That's my guess. Right, because he's a straight police colonel. He's not one of these, other semi-military troops within.
So he's what they would have called previously the militia.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting that he.
I mean, his insignia on his shoulder says police.
Politia, yeah. That's what they changed it to after the militia were just viewed as being just too corrupt. So they just changed the label. Overall, that's pretty odd, Damon. That's pretty odd. Maybe he was attending to business affairs or something.
Could be, could well be. There's so many options, really. So many perfectly legitimate reasons why a colonel in the Voronezh police would be somewhere so far out in the in occupied territories instead. But I guess we'll never know for sure. We'll never know quite for sure.
Meanwhile, Dermot, I've got a DM from Pewok, and he says apologies that he couldn't come up to speak because he was driving, but he just wanted to let you know that that thing really cracks him up.
Well, I'm glad it does. I'm glad sometimes I come up with a good joke, at least once every 6 months or so, and I'm glad that it's spreading. And I implore him and everybody else to use it as widely and as regularly as possible, because bringing joy to people is always good. So the European Parliament adopted the resolution today, which is just very exciting as well. A resolution nobody would have ever expected. I don't think. It's a resolution that says the European Parliament expects that the upcoming summit at Vilnius will promote Ukrainian accession to NATO, which I don't think it ever would have been expected only 18 months ago. No, that they will pave the way for an invitation to Ukraine to join the NATO alliance. The EU Parliament saying something like this 18 months ago, it would have been completely unbelievable, I think.
No, absolutely, Dermot. It's quite incredible, really. I have to go and take a look at see what Claire Daly and Mick Wallace have been saying about that. No doubt, screaming about warmongering and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm sure they voted against.
Exactly, but the pity of it is that the European Parliament, it's always just symbolic, isn't it? It's a pity that it's not truly meaningful.
Well, no, it's not. Obviously, the EU Parliament can't change any of this. But there were 505 EU parliamentarians present. Let me just check how many they currently have. I think they have about 600 or so. 705 members. Okay, so out of 705, so I knew that it shrank a little bit after Brexit. So out of 705, 505 were present. So 200 were skiving off. Happens. What can you do? But out of the 505 who voted, 425 voted in favor. 38 voted against, 42 abstained. So 425 out of 505. I'm going to say that is about 5/6, just over 5/6. There's about 85% of those present voted for the resolution, and that's about 60-something% of all elected EU parliamentarians voted in favor of the resolution. And yeah, of course, the resolution doesn't do anything in itself because it can't, because the EU Parliament doesn't have authority over what heads of government of NATO states decide. But nevertheless, it's a really good move. And it's certainly a move that the EU Parliament wouldn't have been doing, not very long ago. And I apologize for all my quite regular pauses, but there's a fly infestation all of a sudden, or at least they keep flying in. And sparing you the swatting. Beyond that, I will I'll say no. These wouldn't normally have been something expected or normal in the slightest. So it's really good that this is happening. Okay. My dear Romanian friend Daniel says that his explanation for the police colonel being present in Kherson is the normalization of occupation. That's true, and it's because the Russian Election Authority asked FSB and Shoigu if they will be holding regional elections in the newly annexed regions. So that's true. So the Central Election Commission wants to do that and hold elections in temporarily occupied Zaporizhzhia and Kherson regions on the 10th of September. Now, I don't think they'll be able to, because hopefully the Ukrainian counteroffensive will be plenty effective enough to be able to prevent any even theoretical voting in any bits of Ukrainian Oblast of Kherson and Zaporizhia, because hopefully they won't be holding any of those bits anymore. So that will make it kind of difficult. But beyond that, it probably explains why Russians would be deploying police colonels to such areas. However, I will say maybe Voronezh might also need some policing, especially now. You never know when a railway signals cabinet goes boom, right? And you never know when something like that happens. So at least in this case, maybe this way they'll replace someone who's more of a home. Replace this one with someone who's more of a homebody. It's interesting that the Russian officers killed in Ukraine account is counting him, I think, now among the colonels in being added to their list, even though he's not a military chap. I wonder what the ruling will be with that in the end. But we'll see how it goes as time goes on. I am playing a bit of a delaying tactic here because I see Orlando on my screen. I see him connecting, and now he's finally a fully connected speaker for me. Orlando, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, just report from the London Tech Week, which I went to this week, and there was a big Ukrainian contingency there, mostly young folks pitching AI and IoT and blockchain kind of kit and solutions and technologies very enthusiastically. Big flag they had out, and they're all wearing yellow tops and blue trousers and skirts and things. So it was just great to see them there. But they were a breath of fresh air in what was otherwise a rather boring event, in my opinion. It was held in Westminster, and it was opened actually by Rishi Sunak. And there were lots of speakers. So the Chancellor spoke there. The Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, spoke. Rishi Sunak made a lovely claim. I thought it was very funny. He said that London is going to be the Silicon Valley AI, and I shouted out from the back, but Silicon Valley is the Silicon Valley AI center. But at that point, they moved me out. But I just thought I wanted to report in. Chris asked me to sort of report back from there. I may be able to get a speaker at some point out of the crowd of people that were there, and I'll let you know if I can.
Orlando, I've got to ask, what are you doing at something like that? I was expecting you to be offering us a piece of music by Bittering or something.
He's pitching a Sibylle or something.
Exactly. Yeah. I took my anti-tanky missile launcher, and just in case, you've got to be careful. It's London.
Yeah, makes sense. How was meeting Chris? I see he's applauding.
Yeah, it sounds a bit like that. Yeah.
Hang on, was that a question for me? I missed it. Sorry.
It was Orlando. How was meeting Chris in real life?
I didn't meet him. He couldn't make it. That's why I got sent as his emissary. His feet on the ground, his rocket launcher in the establishment.
Oh, I see how that is.
So I haven't
skiving off.
Yes, he was skiving. He was up in Birmingham skiving off, and I was doing the legwork down here. But it was great to see. Great to see the Ukrainians. I mean, they're an enthusiastic bunch, and you just have to feel that energy when it comes out the other side of this conflict is going to, it's going to take them a long way.
Love it. Thank you, Orlando. Thanks for pitching in, and I'm very glad to hear that they're doing well and performing well there at London Tech Week. Chris, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, first of all, thank you, Orlando, very much for volunteering and for coming up and doing the reports. Much appreciated, my friend. And so that's great. And I had somebody there yesterday, actually. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I had somebody there yesterday, used to work for me years ago, who said, "Oh yeah, I'm going, Chris. I'll take a couple of pics for you as well. Have you got any pics Orlando?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I can send some. I actually happened to catch them at the moment that Russ Shaw was there. If that means anything to anybody, Russ Shaw, CBE, is the chap who basically set up London Tech Week and is a bit of a tech guru, sort of intermediary with the government and the public, the private sector. Sorry.
Oh, that's excellent, Orlando. Well done. Good man. Thank you.
Very good. I for one, am definitely glad to hear it, and glad that it's going well. Chris, are we to expect any closer ties then between any developments for the future, or any developments indeed for the here and now for next week, next month between UK and Ukrainian tech?
Damon, yeah, well, I'm in touch with the guy that basically organised for the Ukrainian delegations to be at London Tech Week, and some of those are relevant for the Ukraine Pavilion in September. So yeah, so it's all been useful on that, so I'm just trying to think what else. Actually, today, just what as you mentioned this, Doman, today is the virtual conference as well, the future of cybersecurity, and so we've got 3 Ukrainian cyber companies speaking at that. So I've got that on my laptop. I'm trying to monitor too many things at once, actually, particularly for a man. Yeah, but so we've got that today. So London Tech Week, Orlando could probably confirm, but like it sort of finishes today. But actually, there's going to be some events on for the next 2 days as well. So I think it's something like the exhibition closes, but there are other events on. So yeah, and I'm seeing news. I'll send something else shortly, but I'm seeing news of other things that are happening with Ukraine people attending in upcoming months as well, Doman. So it's just a fantastic amount of effort going in. It's just incredible, really, how many of the Ukrainian people have managed to come across. So yeah, brilliant.
Love it. Thank you, Chris, and thanks for the update. Robin, welcome up. Welcome to co-host.
Good morning. It's good to be here. I'm going to have to get myself up to speed. I just rolled out of bed a little while ago. I have my coffee, so I'm more or less ready to go.
Excellent. Anything that comes to mind. We might or might not have covered it during the course of the day already, and I will be very happy to update you as well as all of our other Western Hemisphere listeners. Good morning, America, and good morning, Scribe.
Good morning back to you, Doman, and that's actually my question. Can I get a little bit of a news update of what's happened overnight? Since I've been asleep for the past 8 hours and woke up like an hour ago, and I'm curious, what's happening in Ukraine?
So there's a couple of interesting things that some interesting developments that we've had. One of the most interesting ones, I think, is that Jens Stoltenberg at the opening of the Ramstein meeting, which is happening today, said that that Ukrainian pilots training on F-16s has already begun. And it's not just Ukrainian pilots training on F-16s. It is also, of course, Ukrainian maintainers, ground staff, ground crew, armorers, etc., which is all important because all of those are necessary in order to keep planes actually operational in the air. Australia has confirmed wholeheartedly that Ukraine is actually interested in those Australian FA-18 Hornets that are in storage, which I'm very glad to hear, because that means that the Australian government has to do something with it, and at the very least say, yeah, we're strongly considering this, and ideally say yes, we are going to hand those over to Ukraine, and we're going to organize training, etc. The Australian Financial Review reported that the American administration is favorably disposed to the idea of Australia gifting Ukraine the FA-18s. That would also probably, say, no, Australia gives them the FA-18s, whatever bits and parts they have. Well, we're going to help out with training. We're going to help supply them with ammunition, spare parts, etc. So it all makes good sense. And I hope that whomever the Australian representative is today at the Ramstein meeting, because they have someone, I just don't know who it is. It might be the Australian ambassador to NATO or Australian ambassador to the EU and NATO. It's probably the same chap, since it's in Brussels. I don't think the Australian defense minister is present in person. I'm willing to be positively surprised, of course, but that's one of those biggest news of the day. If you want some more localized news of the day, also in the air domain, there is a report of another Russian Ka-52 attack helicopter, alligator attack helicopter, having been taken down by the 36 Naval Infantry Brigade of Ukrainians. As I like to say, handbags, fresh boots, belts, and handbags. Hope you get
How many of those they have left? Since I'm
not that many. So Oryx's tally, which is only the visually confirmed ones, is now I think in excess of a quarter, just about a quarter, maybe in excess of a quarter of what they had in stock beforehand, which is, I mean, a lot, right? And the actual number is probably in excess of that. As in, the actual number of shot down is probably well in excess of a quarter, possibly a half, maybe more than a half of what they had before. This might be why, because Latin was noting this yesterday in a quick chat with Latin and Goldman, and who else was there? I forget. I apologize. That there were some Ka-29s appearing in Berdyansk as well, which are older generation attack helicopters by Kamov, based on a utility helicopter. I think Ka-26 or 27 is the basic version of a utility helicopter, but there's this naval version of an attack helicopter based on that utility helicopter. So it's a combo attack utility helicopter, and a bunch of which have been spotted on an airstrip in Berdyansk a couple of days ago. And undoubtedly, they're a part of this close air support operation that Russia is using to try to stem the tide of the Ukrainian advance.
which hasn't even begun yet, since they're only just doing probing attacks at the moment.
Yeah, the main one certainly hasn't started yet, seeing that 90% of Ukrainian brigades allocated to this are apparently still not engaged at all. But yes, it's something that becomes useful to the Russians there. I can give you some more news. I can just keep on going on these. But Robin, if anytime you want to jump in, just jump in and tell me I haven't clarified.
Oh, I want to ask real quick one thing real quick. Since I'm a fan of making paper airplanes, especially 3D model airplanes and other stuff, I actually have plans to make a really small, like with a cell sheets of parent paper, a F-16 paper airplane. And I just had the idea of making one in Ukrainian livery, like the Ukrainian paint scheme. And I was curious, what kind of paint, how should it look like, the paint scheme?
I would make it in, let's say, Dutch paint scheme, and then just paint a Ukrainian roundel on it, because that's the closest to the state that they're currently in. But if you want to, just search Twitter for photoshops of F-16s in Ukrainian colors, because there's a bunch out there already.
All right, I'll do that.
Doman, I had a question about citing those things in Berdyansk. Isn't that within Storm Shadow range? Is this another Chernobivka that we're looking at?
It is very, very well within Storm Shadow range. So we had a bit of a chat about this yesterday. The problem with Storm Shadows is that it's a unitary warhead. Basically, it's one big boom. and it's specific. It's not a single warhead. It's actually a double warhead, and it's a penetrative one. So the first one kind of makes a hole in whatever it hits, and then the second one makes a hole inside of whatever the first hole was already made, so that there's a bigger hole that ends up being made in the structure. So I'll be a little bit more plastic about all of this, and I'll say the following. Imagine, I think this is right. Imagine that you have a pillar on a bridge, right? And if you have such a pillar on a bridge, then you would have the storm shadow hit right in the middle of the pillar, because it has a really cool guidance system, especially in the terminal phase. It's like an optical recognition guidance system. So there's a GPS and an INS and a spatial tracking thing. So it has 3 guidance systems to guide it to the target. But then just before it hits the target, I don't know how long before, some seconds or maybe a minute before, it starts looking out for how the target's supposed to look like. That's programmed in as well. And then the guidance system kind of guides it into exactly how it's supposed to look like. So even if there's a bit of jamming, so the GPS is offset by however much the jammer might offset or spoil the GPS, the system kind of says, okay, no, that's a pillar, that's the sea, that's empty space, that's a pillar. So it goes straight into the pillar. And then the first explosion blows up on the surface of the pillar, and it allows the second warhead to go deeper inside the pillar and only blow up there and then. And that's what then demolishes the pillar altogether. However, Robin, imagine you have a runway, and a runway, let's say 3,000 meters long, but 10,000 feet long. I don't know exactly how long the runway in Berdiansk is, but let's say hypothetically, imagine a runway that's about 10,000 feet long, 3,000 meters long, and then let's say you have a helicopter parked every so often along that runway, but you have this storm shadow. It's going to cause a big explosion somewhere, and it's going to take out a helicopter, maybe 2, maybe 3, but you have like 30-40 helicopters planted along this runway. That's not going to take out a lot of helicopters, and you're going to be expending lots of storm shadows to take out all the helicopters. What you would ideally want to have is something but you don't need the blast of a storm shadow to take out a helicopter, right? The blast of a storm shadow takes a pillar of a big bridge. And do you know what pillars of bridges are made for? Not failing and not collapsing. So they're really hard. Or it's meant to penetrate inside a bunker and blow that up, right? It's meant for larger structures than a helicopter, basically. Most buildings are bigger than a helicopter. Reinforced buildings are definitely tougher than a helicopter. Sorry, one thing that I missed on the storm shadow, it also takes a path which is like the best path to penetrate into something, or it can fly inside of a hangar and only then blow up or something like that, because it can come from the side. It's very clever. So what you would ideally want is something like either cluster munitions. For example, the original ATACMS. We now think of ATACMS as a giant gimler. So a super highly precise missile that's like a gimler, but with a bigger bomb, basically. The original ATACMS weren't like that. The original munitions for HIMARS, none of them were like that, because they just weren't as precise yet. Back in the 80s, right? The original munitions for M270s weren't like that, because they just weren't as precise yet. However, the modern ATACMS are like that. They're super precise. The original ATACMS, because they weren't as precise, what they had were cluster munitions. So it was a rocket with a ton of tiny bomblets inside. I don't know how many, but like hundreds and hundreds, maybe over 1,000. And they would explode somewhere above the target and just rain down these submunitions. and they would be really good at, for example, hitting a runway where every 50 meters there's a helicopter, every 30 meters, every 100 meters there's a helicopter, because they would, a lot of these would end up landing on helicopters and then blowing up there. Now, helicopters aren't very well armored by and large. Even attack helicopters aren't very well armored. They are armored enough to withstand small arms fire, mostly from below, somewhat from above. They're not armored enough to withstand the explosion of a submunition like this, especially any submunitions that are directional, that have so some submunitions is just a round bomb. It falls, it hits somewhere, it explodes, but the explosion goes out in all directions evenly. Then you have other submunitions that are directional, so it's a directional charge. So it falls somewhere, and then but it falls with some sort of retardant, like a little parachute, or maybe just a streamer behind it. But it basically makes them quicker falling in one direction than another because of the streamer, right? The streamer makes it directional. Imagine you take a bull, you tie a streamer to the bull, and then whichever side the streamer's tied to, or you like scotch tape a streamer to a bull. You throw the bull, the streamer is always going to go behind the bull, right? Because it's the slower side. Okay, it's like that. So imagine that the front of the bull has a shaped charge on it, so directional charge. So this is how many of the modern cluster munitions, Western cluster munitions work. So obviously that shaped charge is going to go straight through the helicopter wherever it hits it, right? And that's good. So something like that is a much better way. So that's what Thomas Steiner was proposing.
Okay.
There's another type that would work really well, and it's actually the slight predecessor of a Storm Shadow. It's called Apache. So the same as Apache, but French. And that was designed before the Scout PG and the Storm Shadow, and they're kind of it looks like a Storm Shadow on the outside, painted in different colors, I guess. What I don't know is how many of these were made and how many of these are still in storage somewhere. So the idea of that is a runway destroying cruise missile. So it flies along a runway, and once it gets over the runway, it starts throwing out little bombs, and there's like 10, 50 kilogram warhead bombs in there. So instead of one like 400, 500 kilogram warhead, there's 10 little ones, and one falls, and then another one is thrown out a split second later, and then another one a split second later, and they're meant to really destroy the utility of the length of the runway. And obviously anything else that's on the runway as well. So something like that would be really useful, because 2 or 3 of those doing that down the length of the runway would not just completely destroy the runway, but probably more or less make all of the helicopters on that runway unusable. And that would be my preferred way. So if there are these things still in storage in France, and I have a hunch they are, because they don't tend to throw stuff away, right? That would be my preferred way of getting rid of these. So either old school ATACMS with cluster munitions, because you don't need to be super precise, because there's a bunch of these submunitions inside anyway, or these things, and just do that at the same time on all of the Russian airfields that have these close air support, either fixed wing or helicopters that are within range, and get rid of their tactical aviation all in one fell swoop. Basically, they could be destroying double, maybe even triple digits of Russian tactical aviation this way. So if that can be done, pretty please send Ukrainians what they need to do that, because I'd be a big fan of that.
Yes, exactly. So Ukraine doesn't have any cluster munitions that you know about at this point, correct?
No, Ukraine does have cluster munitions. Ukraine has whatever they have left over from the Soviet days in terms of cluster munitions. And to the best of my understanding, they have been using them occasionally in appropriate situations. The thing is, it's really a shame, because there are American cluster munitions in various deliverable types, both in Gimlers as well as 155 millimeter shells. And the good thing about those cluster munitions is A, the individual submunitions are better, and B, the individual submunitions tend to fail to detonate a much smaller proportion of the time, perhaps less than 1% of the time. The problem is that because it can't be guaranteed that it's less than 1%, it isn't that often used. I mean, it's really not used at all by the US. It's kind of waiting for the US to actually meet the peer adversary. So either you can imagine what the two options are. So they're not being used at all. And it's really a shame that these have not been provided to Ukraine in large volumes, because for many months now, these would have been exceedingly useful. Both the artillery, regular troop artillery delivered ones, as well as those delivered by HIMARS. They would have made a huge difference for Ukraine already many times over. So officially, they haven't been delivered. There might have been similar ones delivered by Turkey, who have denied it repeatedly, but there is some evidence that they have been employed. So we'll see. But these would be really useful, and specifically, these really long-range ones on ATACMS, because it's slightly outside of normal HIMARS range, normal HIMARS GIMLR range. It's just slightly too far away. This airfield in Berdyansk, but generally, there's more of these. In Crimea, in Krasnodar Krai, in Rostov Oblast. So there's more that are further away that need to be hit anyway, because if this one is hit and it's only this one that's hit, they'll just relocate them to somewhere slightly further away. And if they were to hit them with these cruiser missiles or quasi-ballistic missiles, they could reach to those further away already. And if they can take them out all at the same time, then there's no more aircraft, really, not so many to relocate. And it would make a big difference to Ukrainian ground forces to just not be under threat of many of these, especially the helicopters, which Russians have been employing more recently. They can take them down, but why go through the whole thing of losing armor in the first place to the helicopters? Preventative rather than curative.
Yeah, exactly. It's get rid of them on the ground, and then it's less of a problem all around. It looks like Scribe has his hand up, so shall we go to him?
So I went back to the original book where I found the F-16 plans to make the F-16, and I found out that this book also has the F-18 as well, which makes me super happy, knowing that Australia may give the F-18s to Ukraine. So I may be doing 2 planes in Ukrainian library now. Also, and if anyone's curious, this is a good project for young kids and they're just becoming teens and stuff, because these are throwable paper airplanes that do fly really well. And since I've tried and I made twice-size versions of them when I was in middle school. But yeah, if you want to access these plans and stuff, just go to archive.org. It's the U.S. Federal Archive or Congressional Archive, and it's by Norman Smitted. It's called Amazing Paper Airplanes. Or not amazing, super paper airplanes.
That sounds terrific. When my kids were little, we did a lot of macrame together. Not macrame, origami together. It's amazing. It's amazing what the federal government publishes, isn't it? So let's hope that this is harbinger of things coming to Ukraine. I'm thinking of fake planes and fake tanks. There was a very funny video last week of. Now, let me think what it was. I think it was some kind of a tank anyway that somebody had built out of wood, and the Russians had bombed it again. So they're still putting up these Makarivka fake. Oh, it was a Bradley, I think. I remember.
No, it was a 2S1 Soviet howitzer.
That's what it was. Okay. Anyway, I thought the clip was very funny because the person who built it was laughing his head off, and it was pretty amusing.
Yeah, I've never seen that. It's like this metal cage with like plyboard or something like that put all around it, and then the Russians could not tell if it was a fake or not, and so they hit it. Turns out it was fake, and it's easily repairable.
Yep. Doman, I just ran across something that about the Zaporizhzhia power plant that the IAEA inspectors have actually been able to get in there now, so that's a good thing. Have we talked about that the disconnecting of the what's the word? I'm not quite awake yet. I'm sorry.
While you think of the word, I'll just say Grossi is back to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, so the head of the IAEA. IAEA has had inspectors at the power plant this whole time, for many months now. Not this whole time, but for many months since they first arrived there. There have always been some left behind. However, it is news that the Director General Secretary, I don't know what his title is. I know his name, I don't know his title. I don't know his full name because his Argent title, his full name is probably about 7 words long. But I've known the news is that he has arrived there, which means that basically the IAEA is taking this super seriously since the dam was blown. Have you thought of the word yet?
There was a detector that detected radiation that they'd cut the Ukrainians off from that was rather disturbing. They had access to knowing what the radiation levels were in the plant the whole time, and apparently the Russians had cut them off from that in the last few days. But yeah, if Grossi is there, let's hope he decides to camp out there for a while. Hopefully that will have some effect on any kind of nonsense that the Russians want to get up to there on their way out.
Yeah, and they're big fans of nonsense. It's a problem, really. How big fans of nonsense they are.
Pronouncing it and doing it.
Exactly. It's so many levels. Far too much for my taste. No, far too much for my taste.
Indeed. Now, what else has been going on? I'm trying to look through the news here quickly, and I'm not.
Lots of stuff has been going on. I can tell you more. I'm very happy to. So the European Parliament, the EU Parliament, where's Nick when you need him? Slacking off. Anyway, the EU Parliament has adopted a resolution supporting Ukraine's integration into NATO and expecting that the upcoming Vilnius and Washington summits of NATO will pave the way for an invitation to Ukraine to join the NATO alliance, and also a time frame for security guarantees being set up until Ukraine gets NATO membership, which is really good, right? Because this is what Axel and I are arguing for almost. It's not quite verbatim. It's a little bit maybe. It's a little bit maybe softer than what we're arguing for, but it all depends on the phrasing. And Euro English is a little bit different than regular English, so there's a little bit less in there. Anyway, the point being, you would never have seen a resolution like this being fielded, let alone passing, in the EU Parliament 18 months ago, 24 months ago. No way. Now, obviously, the EU Parliament doesn't have any power over individual heads of government in the European Union, and especially not ones outside of the European Union who also need to vote for Ukraine's accession to NATO, right? Now, there are some who are undoubtedly going to be very amenable to that. Like, for example, the British Prime Minister. Yesterday, there was a debate in the House of Commons where basically both the governing Conservatives as well as the Her Majesty's loyal opposition in the Labour Party were very strongly for immediate, or more or less immediate, plan to be given to Ukraine for joining NATO at Vilnius in July. Whereas some other countries that aren't in the EU, for example Turkey, there might be a little bit less for that, right? But generally it's very good. And actually today during Ramstein, I saw that at the edge of Ramstein, the UK Defense Secretary Ben Wallace met with the new, I forgot his name because he's new, so I haven't interacted with him much yet in reading and talking about him, with the new Turkish Defense Minister. So they met, which is good. Turkey's been supportive of Ukraine militarily quite a bit, but not talking all that much about it and being less forward openly politically. But anyway, what I wanted to highlight with that is, the EU Parliament doesn't really have a role to play here. However, it's good that such a resolution was passed here.
Yeah.
Pauli?
Yeah, I don't know. Did someone had something to this topic? I just had something else. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, interesting bit of news there, Robin, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I was just thinking, it's when you think about right after the invasion, I don't know about you, but I wasn't sure anyone was going to come to help Ukraine altogether. And the way that the world has marshaled to support Ukraine and to make it possible for them to win this war is really breathtaking when you think about it. So this is wonderful news.
Absolutely. I'm trying to get Beefeater Fella to connect up, but he's having some difficulties. So I think he might have some notes on Ukraine and NATO in a little bit. But let's go to that when he manages to get himself back. Pauli, what do you want to bring up?
Yes, well, I've been quite heavily occupied in a court process for the last three weeks, so I've not been actively speaking here. I've been listening quite actively, but I'm not speaking. But Domin, I've been reminiscing this for 2 weeks now. Do you remember the time when you were glimpsing or looking at the total score DoD numbers going to 50,000?
Yes.
Isn't it crazy now? It's like 220,000 already.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? It's like the universe is ever expanding, those numbers are ever growing.
Yes, but I'm thinking about what is the magic number? Is there one? I cannot really say. I've been pondering this, so because the numbers are high, and what we have now seen for the last 10 days, the Ukrainian army has been inflicting heavy casualties for the Ruskies, and that's about to continue during the summer. So yeah, numbers. I've been thinking about those.
That's a
for
good
the last
question,
few
Paul.
weeks.
That's a really good question. I don't think that there is. Okay, there is a magic number, the headline number in terms of casualties. I don't think we're anywhere close to it, and I think that other numbers on that report are more important when it comes to ending the war than the number of Russian casualties. That's my
100%. I concur, and my hat off.
You know, I'll give an admission of failure here, and quite happily so. Well, not happily, but you know, I don't mind exposing my own failures like this. Beefeater, if you want to try coming up again, feel free to attempt again. I'd love to hear from you. But what I'll say,
if that helps.
sorry, invite. Yes, excellent, perfect. So what I wanted to say is, I think they'll run out of stuff way before they run out of people they're willing to no longer have among the living on their own side. I think artillery, I think electronic warfare equipment is really important here. Tanks they might not quite run out of because they'll keep bringing out like T-55s for quite a while still. And you know, does it matter particularly? No, but they can still cause trouble. I think artillery is probably the first one that they'll really suffer about, and that's going to have really strong downstream effects because a Russian army is basically an artillery army, and an artillery army without an artillery is not a whole lot. Between their maintenance abilities, between their production capacities, they've only made like 15 tubes in the last decade. I think that's not going to help. Russians have already contracted out artillery from Iran many months ago as kind of a trial. Let's see if anything ever came out of that, and if it has, that can spell a little bit more difficulties. But that also would say that they're really running quite low indeed. So it's a complicated situation with all of that. What I will say, Pauli, is I thought there was a magic number. I thought the magic number was about 15,000. And you know why I thought the magic number was about 15,000, Pauli?
Tell me. I actually was thinking about that there was some kind of lower magic number, and I guess almost everyone in this channel is guilty as well of dreaming that 100,000 could be enough. Yeah, tell me.
15,000 is roughly the number of soldiers that Soviets lost in the Soviet war in Afghanistan in the 1980s.
Exactly, and that was a big mess.
That was a big mess for them.
And they even made like national movies about it, and they almost made some kind of effort to how to say not to show any regret, but to somehow ponder around it, well, whether it was smart or not to go to Afghanistan. Yeah.
Exactly. And when the Soviet Union was in Afghanistan way back when, they were there for over 9 years. Not quite 10 years, but just over 9 years. And in those 9 years, the Soviet Union, which at the time had twice the population of modern Russian Federation, which had 3 times roughly the population of young men compared to the Russian Federation today, because demographics and demographic pyramids and all of those things that you might have seen in a geography class sometime in high school, or whenever. I'm sure you've seen a demographic pyramid at some point in your life for good reason. Because of all of those things, I thought, 15,000. That's 3 times. When you scale it with all of that, that is 3 times as many as it would be now, right? So let's put it this way. So 15,000 Russians today is equivalent roughly to 45,000 Soviet casualties back during the Soviet war in Afghanistan. And also because that was the most recent time that we saw some sort of a structured, let's call it rebellion within Russia. There were the mothers of soldiers during the era of Gorbachev was really what limited quite considerably the Soviet ability to continue the war in Afghanistan. And I thought, during February, March, April last year, as I saw the numbers rise, I thought, 15,000. Once the news, and then it went past 15,000, I thought, but maybe once the news of 15,000 get back, maybe once the news of 15,000 get back, then it will happen. And it never did. And then I realized that my analysis was wrong all along. And my analysis was wrong because I didn't take into account that it is the time that determines how a war is going to be considered rather than the other way around. And simply the zeitgeist of the Soviet Union in the 1980s was a country on the brink of collapse, a country where domestic propaganda was no longer strong, a country where domestic propaganda was no longer had the grip on society. And Russia today is kind of opposite. I'm not talking about the TV channel. I'm talking about the country is very much opposite, right, Paul? The domestic propaganda has a really strong grip rather than a weak one.
Yeah. And just thinking about the OMON forces, like 300,000 OMON forces or police forces, just specialized on brutality and controlling people. So different kind of times in a sense.
Exactly. And that's a huge difference. And that's why I'm quite willing to admit that I was wrong about that magic number. That's why I think that there's a very good chance that there isn't such a thing as a magic number at all. And they're not quite close enough to running out of artillery. Not quite close enough to running out of other stuff quite yet to really make that big difference either. So yeah, I'll kind of leave it at that. Anything else you want to bring up, Pauli, or should we go to Scribe and Jens?
I think this was like remotely related to the EU vote. This is like distantly remoted. Did you see the was it a post by was it the NATO or the NATO countries somehow? 32 or 33 countries training Ukrainian forces. There was some kind of
that was Thomas Tyner was saying that, right?
Yeah. And that was a good how to say summary. And if it's anything like remotely true, that's a really, really positive thing. If there are so many countries training Ukrainian army by NATO standards.
Yeah, I think that is true. There's a slight subtlety that he missed out on. So one subtlety that many people generally might miss out on is that some of those countries only are giving very limited capabilities into that, right? So they might have like 10 trainers helping out somewhere within a bigger effort. But that's still a good thing, because one thing it shows is that there are many countries who are willing to help Ukraine here, and they're not helping Russia, are they? The other thing that that Thomas missed, and I actually think I have a solution for it. He was asking which one was he not, which one was he not including, because he said he's missing one country, and I know which one that is. So he wasn't sure whether it's Iceland, Ireland, or Israel, and that one is Ireland. It was Irish trainers that he forgot, who are training Ukrainian sappers on demining in a collective effort in Cyprus. So see, sometimes I know little bits of very random trivia that even Thomas Steiner doesn't know, and that made me very happy when I saw that. Little victories. Scribe, go ahead.
So I want to bring up an interesting point from President Pavel. I saw a post that he said earlier today, talking about how we should be careful about all the Russians inside all other countries right now at the moment. Because they could potentially be sleeper agents for Russia. And it kind of reminds me of like how America had to be very fearful of the Japanese and German population. Yes, I'm not proud of my country, what my country did during those times, but then again, we just got attacked by an enemy that we thought was a friend.
So the Czech president Pavel is newly elected only a few months ago. He stood against Andrej Babiš, who's a somewhat pro-Putin oligarchy type, former prime minister of Czech Republic, no longer. And President Pavel used to be the chief of staff of the Czech Armed Forces, 4-star general. He also served as the president of one of NATO's military committee, if I remember the terminology correctly. So he's very, very well suited for this. He's a very staunch supporter of Ukraine, and I really appreciate that. He's now in there on meetings of heads of state as well, to kind of be a guiding hand in this respect, or to be another strong voice for military support to Ukraine. But he's also quite cautious when it comes to most things, and it's only right that he is. But I'm very glad that he's around with many of these things, and it's right that he's warning against that he's warning against making mistakes or assuming that there are many in Russia who might want to penetrate and take advantage of various Western countries and take advantage of the current attempts, let's say, or current or maybe warm-heartedness of some countries to penetrate and enter the discourse, or enter institutions, or indeed, enter the discourse is bad enough, frankly. From Russia, they're willing to send operatives around, and they're willing to communicate. They're willing to infect the media space, using their operatives operating from skyscrapers in Moscow as it is. That's bad enough. There needs to be better stuff done. So thank you, Scribe, for highlighting that. He had an interview, that is to say, President Pavel did, with Radio Free Europe, that got published today. That's why you'll see a number of quotes from him going around as well. Jens.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It was just a comment about the magic number. And I think early on, I thought, how can he sustain these disasters? Putin, how can he survive this disaster? But when you saw the Russian protests, and I think all of us were putting our hopes, or some of us were, that this might amount to something. But the Russian protest was basically people standing politely in line, waiting to get arrested one by one. If you've ever been a tourist in France and accidentally, as I have, walked into a student protest, they are a little more, rambunctious. I was walking across the Seine, and I saw like a line of policemen, and behind them was a bunch of students, and suddenly my brother and I was dodging bottles and rocks, and we got out of there. So I think as long as the Russian butchers have enough Russian meat to push in front of them, um, I think we'll just see the number increase. And the number the magic number for me is square miles, and that is liberated Ukrainian land or deoccupied. So I think as we see Ukraine getting closer and closer to the EU and to NATO, I think the number we want to look for is for a free Ukraine that can be fast tracked or get real security guarantees. So that's the number I'm looking for.
No, that's quite right. The moment that all whatever it is, 603,000 square kilometers, I think, Ukraine, 605,000, whatever it is, 600 something thousand square kilometers of Ukraine are all free of Russian forces. At that point, that's the real magic number. As you say, if there were 100 times as many Russians as there were out in the streets protesting, maybe 1,000 times, whatever the factor is, there might be a real difference there. But it wasn't, and they weren't, and it isn't.
Yeah, that is one of the really distressing things about all of this is I think a lot of us in the West, Americans, tend to be a little bit naive about these things. We were expecting to see protests inside Russia. We were expecting to see some kind of pushback, and there's been blessed little of it. And you begin to get the impression that most Russians support what's going on, which is very, very distressing.
Scribe?
Oh, I was going to really quickly change the topic because this thought came to mind because I was just reading some of the news coming out of Ramstein and stuff like that. What if Jen Stoltenberg saying that we've already started training is just hinting that there's already Ukrainians already trained? It's just they're ready to go, and we're just there. This is all just like a misinformation campaign from NATO to lead Russians into thinking that they have a few more months of safety left before F-16s hit the ground. Well, hit them out of the sky, essentially.
I'm sorry, Scribe. I was distracted for a minute. Could you give me a quick repeat of what you said?
Essentially, I was reading some of like the news coming out of Ramstein and that stuff, and I saw Jen Stoltenberg talking about how they're already starting to train F-16 pilots, and that got the gears in my brain going. Since I remember something about the United States doing trial runs with some pilots, I'm thinking, what if this is all just a misinformation campaign from NATO that there's already Ukrainian pilots ready to go and fly? We're just misleading the Russians into thinking they have a few more months left to think, knowing that they're safe from F-16s being in the air, ready to swat them out of it.
That would be wonderful. I certainly hope that's the case. And with the OPSEC the way it has been, who knows? I'm hoping to wake up one morning and find out that there's been an F-16 bombing run that's taken out a good part of the Russian Air Force. But that's just me. Jens.
Yeah, I would just add to Scribes. I think I've been crossing all my fingers, hoping that is actually happening. But and I've tried to search in leaves for signs of that, but until now, I think I haven't seen anything solid, but I'm certainly hoping for that too. But I'll drop down.
Yeah, it's certainly true. And with this state of Ukrainian OPSEC, as far as what we're getting out of that side, there isn't even a war going on practically. It's rather breathtaking. But let's hope that we get some surprises to inscribe.
And this is my last thing before I drop down. I just remembered this as well. Simon Whistler, the guy who makes a bunch of like infographics, all that stuff, he did a video yesterday. He released a video yesterday on his Mega Projects channel about the rebuilding of Ukraine. It's a bit of an interesting watch because it actually goes over a lot of things that everyone here on the MriyaReport has gone over in detail. But it's like, if someone wants a real quick recap of what needs to be done in the rebuilding of Ukraine and what potential problems and stuff like that could be faced, that his video is really good.
Great, thank you.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, Scribe. I am glad that people are starting to take us as inspiration for what they should be up to. I think it is a compliment, really. I find it kind of funny when there's mainline media or much more legacy media, let's say, who are going around and stealing our guests or booking our guests right after we've had them. Not looking at anyone in particular, but you know who I'm looking at. That's fine. No, more to go around. What I want to do, and I just find it funny when they have half the listeners than we get with the same guest. But what I want to say is about the previous thing, which is there already Ukrainians training the F-16s. I hope so. I hope they've been training for months already, but I won't be relying on that because I thought the same about Leopards. I thought the same about Bradleys. I thought the same about all these other things, and then it just ended up not being true. So I am going to be cautious. I'm setting my expectations low. And what actually happens in reality happens. I hope it's true. I'm just not thinking it is. I hope that Ukrainians are ready or will be ready much earlier. I just don't expect it. And I think that's kind of the healthy thing to do, if that makes sense. Hope for the best. Expect something much lower than that. And what ends up happening ends up happening. What's critical is that the end result is the correct one, and what's important is to argue and work for the intermediate stages to be as good for Ukraine as possible on the way to that. But obviously, there's just no way to actually go and guarantee it.
Thank you, Domin. I'm going to be dropping down and actually, unfortunately, having to hop off the space because I have to get stuff done and I can't be listening to y'all, which makes my heart hurt a bit. But y'all have a great day and maybe see you guys in a couple hours.
Yeah, being too distracting, I hear, is something that we get accused of plenty of times.
What is this thing called life that some people have? Is there something outside of MriyaReport?
I don't know. It's so very confusing, isn't it? But who knows? Who knows? Maybe eventually they'll find a way and just be here 24/7.
One can hope. I just to change the topic for a minute. I ran into something that is at the same time heartening and at the same time pretty depressing. UNESCO is apparently in the process of doing imaging of cultural sites in Ukraine. They're at the moment at Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, the cave monastery. What they're doing is taking precise measurements of everything and making online models of them. So if God forbid they're destroyed, Ukraine will be able to rebuild them after the war. It's wonderful they're doing this, but it just again shows the cultural cultural genocide that the Russians are perpetrating, that the Ukrainians in the midst of this war have to be worrying about trying to preserve their cultural heritage, which in point of fact, if the Russians really meant what they say, they should consider it part of their cultural heritage too, although they don't. So it's wonderful that this is happening, but they're citing that there was several hundred churches in Ukraine, 259 cultural and historical sites damaged by the fighting, which means have been damaged by the Russians blowing them up, really. I mean, the Ukrainians are not damaging these places by the fighting. Religious sites, museums, and libraries. I mean, we've seen them tossing Ukrainian books out of libraries in temporarily occupied territories, trying to, again, to destroy Ukrainian language. It's not going to work, but it's, this is cultural genocide, and I'm glad that UNESCO has stepped up to the plate and is helping to proactively preserve some of these spaces so that if they do need to be rebuilt, they'll be able to rebuild them to the original specs.
That is very good. And on a similar point, Ukraine is also enforcing quite strict rules, let's say, when it comes to when it comes to other things, and especially right now, as a lot of area is uncovered because of the destruction of the Dam at Novokakhovka by the Russians. They are, preventing the disruption of any sort of artifacts that might be able to be accessed now because they're not under lots of water, and this is going to be taken some advantage of, I'm sure, by archaeologists, etc. But at the same time, they're being prevented from being looted or whatever else by Ukrainian authorities, which is good and important under the circumstances. But it's a shame that it ever came to be that these were uncovered at all, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking, I spent a year in the late 70s in Freiburg and Breisgau, which is in the southern part of Germany, right up north of the Black Forest. And there's a gorgeous old Gothic cathedral there, just stunning. It's not one of the biggest, but it's beautiful. And during the war, the Germans, of course, took all of the stained glass out and put it in caves to keep it safe and everything. But I happened to, in one of these coincidental things, I happen to know someone who was involved in the Allied bombing of Freiburg. My mother's doctoral advisor was a pilot, and the Allies went out of their way to not bomb the cathedral. In fact, they dropped leaflets on Freiburg before the bombing started, begging the Wehrmacht to move away from the cathedral so they would not have to bomb it. I mean, this is how a moral country runs a war. You don't go after the cultural heritage. The Allies understood that this was part of all of our cultural heritage, not just the German one. And it's Russia. Russia has placed itself outside of the group of civilized nations with all of what it's doing at this point, trying to destroy Ukrainian culture and trying to commit genocide against the Ukrainian people. It shows a different attitude.
Oh, absolutely. So very different. It's not even representable, sensibly. Look, Russians have embarked on a full-scale destruction of everything and anything that's left behind that they can't take with them as they retreat from temporarily occupied territories. This is systematic, very thoroughly systematic on the part of on the part of the Russians. They have destroyed the dam at Novokakhovka because they knew that they wouldn't be able to keep these territories in southern Kherson, Zaporizhia Oblast that they had under occupation for much longer. They also knew that even if they get to keep Crimea, there won't be any resolution that would allow them to keep the water supply to Crimea. And they think that, maybe they think they're retreating forever. Maybe they think they're retreating for a few years while they build up and then take it over again. But whatever it is, they're realizing that they're being kicked out of it, that they're being kicked out of these areas. That they're realizing for sure. And, that's important to note here. Beyond that, they have destroyed, everybody's attention is on the one big dam, for good reason, because it's a gigantic dam with having held back lots and lots of water. However, beyond that, they have been destroying dam after dam after dam in many areas in drought occupied territories, in Zaporizhia Oblast, in Kherson Oblast, drought occupied territories, and they've been doing this both to gain the minimal tactical benefit that it brings. For example, they destroyed the dam of the Mokry Yali River, just south of Blahodafne, for example, right? They're doing this for the minimal tactical benefit, making area less easy to pass for advancing Ukrainians. And maybe, Pauli, I'd love your comment on that, how much of a difference it really makes. And then, of course, also to just cause long-term destruction of infrastructure that will make it more expensive for Ukraine to rebuild, and they're doing it out of spite, terrorism, scorched earth, call it whatever you want to, but it's systematic and it's destruction for the sake of destruction, much more so than anything else. Pauli, if you're still around, these small dams, be it on canals, rivers, on these little rivers, not the Kakhovka Dam, the little ones that they keep taking out and destroying, and causing localized flooding either side. How much of a difference does this make, for passability by Ukrainian armored vehicles, for example?
I guess it's close to zero. I think with the current kit they have, with the amphibious vehicles and with the engineering kit, not much of a difference. I think if you're a commander and you are thinking about blowing up a dam, I think you first have to make an assessment whether, number one, it is something you want to do that you will not endanger any civilians, and number two, the target or the goal when using dam explosion is somehow justifiable by military means, and it does not cause any harm to civilians or civilian life or even nature. And I guess there are rare cases where you can actually blow up dams. I think you can, in some scenarios, you can open some floodgates and you can flood areas. I think that's something you can do. But blowing up dams, I think that's something you shouldn't do easily or without proper assessment. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
And Pauli, if it's a blown up dam and it's wet for, let's say, a kilometer either side of the river, the Ukrainians are just going to go around, and it's hot now, and it's going to be for the coming weeks. Those floodwaters, they're going to recede quite quickly, because again, it's not that big a reservoir than most of these tactical ones. Most of these little dams on irrigation canals, right? They're not holding back huge amounts of water. Certainly not huge amounts that the canal further on can't take. So most of it just ends up in an appropriate place for the water. What doesn't goes around, it's going to drain back in, or it's going to evaporate quite quickly, especially where it's flat and it spreads out over a large area. It's just going to evaporate quite quickly because it's hot and sunny much of June, July in Ukraine. And in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe it's going to be solid again. So it has a really small temporary effect, very local, very limited. It is mostly just willful destruction, and this is Russians for you, right? You really shouldn't forget that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the saying that when you're being in your pants during winter, I think this goes well to this occasion or situation. First, it feels like a good idea, but then when it's winter and it's cold, it's not that good idea anymore.
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. You feel warm for a few seconds, and then you feel much, much colder. And this is very similar. Yeah, it's just destruction. It's just destruction for the sake of destruction for the Russians here.
Yeah, Pauli and Domen giving you the best military analysis and the sayings that you can find in Twitter Spaces. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's true.
Yes, thank you for that image. It's one I had never had before.
Yes, quite. No, but this is the way the way it actually is, and they quite willfully ignored that just because. Right. What else should I tell you about? Okay, let's tell you about this. Okay, Robin. Imagine you are the deputy head of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Voronezh Oblast.
Got the image.
Okay, imagine that. Okay, so where do you think your workplace would be if you're the deputy head of the main directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Basically, the deputy head of police in Voronezh Oblast. Where do you think your workplace would be?
I would imagine it wouldn't be Mallorca.
No, that's Nick's. It's different, and he doesn't work in the main directorate of
Good point.
police in Voronezh Oblast. Definitely doesn't. I can assure you of that. No, definitely not. So there's a chap who used to be the deputy head of police in Voronezh Oblast, who missed his workplace by give or take 700 kilometers as the crow flies. And was purely by accident taking his holidays at Shchaslivtsive, which is on the Arabat Spit, just south of Henichensk, just north of the border between temporarily occupied Kherson Oblast and temporarily occupied Crimea. And he got he encountered a sudden storm, which might or might not have been of British manufacture, and he perished in said storm.
How sad.
Yes, so this was on the 10th of June, over the weekend. Remember when we had those that big explosion at a headquarters of some sorts near Henichensk? Well, he was there apparently. This is where you see it's important to not miss the turn of the motorway when you're going to work. On a much more serious point, Russians are trying to normalize the occupation in these occupied territories. This is why they're sending a colonel who's not an army colonel, he's a police colonel, right, to these areas. So the Russian Central Election Commission said that they want to run elections, or rather, the government wants them to run regional elections on the 10th of September in occupied territories, because they said, oh, this is Russia now, right? And I think this is the context in which they're sending the regular Russian police officers, at the very least, to these occupied territories to establish the levels of control that they would, like to normally have, to really make it look like Russia, not just occupied territories, and to kind of administer the local population, to act together and work together with the occupation authority locally, right? And to be a part of that occupation authority. So no bad feeling about him changing over from one state to another. But I just wanted to highlight that as something else that's interesting that we learned off today.
Thank you. Yes, it as you say, it's a shame when you get misdirected on your way to the office in the morning. But hope he's enjoying his new state. It's probably warm where he is.
It is rather. Well, for a while it was really, really warm, looking at what's remaining of the building. Favid, good morning.
Bonjour, good morning, my friends. How are you, Domen?
I'm doing well, Favid. How are you?
I'm middling to good, fair. I'd say I'm doing fair. An enormous storm event was with us here in North Florida yesterday. Last night it stretched from Mississippi all the way to South Carolina, and it was most disruptive. So the place is just kind of waking itself up and tidying up this morning. Hello everybody. I wanted to come up, Domen. Well, first of all, thank you for keeping the flag flying and the lights on, and somebody home. I appreciate this forum, and I encourage everybody who is listening. There's 500 odd folks here. Please retweet the space. share across your platforms. I don't know if folks here have Instagrams, or some of the older people still probably have Facebook. So please share across your platforms. Let the various communities you're involved with know that you find this for access to spirited debate and logic and good humor and voices from Ukraine. There's nowhere to be matched. So I'd encourage folks to share the space and then donate the price of a coffee to MriyaReport.org. Pop on over there. It's a very easy to use website. All currency is accepted. It's also a tax deductible donation, as it's a charitable foundation registered here, the federal government. So you can get yourself a tax receipt. So donate and reshare the space to help the community grow. And then, Doman, if I might, having done a little bit to pump the community, if I might extract some information, if that's all right, or ask a question or two, I'd like to pick your brain.
You may, David, you may, but you can only use wooden chopsticks and nothing else. Certainly no ice picks. That would be far too violent.
I once saw, I think it was a CSI Miami, where this guy was making his own high pressure frozen rounds, so that when they were used, they melted. Anyway, I'll be using no such things as chopsticks. It was rhetorical flourish, and I won't be held to it, Doman, no matter the price. I wanted to ask, so I'm going to ask about Crimea and behind the lines partisan activity. Has been a message shared directly to those who are active, or those who have comms and are in contact with active partisan cells.
Excuse me, folks. I muted everyone by mistake.
No worries, Robin, at all. So I'm going to ask a question about the information broadcast to the partisans in Crimea, and I think probably in the southern district, Zaporizhia direction, but I think Crimea was publicly done, and I'd like to pick over that if you wouldn't mind. And then I have another supplementary question about a recent New York Times piece that covered, recent as in I saw it last night, but I'm not sure if it was from yesterday, that had in it one of the Russian former pilots for what exists now as the polity in Moscow. Some people call it a federation of Russia, but this man anyway was flying, and he received information that there was life, love and opportunity if he was to do the right thing and go with his conscience and help Ukraine. And so apparently this man managed to follow the procedure to get oneself exfiltrated with his flying machine. And big interview, New York Times. Haven't read it, so I guess I'm trying to elicit from folks who have paid, who dance with the devil, who have paid for the subscription and will regale me with the information therein. I was only able to read a blurb. So,
helicopter pilot in the Baltics crossed.
That's the one.
Scot.
That's him. Yeah. That's him. Now, is he a plant? Is it too good to be true? Like, is it a dirty sausage?
I will not comment on the cleanliness of any sausage here. What I will say, David, is that said man was previously interviewed in the BBC about 2 or 3 days ago, maybe 4.
Yes,
we had
quite
an in-depth chat. So I've not read the New York Times piece, but I would doubt that there is great discrepancy between his story there and the story he gave to the BBC. And of course, BBC is free to read for everyone, so it should be easy for people to find, even without a subscription to the New York Times. And now, I don't know
That's
whether...
superb. Thank you, Doman. I remember seeing that on the BBC. I'm going to try and find it and retweet it out. I think it's an important piece of information shared at this time for people who will consume that information. It's probably encouragement to those who might be thinking or might need a bit of persuasion. And hey, look at this geezer. He made it out alive. He's looking healthy, lots of money, looking like he eats well, clean clothes and shaved, etc. Not being strung up and not being tortured and beaten to death with electrical cables as the Russians do. So I think it's a powerful thing. It's kind of why I was asking it with the Crimea question. Sorry.
No, indeed, quite right. I believe our dear Ming the Merciless might have tweeted it out at some point if you want to scroll through that timeline. Beyond that, what else can I tell you? Partisans. Partisan activity has stepped up a little bit in occupied territories. We've heard, especially from in and around Melitopol, maybe some other places in occupied Zaporizhia Oblast, a little bit of a step up. However, that is far from, I think, the full capacity that they're able to put forward. I think there's quite a bit left.
I don't even think they're at half, Dom, and I think they're probably not even approaching a quarter. They're probably just incrementally being more active and just adding more cuts per day rather than per week.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I mean. A little bit of awokenness additionally, but the real pressure. And I think Thomas Steiner who commented on this yesterday. I believe it was. Maybe it was 2 days ago, maybe 3. I don't know. I'm
no, it was.
Sure
He mentioned it one of the days. Yep.
We did. He did, right, and he said the best time for it is just before the Ukrainian forces are knocking on the gates of those cities, and then you really squeeze them as though encircled, but from the inside and the outside, kind of.
You create no-go zones, and then you kill outside that and push it. As you say, you have to have that force coming to expose yourself, right? That's the point here.
Precisely, David. Precisely. Yeah, that's a very important, very important bit of bit there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else to say really about all of that, but I think that it's definitely something that will be becoming in as important just a little bit later on, for sure.
I'd probably think it'd be something that, and this sounds like a cop out, but it's probably true, specifically in this more clandestine element or what I would say native warfare. It's probably a story. It's probably a story that will be told in the fullness of time, like when people are doing debriefs to commissions and giving evidence, and that might all be sealed, just so that other people who might be oppressed and might be making use of the same means and methods aren't exposed. Like, I don't really need to know how the messages are getting in and out and exactly intricacies. I guess that stuff will be kept safe. But just to know that they have announced it in public and that there's a military message sent out itself, I think is probably more. In fact, I think it's 100% information warfare. Because if they need to communicate with the ladies and gents who move in the night and don't make any sounds as partisans, they don't have to put on telly. They do have comms. I think it's an interesting twist. Maybe just playing the same tune in a different key to what the Russians do when they pretend to communicate between generals and their bosses. I mean, they're all eating from the same trough, so everything that is done in public with Prigozhin and this court jester nonsense, I think the Ukrainians are thumbing their nose in a very funny way, putting the fear of God in them, putting it out that, hey, partisans, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's not for the Ukrainian partisans. That's to give spirit to their own people and terror to the Russians. And I think it's a master. I think the Ukrainians are continuing master stroke in many theaters of their war. So Slava Ukraini, everybody, please retweet and share the space. 3 minutes to 9 in the morning here on the East Coast, United States.
Heroyam Slava. Doman, I just wanted to mention that there's a countrywide air raid warning again in Ukraine. Apparently, a MiG-31K has taken off. The translation is dagger carrier. Kinezha. Yeah, okay, it's a Kinezha. Yeah, these Ukrainian words are impossibly long, but yeah, apparently there is one in the air now. So there are air raid warnings throughout the entire country. I'll keep an eye on it and see what else we can find out.
Thank you, Robin. So quite a lot of times these are mostly ones based at, I think, Malyushchi airfield in Belarus, as well as in a couple of places in Russia. And often they take up knowing that this consumes Ukrainian time and resources because people go into air raid shelters, or air defense goes on high alert, or whatever else happens or stops happening for a short period because of it. and that consumes Ukrainian resources. So I don't know what proportion of their sorties they actually fire Kinzhals, but I would say that majority of the time, I think I'm probably right in saying majority of the time, they end up not doing so. What this also does is occasionally lulls some people into a full sense of security, thinking that, oh, they just won't do it again, and then they don't go into shelters, and then negative outcomes might occur. So just a general note on the MiG-31K. But I see also that on the point of K, we've been joined by a K Ristaps. Hi, Ristaps. What are you up to?
Hello. I had some sleep and I finished my articles, and as I'm following Russian news, the weirdest and the most Russian thing ever just popped up there. You see, in Russia, there's this law called Dima Yakovlev law, which prohibits foreigners to adopt children from orphanages. And this, due to the lack of medicine and everything, has caused a lot of, deaths among these children who were ill, couldn't get medication. A lot of them remained in the orphanages, and Russia just said, nope, we're not going to give Russian kids to foreigners. A lot of people have, suffered and even died during this. But you see, the thing is, one of the authors, the chief author of this bill, apparently has ran away about a year or so ago, just before the war began, or very early war, and moved to France. And he's no longer in United Russia. He's now, telling that, people about how Putin's parliament and government is corrupt and everything. And then just recently someone asked him, but hey, guy, you were one of those people who did this horrible law because of which many people have suffered and died. Why did you do this? It was just ridiculous because he voted for this and he pushed it through Gosduma. And he said, oh, well, I never thought about it. That's why I needed to rise up the ranks of United Russia. So I wanted to think of some new patriotic law. And he never even thought of the consequences, which have now been established to be we're talking about 1,000 dead kids in Russia and about 10,000 kids who can't get medication because, they're still in the orphanages. And this guy from United Russia just decided to push up this totally evil law that caused so much suffering and pain because he wanted to rise up the ranks, and he did it basically just for fun. And he doesn't even seem to have any moral remorse right now. He doesn't even comprehend the consequences. This just blew up. I just find it, extremely dark, yet at the same time, kind of typical, to be honest.
Kristaps, I trust you've heard about the police colonel from Voronezh, the deputy head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs there, who was among those who were on the Arabat Spit south of Hedichensk over the weekend when there was a certain British-designed storm that came a-knocking. Why was a police colonel from Voronezh in occupied Kherson Oblast? What's your guess?
I mean, they have to send in someone to order things around, I presume. Remember that in the early days of the war, we also saw pictures and videos of Rosgvardia troops, being just exploded because according to plan, the military has taken over, and then you have to send in the Siloviki, the guys who will beat up the protesters. I mean, the soldiers are too busy getting exploded by artillery. Not like they have time to, beat up peaceful protesters. Obviously, they're going to send in police officers and everything like that. Doch.
I think it's a part of the occupation authority, right? They're just trying to
of course.
make themselves felt and seen, but also with the Central Election Commission now saying that they want elections to be held on the 10th of September in the occupied Kherson, occupied Zaporizhia oblasts. I sincerely hope that they won't be occupying any sliver of those oblasts at that point, of course.
Look, I mean, if you talk about elections, then I'm pretty sure they have more internet pyramid scheme scammers to put in as leaders of these oblasts. I mean, they could do this with Donetsk and Luhansk, literally well-known scammers who should be in prison. Well, they'll find someone, and then someone will probably explode an elevator or something. This is how the cycle of life goes in the modern-day Donetsk and these occupied territories.
Yeah, very good, very good. No, but it's the same sort of approach at all times, right? It's the same sort of approach at all times where they just try to go and found a nonsense republic, then pretend it's Russia, doing things to make it pretend it's right. I have
It's
one
the same
interesting.
thing all over again. Nothing changes in their plan.
I have something very different on this, Kristaps. And so I just want to ask you about this because
sure.
I have seen that in you know these passports, right? Passportization that Russians have been doing in occupied territories.
Of
Tell
course,
me,
yes.
Kristaps, what color is a Russian internal passport?
Red.
Okay.
I would think.
Yes, exactly.
As-
I've seen a picture of a purple one.
Okay.
A purple internal passport issued in occupied territories, post 2022 occupied territories, and I think that might be an interesting tangent to explore at some point. So,
oh yeah, definitely, because we already see that on like these Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic's militias, they're supposed to be integrated now. They're supposed to be integrated into the Russian military, but they sort of are not. And then you look at their veterans, and that was a major scandal some time ago when the veterans of these Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, after this formal annexation, they were just refused their pensions and their aid. There is a saying in Russia: "Страна всегда кинут тебя, мальчик." Basically, the country is always gonna screw you over somehow, son. Like this is just they're finding legal loopholes how not to pay people their supposed benefits that Russia has promised, and this money can go into someone's pocket. Like, I'm not even shocked by this news and surprised at all. This is what they have been doing all war long and even further for I don't know decades at this point in Transnistria and anywhere. I mean, they promised them everything and anything, and then they basically screw them over. And what's interesting though is the open conflict that Prigozhin is now gone with Putin about the registering Wagner group. But I'm sure you've talked about that because Putin was even asked in his speech about what to do with these private military companies. And even he stated that not just Shoigu, but Putin also stated that they should sign these contracts. But Prigozhin once again came out openly and stated that no, he will not sign any new contracts because he had promised social security for his Wagner troops, and that he's afraid that if he signs these contracts, then those 20,000 dead, as he claims he has, well, that their families will just be again excluded and not counted in. This is these Donetsk Luhansk People's Republic families, and then this is a nice little scam of how to avoid paying more money to the families. And now they're like in open conflict because that's technically mutiny if you think about it. He's disobeying a direct order.
Well, the funny thing I think is, and I think we have a couple questions from others who already cropped up, right? The funny thing is how Kadyrovites immediately, rushed to Shoigu and kissed the ring and said, yes, we will take the 700,000 ruble salary and promise to not ever see frontline combat. Yes, of course we will. It was so nicely staged, just so that it looked like that this order wasn't written only for Wagner in the first place.
I mean, of course, this is the towers of the Kremlin doing some internal struggle, and I for one welcome such turn of events. The more they are in conflict with each other, the better for the rest of the world.
Exactly. Kristaps, I'm going to mute you for a second because your background noise is quite bad otherwise, and let's go to Favid. Go ahead, Favid.
Hello, good morning. Hello, Kristaps. Thanks very much, Doman. I'm coming back on to ask people to retweet and share the space. I don't consider this troublesome. I think it's something we should all do. I think we should all retweet, share the space, go across platform onto your other social medias, and let your various communities and mates and places where you hang out know where to get reasoned logic and fact over fiction. You could also go to MriyaReport.org, make a contribution. It is a charitable donation. It's a registered foundation. So that means you can get yourself a tax receipt, which would be applicable to anybody who pays tax to the IRS, don't have to be living in America to do that. And some folks, a lot of folks who work for corporations, your company will have a charitable giving matching scheme usually, as they too want to take advantage and get some tax deductible receipts for their own tax liabilities. So if you give 500, some people will match it to 100%. They'll also give 500, so you double your money. So something worth looking into if you work for a large corporation that does have a charitable giving program. That's not really why I came up alone, Doman. I came up to suggest that to accept the premise of Prigozhin and Putin and Shoigu as independent actors of each other, I think is to make the first step into their puppet theatre. I don't believe that they actually have enough state and organization that would, in fact, sorry, let me rephrase that. I haven't seen anything in Putin's regime to show that now all of a sudden independent actors would emerge. Rather, what I have seen would tend to indicate that now is just yet another very low rent romanzo. It's just a romance. It's just daytime TV written by very drunk and old, kind of busted out Soviets who stuck around, made a bit of money with the mob, and now they can still make some use of their super secret squirrel skills. And that's why their memes are so shit. That's why when you see some of their quote unquote slams and put downs from their official outlets, they all kind of clang because their English is so shockingly poor. Which is not something I say in arrogance, it's just an observation. So I would say when we see these little fake potentates, as if Putin and Shoigu and Prigozhin are all not reliant on the same corrupt machine continuing on, you know what I mean? Their interests are aligned, not disaligned. So it is in their interest to portray the show of, oh, there's a terrible, terrible confusion in Russia, and these different powerhouses might take over and press the nuclear button is what we're supposed to finish the sentence in our mind with. And I ain't buying it. I think they're just old drunks who are panicked and reverting to their training, or should I say, falling to the level of their training, because it's not a high level. It's just very repetitive. So I'd first make that observation about the apparent disunity within Russia, and then I would say, if it were true, I agree 100%. Marvelous to see it, and long may they knife each other. But I also don't think that they need an excuse, although this is now an existential threat for their own continuing mafia regime, which is obviously imploding. I don't think I don't think they have realized it, and I don't think it matters whether they realize it or not, because their excess has already written that, like, we can already see that they're doomed, and that the Ukrainians are efficiently and effectively defanging their only, what would have been one of their only remaining state, or should I say nation state size or level instruments of terror, which were their armed forces, land and air, and sea, what's left of it. So I think it's important to observe that. And then I wanted to see if Mr. GMAT had anything he wanted to add, because I know he had come up and he, well, I often like to listen to you, G-Man. You have a fantastic perspective. So good morning from here and good evening to you there. How are you, my friend?
Talking on mute there, sound, Babbitt.
Great accent as well, G-Man, go ahead.
Very good, yes. Well, I don't have an accent. I've always said it's everybody else.
Correct, correct, G-Man. It's all the people who live outside Ireland who sound foreign. I will agree with you there.
That is correct, you know. Well, sometimes I can put on. I also...
We passed ourselves.
I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to tell you a story about accents. Just a slight digression. 20 odd years ago, 22 odd years ago, I was buying my first house here in Ireland, in my hometown. Okay, and I'm not anymore, but my profession was supply management, logistics, and all that sort of stuff. So, being a buyer, I of course put it out to tender. The process of, you know, the lawyer bit of buying a house. So I rang round some solicitors in my home.
That's a mafia, bro.
In my hometown to get prices for the conveyance of said property that I was buying. One of which said, "How long have you been in the country?" what? Excuse me? He says, you've got an American accent. I went, oh, really? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Because I was dealing with...
Why, do they charge Yanks more money? Like, is
I
there a
don't
price
know
for
what
the
it was.
foreigner? Who is
Yeah, I don't know. It's just he thought I had a mid-Atlantic accent because I suppose I dealt with the States and Canada so much. I mean, my telephone voice had gone mid-Atlantic. But anyway, yeah. No, very good. All good here. The sun is shining in Northern Ireland. It has been for weeks, it seems. And it still will be for another few weeks to come, I think. I was listening to I echo everything you said about the retweeting and all that there, which I've just done. I didn't realize that it's a new space has been set up since the last one I retweeted, so it's done. Listening this morning, I was to Kristaps Eastern Front podcast, which when he did, for yesterday for the remembrance of the deportation that the Soviets did. Very good podcast. I've raised a lot of questions, I suppose, which I'm going to have to do a little bit of reading on. How many were deported, Kristaps, from the Baltics?
Oh, let me look up the precise numbers. I'm trying to go to a quiet place at this point. I'll get you back in 30 seconds when I move to a quieter street.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Yeah. That was one thing. Of course, the Soviets did the same everywhere, because, as we know, Russia doesn't change this, and they're still doing it today, with their abduction of children, and all the rest of the violence that they're doing every day. I'm going to look at my emails to see if I've got a reply from either my MP or Ben Wallace, but I know Ben Wallace is sort of busy today at Ramstein, so he probably won't have replied. I'm just guessing. All right, that's all for now. I'll listen back for when Kristaps gets a quieter spot.
Thank you, G-Man. I'm
Yeah,
actually
cool.
kind of...
I got this. I got this.
You're back.
According to the declassified documents of the USSR KGB, and from 1988, and that's the KGB documentation. So that means the real numbers are definitely higher. In 1941, from Latvia, 15,171 people. From Lithuania, 15,851. Estonia, 9,156. Ukraine, 41,645. Belarus, 31,754. Moldova, 29,839. So according to the KGB official statistics, in the 14th of June, on 1941, and remember there were also 1949 deportations, which also happened and followed after that. In total, 143,350 people were sent to die in Siberia.
Just in your own opinion, what percentage do you think that represents of the reality?
Oh, that's the problem. We're still working on this, and we're dealing with these KGB documents because this sadly goes into the whole tally of the whole there, because it was the beginning, like it was the war, and in the war, Baltics lost huge amount of their population percentage-wise, and acquiring precise documentation and numbers right now is pretty difficult. But I'd say that would be about 60-70% of the real numbers that were deported. It's not true, but it's not completely fake. The usual 3.6, not great, not terrible area. But again, there are other sources, and the research is still ongoing because this is a very personal subject, as you might have understood from that episode. But these are the official KGB numbers that I can give you. So.
Okay, just one more follow-up. Could you post something about a website, or tell me any information? Is a website where the documents are residing, or are they on a repository?
Yes, they are. I will actually do that if you want to. Visit the KGB Research Center and work with a bunch of these papers. Of course, they'll be Russian,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have English versions for everything, but I'm pretty sure that our Museum of Occupation, if you Google up Latvian Museum of Occupation, I think they should have some of this data translated into English and have it in their materials. So as I'm on the street, I just got a package, but if you just Google up Latvian Museum of Occupation and their website somewhere, you should be able to achieve at least what's publicly available in English. I think that's the best thing that I can give you right now.
Okay. No, thank you. That's great. I'll have a bit of a research at that, because I know whenever I was doing my history or writing a history thing on Ukraine, and it was only a survey, and it was, you know, because I was doing the whole thing right from the start of the Kievan Rus, and I ended up having to break it into two. And if I'd done it in any more detail, I would have had, I don't know how many chapters it would have been. But I remember looking through some of the sources, and they were talking about the number of missing Ukrainians after the Second World War. So the numbers just didn't, there's gaps in the figure from the previous population to.
Yeah, that is the problem. It goes like crazy because, again, here in the Baltics, well, remember that Stalin comes in, Hitler comes in, Stalin comes back, and in between people are just conscripted or escape. It's like such a mess that's just weird. And understand that at least here, you know, where the armies went over, each of the previous administrations tried to, in emergency, burn their documentation, destroy it. So we're dealing with very muddled sources, which are often hard to comprehend. So
yeah, understand. Yeah, I'm reading Timothy Snyder's Black Earth, and he talks about doubly conquered people or something like that. You know, basically, Poland was conquered twice. Latvia, you know, there were all these nations that the Soviets took first, and Germany tried to took after that, and then Soviets took them again. So some of it was double, and some of it was treble. You know, so yeah, that's majorly complicating of any you getting to the truth. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a very sanguine anniversary that yesterday, it's 2 days ago now, and no, I'm glad that this time the forces that would be doing things like that are a lot weaker, and forces standing against them are a lot more united and a lot stronger in relation to that. Of course, far too many have yet again suffered from deportations, from arrests, torture at a grand scale at the hands of the Russians. But at least this time around, I think there's some hope that after Russians are defeated in Ukraine, that there will be, you know, a need to return those, at least those who are still alive, back to Ukraine. Carrie, go ahead.
Thanks, Damon. It's just a little message for whoever might be able to help. I've just seen, because I was busy the last few days, I couldn't listen, but I've just seen that Richard Frontline Kitchen is having to go out today to help with recovering bodies. And so I was just wondering if he seems very apprehensive about it, and obviously knowing what we know about him, he will go out there and he will do the job to the best of his ability. But I'm just wondering if anybody who knows him better could do a bit of a mental health check with him later, just given the discussion we've been having the last week and when he was on here.
Thank you, Carrie, and I'm pretty sure that one or two people might well be off to do that later. Thanks for that. Kristaps, do you happen to have a better grasp than I do of what foreigners ended up going to the St. Petersburg Economic Forum? Because all I've seen was Karin Kneissl, former Austrian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Szijjártó Péter, the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I think they're having a Taliban delegation again, just like they did last year, but that's about it. They legit had a Taliban delegation last year.
I know.
They have one this year as well. Yeah, meanwhile, the news I was just reading up here, apparently Yeltsin Center, the kind of Russia's version of Yeltsin Memorial Library and Museum, has now also been announced as a foreign agent. Just now, and it's just amazing.
Has it been announced? I just heard that they're investigating it for whether they're a foreign agent.
Oh, well, Girkin basically just posted about it gleefully, so I presume it's been done. But yeah, it's happening, and I have no doubt that they'll announce it instantly. And I already thought they couldn't go any further when they announced Alla Pugacheva, the Soviet era kind of a Soviet era pop star, which was kind of a symbol for that era in general. When they announced her, the foreign agent, but if Yeltsin Center gets announced, I mean, hey, anyone these days can be a foreign agent. I mean, we are all foreign agents, I suppose. I definitely am, so, you know.
I also see that someone, Puchkov, suggested renaming it into Museum of National Betrayal. The Yeltsin Center.
Yeah, I mean, that fits their new narrative. I mean, it goes all the way to Gorbachev, whom they also consider a betrayer or something. It goes down into the myth because, you know, they cannot admit that the Soviet Union was a flawed idea and that it was, you know, destined to collapse since basically Stalin died. And I, for one, I know he's a bit controversial, but I read Viktor Suvorov, also known as Vladimir Razun, and his theory is the fact that just because the Soviet Union couldn't turn most of Europe into sort of this Eastern Bloc countries, the fact that they didn't turn, for example, France into a communist France, Spain and such, that
Italy,
because of the whole Italy and all these places, because they didn't do that, because of the United States intervention and everything, then at that point he concludes that at that point Stalin already was disappointed and knew that eventually the Soviets would collapse because it's a they could only live on what they had, you know, stolen from others, and there's only so much that you can focus and orient. And at that point, I think this is what we're doing. And they refuse to admit this. For them, they always seek, you know, the fact that the evil CIA destroyed the Soviet Union, you know, whomever else, except the fact that the whole system of government and that whole organization was just deeply, terribly flawed. They can't admit this, so they invent stuff. That's about it. And of course, Yeltsin is tied to this because the evil 90s and everything, which also Putin has played up, because his legitimacy in the early years was the fact that he had apparently dealt with these organized crime gangs and these oligarchs. Well, instead of, you know, dealing with them, he basically centralized them. He became the kingpin, and I wouldn't call that dealing with the problem, but that's how he portrays these things. And therefore, Yeltsin has to be a betrayer, has to be an evil person, because this is just how that narrative goes. He can't not do it.
And let me expand a little bit on all of these three steps. Right, Putin.
Oh yeah, sure.
Putin got into power because Yeltsin basically trusted him that he would preserve his life. Right, that he can step down and retire, safe in knowing that Putin is going to preserve the life and limb and capacity and riches, however much there was, of Yeltsin and his family. Apparently, you know, what is it now? 15 years since Yeltsin passed away. Something like that. Apparently, that didn't extend to his legacy, did it?
No, it didn't. But Putin, by the way, at that point, the other option was now late Boris Nemtsov. See, and Putin was chosen because Boris Nemtsov was seen as a really radical reformer, and Putin was basically seen as a small-time pencil pusher, able to think at the tactical level without any real ambitions. That could, you know, serve a term, and then maybe, you know, people would be more ready, and then Boris Nemtsov could come up, and then there could be more democratic reforms. I've heard that story, except, you know, once Putin got into power, he got slightly more ambitious. Let's be polite here. Although I don't know why, but, you know, it makes it sound funnier. And then, of course, the 1999 Ryazan sugar events happened, where these bombings happened in mysterious locations all over Russia, and they got blamed on Chechen terrorists. And then the Second Chechen War happened, and then, you know, you have all these unanswered questions from the FSB about why they were literally found planting explosives into buildings and caught on camera doing so. And then they said, no, it was all a test. It was sugar, when it was proven it was hexogen. You know, all these little nasty details about that stuff. So, well, Putin does nasty stuff, and now he's thrown away the one thing that sort of that he could kept in a way, because like you said, he had given promises that Boris Yeltsin and his family, that they would be safe, they wouldn't be touched, they wouldn't be prosecuted. But in a way, this is sort of a betrayal, and I kind of don't know. This is kind of stupid. I mean, this basically ensures that if Putin somehow survives until the end of the war, highly doubt he will, but if he manages to, this just ensures that he has no hope. He will not be tried in Russia, that no one will, spare him either.
So speaking of Russian prime ministers and presidents, I don't know if you saw this one, but I laughed so hard when I saw that. I think Dmitry Medvedev was tweeting something about Rheinmetall. He was saying, "Give me the exact coordinates for." Sorry, please stop. I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry. Why?
A second. I need to mute your mic while I'm talking, because otherwise nobody hears what I'm saying, because your traffic noise goes over it. So Dmitry Medvedev was asking for precise coordinates for the new Rheinmetall facility in Ukraine, and I think it was Ruslan Stefanchuk, the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada, who replied to him and said, "Why would you want to know? We're not going to be employing any alcoholics."
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I mean, why would anyone read Dmitry Medvedev's tweets? Go to your local Alcoholics Anonymous and ask random people there about politics and situation in Ukraine. Their opinion is possibly even more valid than Dmitry Medvedev's. They are not constantly drunk all the time. They're trying to, rehabilitate themselves. Dmitry Medvedev is a person who basically goes on drinking binges that last for weeks. And now, as he's been associated with some sort of liberal reforms during his stay at the office, now he has to play up the fact that he's the most loyal of all fascists, the craziest of them all. He basically has to metaphorically prostrate himself before the leader and show that, no, I too am fully dedicated to the Putin's cause. I am no threat. I am the most loyal lapdog of them all, which, of course, damages his ego, because he likes iPhones and fancy stuff. So, he does insane amounts of drinking, and then he tweets stupid stuff. Dmitry Medvedev is basically a kind of cartoon version of himself. It's just as funny as Liberal Democratic Party of Russia, old Zhirinovsky's party. They just announced that they'll be making an AI, one of those chat AI things, except this one's going to speak in Zhirinovsky's voice. So we're going to get Zhirik AI. And I mean, Zhirik AI versus Drunk Medvedev. Oh boy, those are going to be some fun tweets to read, and that's a race downhill. And once someone reaches the floor, then they'll just smash right through it and fall even lower, because we have Zhirinovsky AI and Drunk Medvedev now, and it's turning into a farce. And I'm just surprised how people can still in that country take anything they say somewhat seriously.
No, but see, Zhirinovsky is pretty easy to make into an AI, because you don't need an actual AI. All you need to do is make one of those bots that reads what Putin says, and then makes the verbiage about 50 to 100% harder than whatever Putin already said.
Also, there's a button that adds "Nuke America" at the end of every sentence, like punctuation marks. I still remember the best thing Zhirinovsky ever said was nuking a volcano in Iceland so that a tidal wave would sweep away the east coast of the United States. We lack such brazen things. Now they're kind of more careful. Zhirinovsky at least honestly stated he wants to nuke everyone all the time. And back in the day, when he was partying or slightly drunk, he literally went out on the Red Square in front of the Kremlin and threw money bells to retired people and called them halopy, which is Russian for slaves, not even served the slaves. And he said, eat this, you slaves. Look, good Zhirinovsky's giving you cash. He was that kind of bizarro person. Dmitry Medvedev is just a sad imitation about the 0.5 Zhirinovskys in the madness scale, because I think it's appropriate that we name a scale of total political insanity after Mr. Zhirinovsky.
And I've got a good explanation for Medvedev, Putin portrays himself as teetotal sometimes for whatever reason, and my explanation is Medvedev has to drink so much more just so that Putin looks completely sober next to him at all times.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. I mean, he still has to, show up. Medvedev's trying to compensate for Putin and for that other guy. That was for that other guy is from Soviet era where everyone was invited to work, pay free on Sundays, to do the plan for that other guy as well. Medvedev just doing that, except for Putin, and the plan is in the drinking pot, I suppose. But yeah, also we have a question from Favid. I'm sorry
From
if I mispronounced that name.
It's David, but it's Favid. So Favid, go ahead.
Hello, Christoph. Good morning to you, Cordia. Hello, my friends. Yes, I am sorry to have fooled you with my cunning alias, my nom de guerre. I've had to assume an alias to maintain my pro-Ukrainian activities. Anyways, I jest. I'd like to just say that I hear an awful lot of the description of like cult of personality and the deification of the great dear leader and intrinsic imperialist disgusting racism, and that these people are bred and fed and led to believe that there are underlings and that they are some kind of white crystal Russian upper superhuman. But in that there needs to be almost a demigod figure, which leaves them susceptible to this deification or like cult of personality. Only I can save you, I am your savior. It's a very seductive, and it's a very powerful message through the ages for all human populations that may have been at one stage or another, say, vulnerable or punch drunk for about, well, they've been on it almost 100 years or more, propagandizing and butchering their own people, which I think is pretty classical signifier of all imperial efforts, that they will always first consume within, and then by necessity, having in their brutality wasted and ruined their own available resources, will then begin to consume in the near abroad as necessity, and also to fulfill this destiny of supremacy BS. So I very much like when you say that Putin was selected as a soft touch who would be seen to continue the regime as it was, and I think you're quite right that after that they became quite a dark cloud, and we see that the secret state, the Stasi, the KGB class never really left, and they had been just waiting, biding their time, and the terrorism and imperial subjugation was acted out, as you say, in the 99 bombings, and then doubled and tripled down with their genocidal wars before that, and then the second Chechens, and then Georgia, Ukraine. So I just think it's a terrible. To me, I'm still astounded, although I've been observing since the early noughties the situation in Ukraine. Still astounded at the slow grinding of the imperial mill. That seems just. I'm still gobsmacked by it all. It was something we were taught in school in various different history of Europe and world history modules, and it's just so crazy to me to see it. But it doesn't dumb me. I must say I don't feel stunned into silence. I'm more I must say I'm excited to action or moved to be involved here and to berate other people to retweet and donate money and do what we can to support Ukraine. Because having described the dark horror of the Russian imperial effort, Muscovite imperial effort at the moment, and the genocide they're conducting, we can see that what it is the death throes, which are typical in all such restrictive imperial regimes, and that they will tighten the noose within, and also try to become more brutal abroad in an attempt to show brutality. We are savage. Don't mess with us. Which is, how we're counting down the days and the seconds to their demise, because that is what weakness does when they think they need to project strength, like blowing these various mills and water and infrastructure and electricity. All they're doing is running scared and acting as if they have something to worry us about.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you would be from our parts of the world, like Domen and I, see, the late Soviet Union was very much like this. They outwardly and on the whole posters and everything, they still show that they're this great nation and everything was awesome, but it was rotten to the core, and it was farcical to the people who even lived inside it. We're used to dealing with this dark imperialism with an even darker sense of humor, thanks to Ashkenazis of Odessa who invented all the Soviet political jokes. It's just that, you know, it's kind of hard to believe. Like, we're used to being told that this whole evil bear next door, he's always scary and always big, but we know that he hasn't been fed for 25 years and that he's, well, a bit angry, slightly mad, but certainly not as terrifying. Just you know, is the last gasp of a dying generation. The people who are, you know, currently they're not having any new ideas. They're not trying to build anything new. They're trying to rebuild Soviet Union 2.0 with the same ideas, just repackaged slightly differently. This war is Putin and his generation of tyrants' last gasp for existence in an ever-changing world, and they look quite farcical while doing this because some people are still surprised, and some people still think that, you know, he's some sort of supreme leader. He isn't. He's an old man who's outlived his usefulness by far. And what's happening there is inertia, and they have a lot of it, which makes them more resilient and not an easy pushover. But Girkin and every other Z correspondent says exactly the same thing, and I tend to agree with them on one thing. If this gets even more prolonged, then this is going to lead to some sort of smuta, or times of troubles inside Russia itself, just as it had led in the Soviet Union. It is what it is, and sorry for my dark sense of humor sometimes about all these matters when I sound extremely cynical. It's just that, again,
but don't apologize at all.
mechanism.
It's widely entertaining. Please don't censor yourself. If anything, push it more, because it is exemplary for people to learn from how to deal with it and then how to pivot and succeed.
Look, that's the thing. That's the thing, because and I like I always whenever I can, I try to translate Soviet political jokes to English on my show sometimes to explain the situation, and sometimes they're really kind of great. And this is kind of those things we've always laughed about, you know, everything with this dark comedy. Like I said, Ashkenazi culture played a huge role in this, and this is how we operate. We make darkly comedic jokes and everything. For example, one of the funniest ones that I haven't yet told on MriyaReport, because it's time for one, I suppose. I won't tell you the standard ones I tell every time. But here's one. It's of course about Radio Yerevan. Most political jokes are Radio Yerevan. Radio Yerevan gets asked, "Is there life on Mars?" Radio Yerevan answers, "We're not sure, but after the Soviets arrive, there definitely won't be any."
Very good. Christoph, speaking of dark humor, let's go to a Romanian buddy. Daniel, go ahead. Daniel?
Yeah. I'm here. I hear two things very interesting. Decrepit state, which humor is the best answer, and text about how Russians pursue war, how they are scary and things like that. I think people, we need to go in a deep dive in naval history, because I love naval history, and we have Russo-Japanese war. And people probably forget how big was Tsarist fleet. Was the second in the world after Britain. And they took all the fleet in the Baltic, in the Black Sea, Northern Fleet, put them together to sail Atlantic under the Cape of Good Hope, go to Indian Ocean, go to the Strait of Malacca to fight the Japanese. Japanese who start their, I don't know, changing their ways in less than 40 years. The funny thing in this was, until Tsushima, where they are totally crushed, Russian Navy did a fine job destroying some fishing boats, which led with Russian casualties. They start firing each other, trying to make, you know, training about aiming their shells. And when they are close to Korea, they already have almost a third of the fleet sick, ill, drunk, and totally unprepared. In Japanese, it's a very small navy, just one battleship, a lot of small torpedo boats. Crush them. This is the scary army. And always this, fame for their strong attitude, strong Russian steel, selenium. It's just bullshit. They are ridiculous, and they were ridiculous for many, 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 many times. Just read the Paris occupation by Russia. It's ridiculous.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Christoph and Daniel. I really appreciate your answers and insight. Everyone, please retweet, share the space, MriyaReport.org.
Thank you all. G-Man.
Just to follow up what Daniel was talking about, because I remember reading this a while back. During the night of October 21st and 22nd, 1904, the Russian Baltic fleet was commanded by Admiral Rozhetsky, and it was bound for destiny, actually, at Tsushima. But in the meantime, they're sailing through the North Sea. Now, it's nighttime. It's the North Sea. It's cold. They're a bit confused. They might be partaking in some vodka. But they decided that they saw a flotilla of vessels, and they thought it might actually be Japanese torpedo boats, when in fact they were British fishing boats operating around in Dogger Bank in the North Sea. And they fired on them, and they actually hit some of their own ships. I'm not sure, I remember reading this story before. I'm not sure how many casualties there was among the British fishing boats. I think there were some. Yes, there were. 2 fishermen were killed. Others were injured. Damage to property was considerable. Great Britain demanded of Russia an official apology, reparations, and punishment of the officers responsible for the incident. Russia claimed the action had been provoked because Japanese torpedo boats had been seen surfacing, and accordingly it was not possible to punish the commander of the fleet. At length, the parties agreed to appoint an international commission of inquiry, which was not only charged with fact-finding, in accordance with the provision of Article 9 to 36 of Convention 1 in the final act of the First Hague Peace Conference, but also required to state its findings on where the responsibility lay and on the degree of fault regarding those under the jurisdiction of the 2 contracting parties. So that's the Dogger Bank incident, when Russia proved that it was completely incompetent as a naval force. Not for the first time, I might add. I mean, Britain went to war with Russia in 1849 because they were operating in the Black Sea in doing basically piracy. And Russia agreed in the eventual peace not to have any naval vessels in the Black Sea. Of course, they reneged on that as soon as Britain stopped watching them within about 20 years because Russia. Anyway.
Look, this reminded me, like, my show literally started out by collecting people's studies who had served in the Soviet army. I just translated them into English and presented them to the audience. This is how my show started, I think, 10 years or so ago. Like, I'm old at this point, especially in the Baltics. And one of these studies was about the fleet, because, I interviewed a bunch of these people, and these are all studies they told me about their time in the... Then went like, drunk,
There's something wrong with your connection. You're coming through very, very kind of like a robot, but not in a good way.
Be right back then. Sorry.
Now it's fine, seemingly.
Okay, it should be better at this point.
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay, so the study goes like this. So my stepdad's stepdad's friend, whom I heard this from, they're serving in North Sea Fleet, and they were like doing nothing because no NATO vessels there and anything. And they're all super drunk as usual. But one day, apparently, they had a random check on them. You know, just random officers from Moscow arriving to check on the fleet. And they arrived at 6 in the morning. It's super dark there. It's near the polar circle. And they don't see any soul alive on any of the vessels. So they drove up in one of their boats to the closest one, and they decided to basically, you know, give these guys a little test. They found kind of a barrel, like an old oil barrel, stuffed some rags in it, and lit it on fire, and raised the alarm. And then they stepped on their boat, and they wanted to just check to see what's happened. And the kind of the barrel is just, you know, burning. And after some 15 minutes, apparently, a boatsman just arrives on the deck, looks around, sees the burning barrel, and with a nice little wide kick, kicks it overboard because he isn't bothered to do anything, you know, anything normal. The barrel obviously hits the nice little tiny boat of these inspectors that are sent there to check on this ship. 3 of them die. The end result, the boatsman got promoted for a very swift and decisive action in case of fire emergency, and got like 60 days of extra vacation too. And so did some other guys for rescuing the remainder of inspectors who were in that burning boat that had been, you know, right next to the ship. That's one of those weird stories. Other one is how like in a rocket base, they used kind of, where they didn't have bottle openers, they just used to plug out some random motherboard parts from the whole system because no one could understand to just open up their bottles, which they got by, you know, they weren't allowed. Just right next to them is a secret airplane base, which they're not allowed to fly because of radar and everything. But the closest village, which is in the middle of Siberia, is like 300 kilometers away. So what do you do when you run out of vodka and the next shipment is far away? Well, of course, you take the super secret plane and you drive it 300 kilometers over the steppe to the village to buy some vodka, obviously. This is the sort of thing, it's one of my very early episodes, but it's just that, yeah, visual stories about Russian army and how it really functioned, because I've spoken with so many veterans and those who served in Afghanistan and everywhere. Oh man, these stories are piling up, and you know, people from the United States like to make jokes about how Marines eat crayons, and I'm not laughing. Crayons might actually be nutritious. Eating crayons is nothing, comrades. Just nothing.
That's amazing, Christos. Thanks for that. Yeah, if a crayon would be eating crayons would be an improvement, then you know just how far they've actually stooped in reality. Now, today is a big day for Ukraine, a big day for supplies of stuff to Ukraine, because it's Rammstein Day. And I think that Latin's prepared for us a little bit of an update of what has been said at Rammstein Day, starting, of course, with comments from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Latin, are we excited? Earth to Monteronta, Latin?
Oh yeah, I thought I was having connection issues. No,
No.
yeah, please.
I think Latin is having connection.
Latin, can you hear Domin or no? Because we can't hear you, Latin.
Sorry, guys, I was distracted for a minute there, and I missed a lot of that intro. Domin, can we go over that again?
I said Latin. Today, of course, is Rammstein Day, which is a very important day for Ukraine, especially because there might be some interesting comments about fighter jets for Ukraine, such as, for example, from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Latin, are we excited? Question mark, question mark.
Yeah, it's taking shape, isn't it? This training program. There's a lot of things that they're going to have to keep in mind. I think primarily one of the things that concerns me the most is that we have to, and this could affect a number of things, right? Like procurement and production, but training is probably one of the big ones right now. That the West generally, we have to snap out of our Cold War mentality, or post-Cold War mentality, correction, our post-Cold War peace mentality. We are at war with Russia, and we are in a pre-war phase with China, where there could be real potential for confrontation there at some point. So I hope that whatever they're doing, it's taking shape. It's obviously taking shape. The coalition of nations that are working together to train F-16 Ukrainian pilots on F-16s is taking shape, and I hope that it is being very, very closely coordinated on a daily, if not hourly basis, based on what these men are going to be showing when they are finally in the classroom, in the cockpit, because these are people that have combat experience. These are going to, the instructors are going to find that some of these pilots, not some, most of them that have been flying in combat, practically all of them, are just going to be way ahead of what they are used to in peacetime training. So I hope that the training does not continue to the tradition of the last year of dragging our feet. We have to think quickly on our feet. We have to make this happen at a pace and listen to these pilots coming from Ukraine that are coming to us, the collective West, with fire in the belly and lots of combat experience. And hopefully they can work together with their instructors to move this, to really move this and get them, get those aircraft operational, and to begin that process of strengthening Ukraine's fixed-wing air defense. I'm still optimistic about September, October, but that's going to be the first deliveries. Oh, I see. I have some fire support here. I see Hop is here. So that's what I'm hoping to see. It's encouraging. I have not heard anything particularly for about 5 hours specifically from Ramstein, so I'm not sure if anybody else can update that, but hopefully, I'm not banking on a big announcement today. Typically, what we've seen in the past is the meeting and lots of statements that you can look at very carefully and read between the lines, look carefully at what they're actually saying, and then after that, you tend to see the announcements in the weeks after. But I'll hand it over to Hop because I see he has his hand up.
I'll just insert a couple of things. One is from Jens Stoltenberg saying, it's too early to say when exactly this decision will be taken, but the fact the training has started provides us with the option to also decide to deliver the planes, and then the pilots will be ready to fly them. So training is indeed underway on F-16s per NATO Secretary General. The other thing I want to just introduce real quick before going to Hop is that Australia has acknowledged, have gotten or rather the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia has expressed explicitly the interest in the Australian FA-18s, and I think Australia has also confirmed, yes, Australia has confirmed that they have received that, so there's no question about that either way, which I think is quite important for the 40-odd FA-18s in Australian storage. Hop.
Definitely coming in on, just going to join up on Latin's wing here. But what we're going to see, the evolution I anticipate, having trained a few foreign pilots in my time, is you are going to, of course, see the creme de la creme in the first tranche of pilots being trained. And the program they go through will be, which is going on right now, will be the basis for all the modifications and everything else. And by the time maybe you get to the second, or definitely the third tranche, you've got this highly expedited, bespoke program designed. There'll probably be one version designed for your MiG-29 pilots and another different version for your C-27 guys, and it's going to get honed, and they're going to be adding sorties and dropping sorties and developing a program like, okay, these guys are going to be, it'll probably be air-to-air focused for sure in the beginning, but while all that's going on, they're going to be in the background developing a nascent basic air-to-ground program, and then that'll get fleshed out in, say, the third or fourth tranche. Maybe each tranche will be 6, 8 pilots going through at a time, and they're going to learn every time what English training they need, where the deficiencies, the common deficiencies are, where the common strengths are. They'll be adding to and taking stuff out the whole time. and it'll become more and more and more efficient.
Latin?
Doman, are there any other, has anything else come out? The most recent, I always, during these meetings, I follow closely what Minister Reznikov tweets out. I haven't seen anything from him in 5 hours, so I'm assuming he's deep in the middle of it right now, and then we'll eventually see something soon. But do you have anything else?
Not much. I know that, well, I presume that there will be a press conference starting sometime within the next 90 minutes. Today's meeting is a little bit more expansive because to the best of my understanding, there are also 25 or so representatives of industry around, and I think they'll be focusing on sustainment with ammunition, etc. And I think that's the other big deal that's going to take more effort, especially because you're adding 50% extra people to the room in that meeting, right? And there's a number of things that happened at the side of the meeting during what I presume was the lunch break. For example, Secretary Ben Wallace, the UK Defence Secretary, speaking with his newly elected Turkish counterpart. What that is about, who knows? But could be Ukraine, could be his candidature for a NATO Secretary General, could be just saying hi, new large country, large military defense minister here in NATO. So there's a number of components there. Peace for Ukraine. What have you seen? I think you have a couple of news here to share straight from Ramstein.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Roman. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was just looking into the statements done with Secretary General and Defense Minister Reznikov. So from Stoltenberg's side, he basically just stated pretty much what he already did earlier in the morning, that the provision is crucial, the provision now, and the increasing of provision of weapons now is crucial, considering counteroffensive has started, but also to look into the long term for sustaining the defense capabilities for Ukraine. So basically, a reaffirmation of what we already heard earlier. But Minister Reznikov, he was very, very happy, very broad smile, and mentioned that the previous meeting he had a sort of a handkerchief on his pocket, on his breast pocket, where he had a symbol for this F-16s, for this bird quote unquote coalition. And he was very happy to see that in this meeting, very broad steps were made, and this bird coalition is now a reality. And so, of course, they discussed the training, they discussed also the capabilities, the airframes that would be provided. They were kicking in, he affirmed they are starting with F-16, so the bird coalition kicks off with the F-16s on the training, on the provision of airframes. This will be spearheaded by Netherlands and Denmark, who are taking the lead along with other countries, but the lead is taken by Netherlands and Denmark. And he also mentioned that testing, and he stressed it out, they will be testing. So they spoke with the Swedish government, and they will be testing the Swedish capabilities. So this was a mention. He let's say reiterated twice the term testing. So my sort of deduction would be that indeed we are in a good go ahead on the F-16s, and this is a reality. Now we just, of course, all eager to see the reality of F-16s with Ukrainian colors flying over the Ukrainian sky and deterring and destroying all those invaders that are where they're not supposed to be. So that will be a very happy day. But indeed, then they immediately walked away. He just finished his statement that
along with the airframes and all the other coalitions that are already existing, so the tank coalition, the artillery coalition, all the other coalitions, with the bird, quote unquote, coalition. Means that the capabilities of Ukraine are reinforced, are reaffirmed, are in for the long term. And of course, this means that Ukraine is the eastern shield of Europe and also of NATO. And this is immediately taken out from his statement. So that was just what I, and they walked away both in a very broad smile, very energetic, very dynamic. I really appreciate, because it was very, very encouraging, I must say. I really like this.
Hop, when you see ministers, let's say, smiling broadly, does that usually mean good things?
Yes, thank you for that arcing softball pitch. It sure does. And what I'm anticipating, and Latin definitely watches this a lot more closely than I do. I think what you're seeing is logistics being hammered out, questions being answered. If you're meeting again like this and you're already training people, there's a here's what we've learned, here's what we need motion going on. But he can be fairly grim and has been at times, but when he's broad and smiling and has different neckties and handkerchiefs and things like that, he is signaling to us all. I eagerly await whatever press releases come out next, which probably wouldn't that be in the next 3 hours or so, do you think?
Less than 3 hours, I think. They're on Brussels time, right? So it's 4 p.m. now. I think the latest the press conferences ever started was about 5:30, 6 p.m. So in the next 2 hours at the latest, there should be some serious meat there to work through.
It'll also be interesting to see who appears on the dais when they hold that press conference, or is it generally just sort of done by a single point?
They do it separately, so different people do it separately. So, for example, Secretary Austin, maybe General Milley, I think they're both there, might do it together. We'll do it together, for example, but different countries do it separately because it's kind of like each of their stuff. Stoltenberg's is always important because it kind of summarizes the closing memorandum. Then Resnikov will have one separately and so on. But they might have a couple of extra people together. I wouldn't be at all surprised if, for example, the Dutch, the British, the Danish, the Norwegian defense ministers might do one together, right, with Resnikov perhaps, as this whole F-16 coalition. Stuff like that might happen, but generally it's more or less separate. The Hungarian defense minister never shows up to any of the press conferences, of course, because why would he? He was playing Minesweeper throughout the whole time anyway. Latin?
A couple of comments on what Peace for Ukraine was just sharing with us. A couple of things that anyways piqued my interest when she was telling us some of these insights. I couldn't help but notice the mention of Sweden. That is tied into the bigger picture, which is that obviously NATO is moving forward and getting into, like Hop said, some of the finer details of what this really looks like and how this will actually play out, that coalition of NATO countries. But we also know that the number of aircraft that NATO is in a position to provide, although it now looks modestly larger than what we thought, or at least what I thought a few weeks ago, is still just the first step. And so that's one of the comments from Peace for Ukraine that I noticed was, if I heard it right, was something about that F-16 will be the first aircraft that's being that will be incorporated into the Western aircraft incorporated into the Ukrainian Air Force. Something else is definitely coming, and we see now these other feelers that are out there. Nothing definitive yet. F-16s are the only ones that are definitively in the pipeline, but we're seeing these feelers going out to Australia, their F-18s. I still believe Gripen is in the a contender, even medium term. If the Swedes are able to release at least a squadron's worth of Gripens, the Ukrainians might still think it's worth it. That's my personal assessment. And that Saab is going to be pushing intensely for that, because that makes it easier for a follow-on order, medium long term, for new production Gripens. So I would watch that one carefully. I wouldn't discount it. They're going to end up with more than one aircraft. The important thing is that they get them in service as quickly as possible. And I think part of what that is going to entail is getting back to what I was mentioning earlier, which I'm tying into. If somebody wants to have it, a look at my profile with a link that I shared this morning to something that Colonel Jeff wrote. But the issues of training that we are facing in wartime now versus peacetime, the instructors, the NATO instructors who are going to be, and I'd love to hear what Hop has to say about this, but the NATO instructors that are going to be training these pilots are going to have to listen to them carefully, I think, for this to be really successful or more successful. They're going to have to listen to the pace at which things move. It can't just be by the book, because these guys are combat experienced. I mean, there's going to be a cohort of pilots that are coming from much earlier in the pipeline. Maybe some even without combat experience. That's the indication we're getting from the UK in particular. Okay, that may be a different category, but any instructors that are going to be streaming pilots onto F-16s who have combat experience, they're going to have to really listen to them and expedite that, because otherwise there's the risk of them losing some of their edge if they spend too much time behind the lines training on a BAE Hawk. They're going to want to get in the cockpit of an F-16 pretty damn quick.
Hop, does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to suss out in my head how we would have done this in the Navy, and you would have put them through some kind of truncated Hawk-based, T-45 based, whatever trainer based, quick and dirty, mostly to get them basic familiarity with glass cockpits. And they'll have done some of this on their own through the Microsoft flight simulators and stuff like that. And I think you're probably going to send guys through in you're going to have a two-man rotation, maybe a senior guy with a little more junior guy, a dedicated instructor, and there's going to be a lot of, it's not going to be like a traditional Western training program, which is all top down. This is going to be much more lateral. You're going to be addressing their needs as if you're their primary instructor, which they will have a primary instructor, I believe, assigned to them, and that guy is going to take them through whatever the 12 weeks or the 6 weeks or whatever the program is for them, and they'll have one at each stage. They'll have a primary instructor on. We're just going to use the Hawk as an example, and the Hawk trainer, and he will hand off to the primary F-16 trainer. I think that's what's going to happen, and there will be a lot more feedback coming from the students than you would see in a non-wartime traditional ab initio training program. The other point I wanted to make is going back to address the Swedish thing. It's a sea change for me, because now we're starting to get into a situation where, because of the follow-on aspect of this, the Ukrainians are no longer having to beg, borrow, and steal capability. There's a subtle change here. They're going to start getting courted by the West. The Boeings of the world are going to be like, we really want to have them get into the Hornets so we can support the Hornets long term and sell them Super Hornets. And Saab is going to want to do the same thing with the Gripens, and heck, BAE, and on and on and on. So now they've gone from begging to buying, and that is an interesting shift, because now you have people whispering in the ears of the politicians, like, let's really work with them, and those guys go back and talk to their defense people, and it's a sea change for me, a subtle sea change. The tide is no longer coming in or going out. It's starting to come in as far as aircraft. What do you think of that, Ladin and Doman?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, and I totally agree. There's momentum happening now, and the Ukrainians know it. I sense it in the way that I've sensed it for a while from Reznikov. He's probably, the back channels, the behind closed doors are probably way ahead of our conversation. So he's seen this coming for a while. But if NATO really does catch on, I'm going to expand it because we know now that Japan is looks to be officially in the game now as far as offering weaponry, the artillery. We'll talk about that in a minute. Artillery ammunition, which is, by the way, historic for Japan. This is an important moment, and it points to this bigger picture of the Western democratic world understanding that something important is happening here, and they have to contribute to it and be part of it. And that's going to reflect in aircraft. Exactly what Hop was just saying, that they understand that Ukraine has immediate needs that are going to be filled in fixed wing air defense, but also medium and long term. Industry has tremendous potential to benefit from this. We are benefiting from this, strengthening a country that is defending Western democracy and its own independence. This is going to be an ongoing thing for decades, regardless of what happens in Russia.
Thank you very much, Latin. No, I think that's exactly right. Hope had to go, I think, fly a jet or something. I don't know what aviators do, but I completely agree with this as well. You know, we are slowly transitioning into this, and this is important, and this is frankly important for the rest of Europe and the rest of the Western world at large. Ukraine will be, as time goes on, an incredibly important contributor to the security and defense landscape in Europe, and this is how and this is why. All right, we're going to do the following. I think Peace for Ukraine has another little update for us from Ramstein. Then we're going to go to Kristaps for a transition to Russia and an anecdote or two. And then I have my theory to share with you, Latin, about Russian strategic aviation. And then we'll go to other questions on aviation things. Okay, just so there we go, signposted well. Peace for Ukraine.
Hello again, and welcome back, mockers.
Hello there, sweetie. Sorry, I'm still dashing down the road to my car, but yes, I am back.
No worries. Take your time. I'm happy that you're back. So basically, the update that I have is Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III, to be correct and accurate. About a bit more than an hour ago, he posted on his account that the meeting was wrapped up, and in the meantime, he posted about 21 minutes ago a series of 4 tweets which mentioned and referred to different things without giving, of course, details, but he refers to several reports that he received on what's happening on the ground, what are the needs. He spoke about Leopards, he spoke about F-16s, etc. So I invite everyone to read it, and Delman has kindly already put it in the nest. So thank you very much. And I also wanted to say, Latam, if you want to see the small statement by Defense Minister Reznikov, it's the second post on NATO main account. That it's a retweet coming from the account of Oana Lungescu, and it's a small clip. It lasts something like 10 minutes. And I think Minister Reznikov shows up when his statement on round about 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. So, and now she just posted one with the statements of Secretary General Jen Stoltenberg with SecDef Austin, which I'm going to see and report back. Thank you.
Peace for Ukraine. I just followed you, so if you're able to, if you could link that Reznikov, send me a link to that Reznikov statement. I'm following a couple of things here. And by the way, Secretary Austin's Twitter account shows about 45 minutes to a live briefing.
Exactly. So 5 p.m. local time. That's when they're expecting to do that. Excellent. Okay. So that's what's new at Ramstein. Kristaps, what's new in Weird Bits of Russia?
Hi. That's the thing here. I'm reading through Russian Telegram channels at the moment, including regional news, and bizarre channels you will be in. Have you heard of Russich Battalion?
Yes, they're the extra genocide excited about.
Yeah, well, you see, that's the thing. In their channel, they just posted a thing that I'm going to read to you because they have one of these heroic necrologues for one of their soldiers or soldiers associated with them. But one, it's so stupid that I just must read it. Secondly, it also contains a lot of information that, well, Russian side probably wouldn't want people to know, but they posted it anyways. Quote, and this is auto-translated because I'm on my phone. I didn't have the time to translate everything. I'll fix the mistakes as I go. At the request of our reader, dedicated to Major Vadim Vyacheslavoich Lemesh, officer of the 102nd Motorized Rifle Regiment of the 150th Motorized Rifle Division of the Southern Military District. And there's a bunch of story what he did before the war, which I'm going to skip. With the beginning of the special military operation, Major Lemesh decided to return to the 102nd Regiment, which by that time had suffered losses. One of the battalion commanders died. Returning to the regiment, Vadim began to gather under his command the most experienced and competent military personnel of the regiment, including from other battalions. This alone raises so many questions about how can you gather guys from other battalions under your command. But he poached him or something. Carrying on. After some events, literally, after some events, the mood in the battalion was far from fighting spirit. Major Lemesh was beginning to change the situation, gradually restoring self-confidence to the 2nd Battalion with inspirational speeches, vodka, and most importantly, victories. But vodka, obviously. Then there's things about how he fought in Mariupol, which is just amazing. Since March 29th, the BTGs, the transports of the regiment under the command of Vadim, have been taking part in the battles for Mariupol, the Mariupol part, right? The battalion was moving from the east along Taganrogskaya Street along the industrial zone. Taking this with good pace and successfully advancing, the regiment then transferred positions to Akhmat Legion and began to clean the private sector. So they just basically admitted on their own that Akhmat Legion, the Kadyrov's Chechens, are just nothing but TikTok warriors because they claim they have cleansed all of Mariupol and taken it out. But now we can see that this necrologue of fucking neo-Nazi from Russia, that, someone else did this. And they did nothing. I think Kadyrov is going to be a bit sad about this. And then they were thrown out. Carrying on April 14, the regiment was withdrawn from Mariupol to Popasny. This is the funniest bit. Despite the good pace in Lemesh's technical group, losses were at a minimum level for such battles, but many tanks did not have drivers. Okay, then I suppose this is just crazy. Then I'm also just skipping things. I'm just carrying with the good bits. After Alexandropol, there was a bypass of Kamshinevskaya, the capture of Viktorovka, and other villages. During this time, our glorious hero, what was his name? Vadim, yes. Vadim took prisoner 26 people, burned the tank, stole the BMP-2 from the armed forces of Ukraine, captured the Ukrainian intelligence officer, captured a lot of Western weapons, and there's an accounting of this. An NLAW, German, Swedish grenade launchers, Javelin anti-tank system, UAR-10 rifles, and various small arms, which were like both Soviet and Western made. I just wonder, why would you write in the necrologue if you are even a neo-Nazi that in some battle this one guy took 26 people prisoner, burned a tank, and then have an account this list of all the little tiny things you managed to steal from someone. This is just insanity. And this is the final part of this. And this is again on the Russian neo-Nazi Russich Z channels. After the Luhansk People's Republic, after a short recovery, Vadim and his battalion began fighting for Marinka. On August the 6th, during shelling, Major Vadim Lemesh died. Yeah, that's last year. This is posted just now, so bizarre. Being at the entrance of the basement, having heard incoming, he pushed his fighter inside front of him, and he himself did not have the time to avoid anything. Taking several fragments of a grenade in his back, one of which hitting the neck, turned out to be fatal. So It says, as I get it, of the original Russian, he just, he heard incoming while sitting in the basement, threw a guy in front of him, and that did not save him, and he died anyways. Glorious heroism. For successfully completed tasks during the special military operation, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 102nd Regiment, Major Vadim Lemesh, was presented with the title of Hero of Russia. But alas, he did not receive it during his lifetime, and also did not receive it posthumously, although we consider him very worthy of it. During his service, he was awarded the Order of Courage and the Medal for Courage. And that's not a misnomer, there are just 2 medals for courage in Russia. One is as a Hrabrost, another one is za Odvagu, and they're both pointless. And a final quote that I was supposed to make us memorize this Major Vadim Lemesh. Many tried to avoid the war, but he, on the contrary, came himself from a safer place to a more important one. Well, what can I say? Let us hope that 26 prisoners, assumedly BMP-2, NLAW, German and Swedish grenade launchers, Javelin anti-tank systems, and UAR-10 rifles really help him in the afterlife while being exploded.
Thank you, Kristaps. So I think this is a great illustration here, because this leads even better than I expected. I just want to make sure that Latin's listening. Latin? Because I think it leads even better than I expected into what I wanted to raise. I have a theory about things. Okay, Latin's here, perfect. I have a theory.
I gotta go soon. I gotta take off in a minute, but yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick about the strategic bombers, because I think I figured out what's going on. They don't have an ability, I think, Latin, to program more than one destination per bomber. That's why they used to shoot about 1.5 missiles per strategic bomber back when they were hitting the electrical infrastructure. That's why they were able to go up to 4 or 6 when they were hitting Kiev. And now again, as they're trying to deny Ukrainians' ability to withdraw their air defenses closer to the front, they're again shooting only about 1.5 per bomber. Because they can, I think, only program effectively one destination per bomber for however many missiles they have. And also, even if they can't, I think it's what they make their superiors believe, because this way way more pilots and way more ground crew are safe from being mobilized and sent as light infantry. And I think we've unlocked the secret there, Latin, to their strategic bomber weird behavior.
Yeah, I hadn't had a chance yet to read the article you sent me. I will. I guess that's some of the content that you're talking about there.
No, that's my theory.
Oh, okay.
We're just talking about it earlier today. Okay,
it's entirely possible. I noticed that on average it's about 4 Tu-95s being sent up on any given night. So yeah, the thing I'm still working on, I can't help it but speculate on, and it's out there, is could the Ukrainians be trying to work on a way to try and get at those bombers? It would take a hell of a lot of something extremely creative for those bombers that launch over the Caspian Sea. It would be a challenge for the U.S. Air Force. But yeah, there's no indication that I'm not suggesting there's anything that I've seen or that indicates anything's about to happen or could happen. I can't help but think that they've probably discussed it. Is there any way they can try and do something? With existing weapon systems, no, they can't really. They would have to get their aircraft pretty much over the Caspian Sea to have a good shot at, so over enemy airspace, a tremendous amount of distance over enemy airspace. And without aerial refueling and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, it's just not something that I can see them doing right now, but can't help but think of the possibilities. F-16s will not change that equation, by the way, for anybody interested. So, yeah.
No, exactly. Thank you, Latin. Talk to you later when you can again, or tomorrow indeed. And the thing, Kristaps, that really reminded me here of between the connection between the two, right? Is if you have 27 armorers when you only need 2 to install those cruise missiles in a Tu-95. It's like with this Vadim. Vadim took 26 people prisoner, and then when the next Rusic genocider is going to take kick it. He will also have it in his what is this death notice, eulogy. He's also going to have. He also took 26 people prisoner, and the next day also 26, and the next day also 26, because they all together took the same 26.
And the next one is going to take 26 prisoners with using nothing but a hairpin and duct tape. Definitely. I mean, of course, comrade.
Exactly. Right. It's one person did something, and 26 people held the clipboard, or 35 people held the clipboard while he was doing that. That's exactly how this goes. That's exactly how this goes. Excellent. Mette, you have a question.
Oh, I wanted to pick Latin's brain a little bit, but Doman, you're good at this as well. Latin just went and Hop had to go, but I have this some kind of feeling, and it's not based on anything, but that I
Is
know
it
that
about the Gripens?
it's about the Gripens, but it's about F-16 will be the main air force, and they're looking in long run somewhere 2030 they will get F-35s when they are NATO. F-16 no doubt, and maybe F-18s. They are NATO standard. They are they have the that will be the mainframe, no question. But I've been thinking of Gripens because Sweden can spare like 12, and was it Matthias or who said that they have like 100 on the way of this newest one, and they are sort of you could scratch up some new planes as well. But just think about it for the upcoming offensive, to have 12 Gripens as a fist. Because Sweden doesn't have these NATO rules and NATO training, and it's going to take time and blah, blah, blah. It's not easy, but it's easier for them to get some Gripens as a fist, not as an, normal air defense, but as a fist. They would be perfect because they fly low and they carry Meteor. And I think they could do something about the bombers as well, with the Meteor. I don't know, but that's just a hope. Yeah.
I'm going to channel my inner Hop, and I'm going to say a few things. I'm going to say this. NATO training isn't the thing that slows things down. NATO standards are imposed in order to have, a safe, quality minimum margin of training. So it's not necessarily slowing things down, because it's not a NATO thing, this NATO that. It's just a question of how much of a decision gets made of which bits get to be ignored and which bits get to be sped through a little bit. But the real thing here is that I really want to address is Gripens. Even if Ukraine had Gripens, they wouldn't be used as any sort of a fist. A fist is something that befits more of an attack aircraft, or one that goes deep behind lines and maybe does suppression of enemy air defenses, which Gripens aren't necessarily the perfect thing to do. But the thing that they would do, and here I completely agree with you, the thing that they would do is they would keep Russian aviation at the bay because of the much longer range of air-to-air missiles. They would limit the ability of Russian aviation to function because you could never quite know when something can hit them from well beyond visual range. However, if you have 12 jets of a type, you can't even cover having necessarily one up at all times, and Ukraine is a big place. So it would be more of a threat of a capability, or the capability that would be a threat in itself, rather than something that would be delivering an awful lot on a hour to hour or day to day basis, if that makes sense, right? So it's more of a we might have to be a little bit more careful. We will be less willing, less desiring of performing certain kinds of sorties, of being exposed to the possibility that we get hit and shot down. but it wouldn't be, a fist is something that describes, something very active that really makes a big difference tangibly. This would be more of a difference through presence alone, as opposed to difference through action, if that makes sense, Mette. Do you see kind of my nitpicking there
Yeah,
over
exactly.
language?
I'm using the wrong words here, but I'm fully with you. I by fist I mean they have a small. Is it a company then, or what do you call it? Quadrant or whatever.
Squadron.
But yeah, you have this squadron that you can use with the offensive, or to but it's not going to do anything for the airspace for Ukraine. They have to secure the air. That's going to be F-16s. But we have a offensive coming, and to have 12 Gripens. Sort of covering the behind enemy lines or whatever in that particular space would do so much for those soldiers who are, because it's going to be a tough one. So I'm really hoping for some Gripens, and they might do something with the meteors as well. I'm not saying they are a destroyer bomber solution, but they have capabilities because they fly low and they are very mobile and they're very in an offensive as a support.
So
that's what I mean. I don't know what
Mette,
the
what I'm trying to
word is.
explain is they wouldn't do much for the offensive, because instead your understanding is flipped somewhat, right? Because the thing where they would have an effect would be the air superiority, effectively, because Russians would just stay away quite a lot further away from the front lines. Gripens wouldn't be taking, hypothetical Gripens wouldn't be taking an offensive role per se. They would literally be taking an air defense role rather than an offensive role. That's
Yeah,
the
but
thing I'm really trying to convey.
Yeah, but in the offensive line, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not so good in the right words, but they wouldn't secure all Ukraine, but they would, if Ukraine is going to Svatov, then they would, secure the third line, for example, or Bakhmut, or if they're going to Sevastopol, whatever. But they go, securing this important hit. That's sort of what I'm thinking. That would make a major difference. MiGs do what they do every day, and until we get the F-16. But I think it would be really good for the offensive to get a squadron of these Gripens that fly low and are hard targets in that way. So that's all. It's just in my mind and hopes that they get this, and I think it would be smart, because it's only Sweden who decide that, when you talk about NATO standards, and I know it's not like, but it's always a conversation when you say what capabilities these F-16s can have, and everyone has to approve it, and then they have to be updated, and all this takes time, and they have to build maintenance and etc. etc. So with Gripens, it's only Sweden who decides, and they can probably maintain the 12 or whatever. But I think it would be a fast improvement for the current situation. That's all I'm saying. But F-16s are coming to be the main aircraft, no question. But that's all I had to say. But yeah.
Hey, Mette. Jens, go ahead.
Maybe you want to go to then JUN for the Swedish perspective first.
No, it's fine. Just go. What do you?
Okay. It was just Latin spoke a bit about training and about the assessment of what they need and so on and so forth. It reminded me of the German army has put out a few interviews with the commanders who oversaw the training of the Ukrainian, I think, artillery and maybe also anti-air guys, and one of the commanders spoke about that the Ukrainians initially wanted to speed up the training and shorten the training period, but after some time they realized that in order to get the most out of some of the equipment, they had to adjust their ambition. So I think we'll see that hopefully there'll be assessments and then maybe reassessments according to, to what there's obviously what the Ukrainian pilots need, but they might also reassess what other options they will have available. That was just my comment.
Thank you, Jens. No, I think that's a really good point. And sometimes training also takes different amount of time for different people being trained, and that's not a thing to forget either. Then, JUN.
Yeah, I heard what Mette said, and I also want want people to fly in Ukraine. I mean, two reasons. Would they make me proud? I mean, we can provide something so substantial, and also I think it would be good for Sweden. For the future. Maybe, unless they screw up and not sure not to be effective. But anyway, but I think the role Mette is talking about, I think that could be done by the MiGs as well, right? But it's not possible because they don't own the sky. I mean, that's the thing. That's the whole problem. And I don't think, if I'm not completely wrong, I don't think the Gripen or the F-16 would do it better. With a small squadron or something. You could probably do that already with the MiGs if they were allowed. Or am I completely wrong?
There are just technical capabilities that MiGs just don't have, period. And it's to do with munitions that they can carry. It's to do with, just how visible they are. It's to do with engine acceleration characteristics, all sorts of stuff that just aren't quite the same. Radars aren't nearly good enough. That's a big one.
Yeah, but I mean, if the role was air to ground in the offensive, then that's what I meant.
Yeah, no, for air to ground, you don't want
Gripens. That's what I understood. No,
Gripens are not meant really for that. I mean, they can do it to some degree, mostly with missiles, but they're really not meant for that. For carrying JDAMs, you want your F-18 Hornet, or F-16 is fine. But this is the principal reason why I quite like the Hornet, is because they should be able to very easily integrate it with the full-size JDAMs and the proper onboard targeting computer that can, get good GPS reception, kind of despite what the situation is, and that's really, really useful if you're trying to hit the ground. No, Gripens are meant to be good because they have this really long standoff and they can keep the skies much clearer, right? And with a few of those around, it would be a lot harder for Russians to run their close air support attack aviation, right? That's what it is. But this isn't it's not the offensive capacity of it. It's more its presence is kind of an insurance policy that or Damocles sword, right? That can take an unwitting helicopter pilot and make him think, yeah, should I be there? Shouldn't I be there? Maybe best, pretend that my helicopter's broken and stay home, which is just really the best way to go about things as far as I'm concerned for Russians. Just pretend everything's broken and stay home, or break it yourself, then really get to stay home.
Yeah, and I have another point as well regarding the training. I don't think there's any difference in what kind of training is required for the F-16 or Gripen or any other modern fighter. I guess it's if you start from not having flown them or used them, then I don't think it matters if you go to F-16 or Gripen. I wish it was true, but I don't think so. And the same with logistics. Even though you still need to build a logistics chain or train, whatever, for both. So I shouldn't say this. I should promote Gripen, but I'm not so sure it's that much different. It's different, but probably not much faster.
Thank you, then, John. Martin, been a while since I got to hear from you. How are you?
Slava Ukraini. I'm very.
Hello, I'm Slava.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Doman. Good to hear your voice and to hear everyone from around the world speaking on MriyaReport. Please retweet this site. As I say all the time, the one indispensable source of ongoing, accurate information about Russia's or Muscovy's. And thank you, David, for using that word initially some months back, Muscovy's illegal war of aggression and genocide against Ukraine, a war which Ukraine is and will win completely decisively. Now, having said that, let me just say I just got an update press communique from the United Nations Human Rights Council. And if you can indulge me for a moment or two, my friend Doman, I'd just like to read part of it. News release: widespread use of torture by Russian military in Ukraine appears deliberate, UN expert. And if I may read a bit from it, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Alice Jill Edwards, today, June 15th, expressed alarm at reports and testimonies which appear to indicate that Russian military forces in Ukraine are consistently and intentionally inflicting severe physical and psychological pain and suffering on Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war. This torture is allegedly being carried out to extract intelligence or to force confessions from detained individuals or because of their former membership or support of the Ukrainian armed forces, Edwards said in a letter to the Russian Federation. Let me just continue a bit, if I may. The alleged practices include electric shocks, beatings, hooding, mock executions, and other threats of death, the UN expert said. Quote, if established, they would constitute an individual violations and may also amount to a pattern of state-endorsed torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. The allegations relate to the detention of Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war held in grossly inadequate conditions in facilities run by Russian military forces inside Ukraine. In the letter sent jointly with other independent UN experts, Edwards said that the consistency and methods of the alleged torture suggest, quote, a level of coordination, planning, and organization, as well as the direct authorization, deliberate policy, or official tolerance from superior authorities, period. Quote, again, torture is a war crime, and the systematic or widespread practice of torture constitutes a crime against humanity, the special rapporteur said. Quote, obeying a superior order or policy direction cannot be invoked as justification for torture, and any individual involved should be promptly investigated and prosecuted by independent authorities, end quote, she said. And thank you for allowing me to continue, Doman. I appreciate that, but this is important and I wanted to share it with everyone. Reports indicate that as a result of torture, ill treatment, and poor conditions of detention, many Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war have suffered physical and psychological traumas, hallucinations, damage to internal organs, fractures and cracks in bones, extreme weight loss, sensory impairment, as well as motor losses, strokes, or the exacerbation of chronic diseases. Most individuals reportedly did not have access to adequate medical assistance during their detention. Quote, the longer the war goes on, the more reports are emerging of torture and other inhuman treatment, Edwards said. Quote, such cruelty inflames hostility and damages future hopes of peace and reconciliation between neighbors. I strongly urge relevant authorities to ensure that civilians and prisoners of war are protected and treated humanely at all times. Quote, she said, the special rapporteur plans to visit Ukraine to conduct a fact-finding inquiry later this year as part of her mandate. So I wanted to share that, and thank you for allowing me to do that, Domin. And again, I'll drop down to listener and say Slava Ukraini and Domin, Mockers, and everyone else, keep up the good work. What MriyaReport is doing, needless to say, is so essential, so crucial, of such vital importance. And Slava Ukraini, and thank you.
Hello, I'm Slava, Martin, and as
Hello,
you
I'm
can
Slava.
tell, Domin, I have now arrived home, so you get normal sound from me to now.
You were already home. As soon as you logged back on, you were home. But on a very serious point to Martin, thank you, Martin, for sharing that. That is immensely important. And this is something that Russians do all the time. I mean, all the time. These are for everyone who goes around and says, "Oh, why can't we just have peace? Why don't we just have peace? Why can't we just, stop the fighting and negotiate?" What they're not taking into account, all of these wannabe, having peace people, is what happens to civilians in all of the territories that Russia has under occupation the moment that the Russian soldiers no longer have to be fighting on the front line, and there's suddenly a bunch more Russian soldiers who can do the raping and pillaging and torturing and destroying and looting and and as soon as there's more resources to commit to the arresting and torturing and imprisoning and deporting of all of those who might be considered as undesirable by occupation authorities. Now, that's the question. That's the real question that's very fundamentally being ignored here, and being ignored by everyone who thinks that. Do they think that the moment that the frontline fighting would stop, the moment that the Ukrainian army would stop trying to dislodge the Russian occupiers out of their country, do they really honestly think that the torturing would stop? No, they don't. But they don't think in the first place, because this isn't a part of their thinking process, because they don't think about this component of it at all, because they just think of it, oh, it's a war, it's horrible, isn't it? Because you have these two big armies going at one another and the civilians caught in the middle, because they think that Russia is some sort of normal army. But the Russian military isn't anything like that. It isn't anything like a normal military. Because a large part of the purpose of the Russian invasion of Ukraine isn't just to take land and then rule the people who live there, as though this is some sort of game of risk. A large part of what the Russian military is there to do is to destroy Ukraine and destroy the Ukrainian population. Anyone who doesn't willfully submit to their governance is to be treated as an enemy themselves. And that's exactly what they do. And that's what they do consistently and constantly. And this is the real problem. No, this is the real problem that they're never willing to address. And even if they're introduced to it, and you bring up a report like this from the what is a special rapporteur, I think, then they'll say yes, but anyway, because they won't have an ability to deal with it, because it's just so far outside of their conception of what is even possible that they'll never ever bring it even up. And this is why you can't argue with the so-called pacifists here. And I'm a pacifist. I don't like war. I want the war to end, immediately, and I want the war, of course, to end by Ukrainians kicking out the Russians. But because that's the only way that you prevent this other set of consequences that have nothing to do with frontline fighting. That anyway, I've said enough of this. But Marcus, unless you want to add something, let's go on to our Finno-Scandic friends here.
You pretty much said what my thoughts are, that that the whole issue is these people aren't just getting on with living their lives, they're living under massive oppression, and so just giving up and leaving them to it is abandoning people. I mean, Ukraine just will not abandon their own people, and so that there's no question as to what give up this land and the people on it. No, they're our people and they want to be rescued from the oppression that they're being subjugated to. So, there shouldn't be a question there. It's tough. The only way to achieve the peace now is to get the Russians out.
Mette?
You're so right, both of you. And this is wonderful news that UN has finally said something. But, it's like, we have listeners all over the world. Think about yourself. If somebody just, put a gun on your head and said, hey, here's a passport, you're Russian now. Because, you have your identity with your nationality and on everything. But it's like, it's so crazy. Ukraine is never going to give 1 inch. And they're trying to rescue their people from this horror. It's horror. I don't find the words for it. But I find it very positive that, UN has finally done a statement. So thank you so much. Was it Martin who gave that speech? And about the grievance, I don't know. I didn't really understand, John, your thoughts about the training, etc. It's just that it would be it's faster when it's just one country who does it, and it's a smaller squadron, and if they give their star pilots who are really 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 good combat fighters, I think that would be a very good addition, and I point its addition to the offensive. It's just my hope. That's all. I'll step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Then
Did I lose sound or did you go quiet?
I said then, John.
Okay, yeah.
He put himself off halfway through your name. That's what it was, then, John.
Okay.
Carry on.
I was being overly efficient, and this is why we now lost 30 seconds.
Yeah. Sorry. So, no, Mette, of course, I understand. I want to see him there as well. And probably, as you say, I mean, it's only Swedish government who need to make the decision. There's no other dependencies. So yeah, from that point of view, it could be faster. But anyway, and yeah, I also agree. I mean, why can't we just have peace? I say give Ukraine nukes, and then we have peace. But that's quite controversial, I know. But give them everything. Give them submarines. Give them aircraft carriers, and give them everything, and then we'll have peace. And we put Russia in the freezer, and then we will have peace. But before that, sorry, you're ignorant if you believe there's peace before that. So yeah, thanks.
Hansi?
I 100% agree with them, John. Give Ukraine nukes and we'll have peace. That's what's needed. Everything. Every time Russia just touches Ukraine, they need to get a big slap above their head with a big, huge Western technology bonk stick.
I can't wait for the day when the American military make an actual weapon called the bonk stick.
That's tremendous. Peace for Ukraine. Oh, Kristaps. Actually, this is a good question. What is it? What is an appropriate translation for bonk stick?
In what language, sir?
Let's try with Latvian.
Sitamais miets.
That sounds great. That
Hello.
sounds also like you're cursing them.
It is, but it really does mean that thing. I mean, Latvian is a bit weird language. Talking about weaponry, yeah, I'm reading stuff and the weirdest Russian news you could probably find.
But besides that, I wanted to comment a bit on the FPV drone things because I'm into that community. And while I'm at it, hello, I sunk my FPV drone that I was supposed to take to Ukraine with goddamn German newbies, journalists who don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh my god, they're gonna die. I'm gonna have to keep them alive. Never mind. I managed to lose my FPV drone that I need to film in Ukraine. Those things are complicated. If any one of you have $600, please help. Latvian journalist would be very nice. But otherwise, yeah, the Russian military recently released a video on FPV drones. They have a bunch of them and all this stuff. Well, the thing is, this has caused quite an uproar in the FPV community because FPV drones, unlike standard camera drones, are the ones that you pilot with your goggles on, and it takes quite a lot of skill in piloting. It took me about 9 months to learn how to fly these things. That's the thing. We guys can actually understand the drones. We can recognize those drones. Those are iFlight Chimera 7 drones. These are 7-inch prop quadcopters with an effective range is about 30 kilometers, depending on the visual aid system you install on them. But there's two problems with them. These iFlight drones, they're rugged. They're made from carbon fiber. They're very good at civilian uses. Like, you can crash one into basically anything that's not a brick wall at maximum speed, which is 150 kilometers per hour, and you'll be fine. They're rugged. Unless, like me, you sink one in the lake while trying to fly. Again, please follow me, and God damn it, need to make some money for that. But the thing is, the useful payload to fly with a long-range battery is exactly one GoPro. They're designed to basically have a battery on them, which is either a LiPo battery if you want to do some freestyling or some racing, or a Li-on battery, which has a lower voltage but a longer lifespan. And with that most long-range battery, what they can carry is a single GoPro. And if you carry anything more than that, then your flight time is about 3 to 5 minutes at best. And then you need to change your battery. Like, they're really good drones. iFlight guys are honestly, generally good FPV drone makers. I had their Nazgul Evoke, which is a slightly smaller model meant for closer flights. And they're maneuverable, but they literally have no use in the battlefield. I mean, because those are newbie drones, as we call them. They're bind and fly. So the only thing you need to do is attach a kind of a goggles and a remote control, and then you can fly them. And well, by fly, I mean you have to spend hours upon hours in the simulator and do a lot of terrible things. But yeah, you see, they're not the best ones. You can build better ones easily. And the fact that they spent ridiculous amounts of money on these pre-built Chinese drones, which are for newbies, like myself, to be honest, but I've seen the pros who actually build stuff for military use. They can't compare. And they cost, like I said, $600 a piece. And the fact that they showed all of them, if they install DJI systems like high definition ones, which is digital, then they're even more expensive. Basically, if they look intimidating because they're meant to look cool, but custom built FPV drone will last you longer, will be more safer, and you can possibly fly it easier. This is meant to be something that you get for a specific use, and the specific use of that drone is to fly up high on a mountain and film a glorious dive footage as you dive down. It's really, really good for that. Is it good for spotting artillery? Nope. Is it good for dropping grenades? Also, nope. They have paid through some third party, because iFlight does not sell drones to anyone directly involved in the conflict. They've bought a bunch of useless drones, which are only good to be sold off in the black market to secondary consumers. That's about it. And once again, guys, my relatives like literally sank my drone of this. So if you listen to my podcast, we donate to Ukraine, we support them, and I'm gonna go soon back to Ukraine and film from the front lines. If any of you have like spare $600, I can buy one and show you exactly what they're made of and what they can do, but it's not military use at all.
Who killed drone? Was it the did it happen at customs or something?
What?
What happened to your original drone?
Oh,
Did customs
original
grab
drone, it fell into a lake. It takes about 9 months of training to fly one accurately and make good shots with it and good footage with it. It's a lot of work.
So it was your
And
fault.
like,
as long as there was no one else to blame, that's all.
yeah, well, it was my relatives. I shouldn't have allowed my little brother to fly one. Trust me, guys, when they say they have flown in the simulator, they lie, because flying straight into the lake, unlike camera drones, the standard DJI models, these things do not have GPS locations. They do not have self-hover. They do not have anything. It's basically you put on your goggles and then you fly your drone as if you were piloting a helicopter. You have no safety measures. It is difficult. I know because I fly them and I'm an enthusiast of these racing drones, sport drones, so to speak. Therefore, the drone video that they made, it caused an uproar because, again, someone's going to ban these drones in the United States. Thankfully, I don't live there. But, yeah, these drones are really good if you want to do some footage as a journalist. As a military equipment, total garbage. And I can tell you because two of my best buddies are like military drone engineers. Again, it's just, I found that one funny. But while I'm at it, besides this, and I'll take some questions later on, I want to give you some actual news from Russian regions. What's happening here is that, quote, because I don't want to talk about drones and my own sadness of losing $600, and then I'm going to have to lead German journalists for like bachelor's war zones. Oh my God. Anyway, residents of the village of Novoye Tavolzhanka in the Belgorod region complained to the governor that the Russian military, who have been sent to protect the region, are breaking into the homes of the residents who have left and stealing their property. Quote, they live in our houses, lead an ugly lifestyle, they drink, and other things are left in form of garbage and dirt. Toilets and houses are fouled, personal belongings and property are stolen. An ATV was stolen from our garage, like a quad. Basically, bicycle. Glorious. This is what the Russian guys are doing to their own people.
Well, you see, they're used to doing it in Ukraine, so they've just been stationed in a new place and they've got new plunder.
Well, yeah, of course. It's just that I try to cover this stuff. It's just beyond silly. But again, you know, like with all the things, most of these videos that they make and what they do isn't about, you know, being functional. It's about looking scary. And in the case of this drone video, yeah, yesterday the largest FPV drone channel on the planet, Joshua Bardwell, released a news video about this situation, and it's just stupid. These drones are so useless for military usage. They'd be good for journalists like me and anyone else here, or if you're a hobbyist, excellent. I recommend iFlight drones. They've bought them through Kazakhstan because iFlight, again, does not sell drones to the Russian military, but yeah. Russian military purchases extremely expensive equipment, out of which I really would like to have one. But in the meantime, they rob their own people's homes. Amazing.
Yeah, that sounds very Russian. Dendron?
Yeah, like I'm doing something else. So I was away from the phone. But anyway, so let me refine my previous statement with how to arm up Ukraine as a nuke for Ukraine, and that's one possibility. But the other one is bring them in under a nuclear umbrella. It's either or, and then we get rid of this madness.
Aren't Ukraine already under a nuclear umbrella?
Yeah, but other.
I'm pretty sure.
No,
I'm pretty sure someone extended their umbrella to them.
It does. I mean, no, come on. It doesn't look like it. Then there wouldn't be a war going on. So it's not only to protect from nukes; it's to protect from aggression, not only nukes. I mean, come on. So maybe if there's a Russian nuke used, then maybe yes. But yeah, it's being destroyed conventionally, and that wouldn't happen.
Oh yeah, if Ukraine was to receive a nuclear attack, there would be a nuclear attack from somebody else in return. Or no, there would be a massive conventional attack by somebody else in return. But yeah, technically up until that point, which is bonkers. Jamie, go ahead. Welcome up.
Yeah, sorry to bother you for the same topic for 2 days in a row, but since David mentioned that he got hit by strong storms last night, unfortunately here in the US we're having another tornado outbreak in the deep south today, starting in Georgia, Florida Panhandle. So if you know anyone there, Alabama, even Texas, if you know anyone there, just give them a call, let them know, because usually these things don't start this early in the morning here. For that time zone, it's 10 something in the morning. I know it has nothing to do with Ukraine, but it has to do with keeping our fellow people safe, and I love y'all. So Slava Ukraini, and I'll drop down.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, for bringing us that. And yeah, keep safe, people, wherever you are, because it's important that we all stay safe. Now, I've just got my lovely co-host, Shaggy. Hello, Shaggy. How are you?
Good afternoon, Rockers. I'm very well, very well. Yeah, looking forward to a couple of hours in the seat. Happy you're well as well, and well as can be expected.
Yeah, I'm all good. I finished work, so it's great actually. Now I'm just seeing some news. I don't know if this has been announced. That Norway has delivered another 7,000 rounds of artillery shells to Ukraine, and soon, in cooperation with Denmark, they will be delivering another 9,000. Don't know if that's been announced, but it appears to have come out of today's news from Ramstein, or at least along with today's news from Ramstein. I've got 6 billion messages. So if anybody, if anybody's messaged me, I'm so sorry I haven't got a chance to go through them all.
Well, I
Chris,
have, but you know, the thing. Yeah, hello there.
I've seen your message, however.
Oh, no, nice. I'll be sticking with you today because my girlfriend says this is a vacation, and my alternative to doing this and hanging out with you guys and doing some work is going shopping clothes. And I mean, war is war, but going shopping clothes with your girlfriend and her friends is just terrible. Meanwhile, I have some interesting stuff because I'm the guy that sits in all of the Russian regional Telegram channels, not just the main ones. And apparently, we have a new rumor that these guys are spreading around. At this point, they are now stating that the head of the Ukrainian intelligence, Budanov, has been wounded. The 29th of May, he hasn't, but that's their thing. Previously, they had like killed their chief general or something. Now they just shifted over to, you know, the chief of Ukrainian intelligence, as per usual. But let me pick out something actually fun for you from the regional stuff. Oh wow, the economical forum. Oh yeah, nice things about the economical forum in Russia happening in St. Petersburg. That's amazing stuff. Because according to RIA Novosti, the RIA News Center, there are as many as 130 participating countries. Me and Domen previously, we counted 4, and that's including the Taliban delegation, which is amazing. And also, interestingly enough, quote, all foreign representatives were advised to bring cash, dollars and euros, as they will not be able to pay with their Visa and MasterCards issued outside of Russia or withdraw cards from cash from ATMs in Russia.
Imagine this: you're going to an international economical forum, and they're telling you, "Please bring cash. The cards just, don't exactly work in these parts anymore." It's great.
How embarrassing. Oh dear.
I mean, look, it's Russian news. It is what it is. They always do this stuff, and just it's kind of magical. Let me see. Oh yeah, nice. That is another interesting news from Novosibirsk. Let me just drop this because I don't have time to translate everything myself, so I'm just using
Yeah, no
DeepL.
worries.
Yesterday in Novosibirsk, the flag of Russia was hung on the pylon of the bridge under construction. Quote, one of the highest flagpoles in the country was on the pylon of the bridge that is still under construction on the Ob River of Novosibirsk. The national flag of Russia is set at a height of 114 meters in one of the pylons. The company which is building the facility under a contract with the regional government just said in a statement. Local residents commented on the news and in the Telegram channel, quote, "Oh, so that's what this pylon is for." Officially, traffic on the bridge was scheduled to begin in December 2022. In January 2023, auditors said the construction was 20% behind the schedule. The deadline was pushed back to September 2023. Now the contractor and the regional government are already talking about a late 2023. As of 2021, that's 2 years ago, the estimated cost of the bridge was estimated at 43.5 billion rubles. At the end of December, the government announced the allocation of additional 7 billion from the budget. If the bridge is ever to be completed, by the way, they intend to put a toll on it. The closest they've gotten to is that instead of building that thing, they've stuffed a flag on it and announced that when it's going to be completed, it's going to be a toll bridge. Greetings from Russia, comrades.
That's just amazing. That is absolutely amazing, Mr. One of the things that I watch a lot in Russia is fires. Large spontaneous fires. I find them quite interesting.
Oh, fires are one thing. The biggest thing that I covered, and for this I actually went on in a Science Communicator podcast on YouTube. It's called Event Horizon, run by Jean-Michel Gaultier. But I was contacted by people from the Siberian Academy of Sciences because their situation is so bizarre. Back in 2018, when they reached out to me the first time, they had a meeting where they confirmed that in some of the industrial cities of Russia, the local pollution is 17 times the allotted kind of limit, and that they have like purple snow falling down there. But they were kindly advised not to reveal this information to public before the re-election of Putin and that furthermore the constitutional vote. So currently, they're also complaining they're being censored, they are being forced down, and it's not just fires, because I have friends all over the place, and some of them were in Vladivostok, and about 6 months ago, it was already during the war, the local surfing club, because yes, Vladivostok is on the Pacific coast, and they also do surf there. Well, they went into the waters, and then they got chemical burns, and there was like a massive line of about 10 kilometers of dead animals just spilled out on the coast. The thing was, in the local army base, which is about 10 kilometers away, they had a massive spill of Soviet stock of chemical weaponry, and then they just, flew into the river and flew into the coast, and, we had a massive shoreline, just, harmful and terrible. So that is what it is. At one point, they also, these technogenical, I think that's the proper English term, technogenic catastrophes, these whole failures of equipment, failures of everything happening, they're constant in Russia, and just that causes the biggest protest there. There's currently a very active community of kind of these, I suppose, eco-activists, because that's the only type of protest that's allowed there, which does not get arrested. But yeah, they are screwing everything up. I have reports of them literally taking nuclear waste and just throwing the barrels into the Arctic because they don't care, and we really need to keep watching this stuff. Therefore, when I speak about Western experts about how do they even know that Russia hasn't sold a nuke to say ISIS or Taliban, and Taliban is literally in these economic forums in Petersburg, and they tell me they're all accounted for. I tend not to believe them. I mean, if everything would be running according to paperwork, then it would be accounted for. But sorry, guys, I was born in the Soviet Union. I simply do not believe Russian paperwork and that everything truly is accounted for. Bit of a grim story, but you know, kind of shame that they destroy their own beautiful nature because just meaningless. But I suppose that's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what we've come to have experience from them. Lexicon.
Hi. Yeah. Well, about that. So I wanted to ask, was it Krista? So is this what they call radical kind of expose journalism? Is this like exposing flagpoles and cost overruns and purple rain? Because like it's always I'm bemused by how often the question of free speech comes up on these on these state propaganda. Solovyov and Margarita Simonyan recently had a whole segment devoted to this. They're really very interested in it because they love to say that USA has no free speech, the West has no free speech. The central evidence is that Tucker Carlson got fired. So it's as soon as you begin to have some impact, see, not just talking about tall flagpoles or purple rain. So then they get you, and they fully expect that if Tucker Carlson does keep talking, he will get assassinated very soon. So I wondered if this is, from knowing the media as you do, searching through it, is this what they're putting up? Is this their meaning? That is this their definition of free speech, or something they take some pride in to show that there really is great wide discourse?
Look, I'm a Latvian journalist, not a Russian one, and that should say a lot that the Russian Academy of Sciences from Siberia contacts me here in Latvia to get the word out to the West, because otherwise, if the people would say something in their own country, they'd be instantly fired from their jobs and put into prison.
Yeah, well, that's if you have
They
any
have
impact, you see.
differently.
So I was just wondering if this low impact stuff was a bit of a safety valve to try to demonstrate that, look here, indeed.
Oh, no, I know these guys personally. I have contacts there, and I have my podcast. It's pretty big. I also write for Foreign Policy magazine, so I think I can have some impact when I really want to. And this fact is not their government sending stuff to me. It's their people being oppressed by their government who are trying to get their message out. Don't get me wrong. Their Academy of Sciences officially haven't sent me anything. It's just that I happen to know some engineers and scientists there who are actually decent people. That's the difference there. And they're, sometimes due to my contacts, actual decent human beings from Russia just send stuff to me as information so that, the rest of the world might know that there is some hope there still.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about your impact. So what I was trying to ask is there a sort of hypocritical or thin or what have you, a sort of a wish to demonstrate that, yes, there's a tremendous opinion and dissent and discussion here in Russia, unlike the West, or because I was wondering what Simonyan is talking about.
Oh, no, not at this point.
No
not
effort
at this
even.
point, by the way.
They're not even.
Not at this point, not even an effort. No, because right now you either follow the party line or you're dead or you're done. And Igor Girkin is an example of how everything can go weird, because we have a theory why he hasn't been touched, because everyone thinks he has a backup, but he probably doesn't. The thing is, at this point, they're not even pretending that they have freedom of speech. At this point, if you're saying something that's even slightly dissenting against the government, you will go to jail, you will be oppressed, you will be harassed and socially punished. At this point, nah. They tried to before the war and everything, but currently, well, every journalist that has had some self-respect has moved outside of Russia. Some of them I do respect, like Alexander Nevzorov, by the way, who has been granted Ukrainian citizenship by Zelensky himself, but others not so much. But at this point in Russian propaganda, there's only the party line, and there are literal instructions that Kremlin sends to the media that they have to adhere to. And thankfully, due to my contacts, I get them also each month. and then I post them on my show and talk about them. And it's really funny when when I see these Kremlin's instructions on what to say in public and how to cover everything, and then you see someone in the United States just parroting the same thing instantly, and you can tell. But no, currently they're not even pretending. That it just does not exist.
That's great. So you should, could you please tell us sometimes what the current instructions are? That would be a neat weekly podcast for you, or a little comment to a little 15.
Oh, but I do. I genuinely do. I mean, if you go to my podcast, Eastern Border, then you'll find it. But here, last time it was all about the Belgorod incident and how a traditional story currently is that usually Russia is winning. Russia is always winning. Russia has never lost. We have destroyed more HIMARS than were ever delivered to Ukraine, and more Bayraktars that were ever produced. That's the thing. The story changes constantly, and I try to keep updates on my Twitter account. I haven't prepared for this currently. I have to pull up my notes, but I can come over and read some for you too if you want. By the way, guys, not a problem. It's just that I don't usually have the time to sit here in my report. I plop in now and then, but today's a special day when I can actually be here for for more than just like 30 minutes or so. But thank you for this, and I hope that our hosts here will not be angry at me that when next time I get my information leaked from Russian media straight up to what they should say, that I just will plop up here in my report and tell you all about it. Thank you for this idea, by the way.
Oh, you're always welcome here, Christoph. That's no problem. Have you heard anything about partisan action? Because there seems to be an awful lot going on in Russia at the moment.
I have not. Can you tell us?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't exactly know how much of that Liberation Legion is real, like really real, how much they work, how much that is tied to Ukrainian secret services, and the information that I do know. Let's just say I'm going to go back to Ukraine very soon in early July, like I said, because I'm working there again, and at the current moment, I'm not sure what I can talk to you about that's not exactly classified. I have to check up on this. But inside Russia, less about partisans, it's about national minorities and their own independence movements, which have been downplayed. They do exist, and they have been very active because, for example, recently Ramzan Kadyrov's Muslim community, are all obedient to him from Chechnya, they got into conflict with these ultra far right nationalists of Russia who are all Orthodox, and they have their own conflicts there. It's a weird situation. Again, I would need to check up on this, but situation is quite tense there as well. They're not a monolith thing, and they all have their own interests. Oh, one thing that I probably have to mention once again, which I always do, if you guys, any of you see Igor Girkin, again, because of the organizations, if you see Igor Girkin and his Club of Angry Patriots and someone using that imagery or that name, please tell them that they owe me some fees, because I was a sneaky bastard and I have some lawyer friends, and I just managed to steal Girkin's shit and register it as my own trademark in the EU. Currently, I'm working to register it in the United States as well, so if anyone uses Club of Angry Patriots or their logo without my permission, they owe me some money. You are, of course, all allowed to use it for free because you are pro-Ukrainian people, but if some pro-Russian guy uses that, he owes me money to the Eastern Border, Christoph Andresons. Thank you.
We'll let him know if we ever get to speak to him. Yeah, I'll be sure to pass the message on. Don't you worry.
No, it's okay. I'm like I said, I'm sitting through these regional news, and some of them are just, oh wow, okay. There is something that was posted from Saratov region, which is just amazing. Let me just read that one for you, because again, I've understood at one point that there's nothing more harmful
to Vatniks and Russia supporters and reading them their own regional news from the official sources. Quote, listen, for the second day, thousands of residents of Saratov, and let me tell you how big Saratov is so that you can understand. Saratov is a city, let me check. Population. Saratov is a city of 845,000 people, close to 1 million people living in Saratov. And for 2 days already, thousands of residents of Saratov sit not only without water, but also without the hope of seeing it. Just yesterday, the problems with water supply in Tekshcheklo micro-district were brought up to date. This was reported to information agency Vzglyad Info by the local residents. Quote, the water pipeline has been torn in the same place for many years. The utilities have again dug holes, leaving mountains of dirt, and repairs are done in the grandfather's way with chopsticks. We call this place the curse of Tekglas. Accidents happen all the time, but nobody deals with the problem seriously. We send our pictures. Reads the reader's letter. In response, the local governor has promised to open a new public water pump in the district.
Amazing. So these people are now, who have no water, are going to have to go out to the public water pump in future.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that is a solution to the problem. I mean, what's not to understand that? It makes no sense for you, dear Westerner audiences, but this is how it was like in the Soviet Union. This is what they do, and they will not only open the water pump, they'll open it with glorious flags and whole party and imagery like they do all the time. That was just crazy. But now I want to speak about the news of cultural sphere. After all, we can't speak only about by the way, guys, if you have anything actually serious or you want to ask something, please do, because I'm just trying to maybe entertain you with some of the weirder Russian stuff here. But if you can interrupt me at any second, don't worry about that. It's just that I read all these very obscure news that no one probably does. And this happened also recently in the cultural news. A Muscovite sprayed pepper spray at the Mariinsky Theater, Fontanka News Agency reports. A resident of the capital did not appreciate the theater administration's ban on filming the ballet Swan Lake on her smartphone. Instead of behaving appropriately at the cultural event, the woman not only began to scandalize, but also sprayed pepper spray in the face of an employee of the theater. As a result, the audience and the dancers started coughing, and Swan Lake had to be stopped. 3 of the victims even required medical assistance. The troublemaker was detained, and a protocol was apparently drawn up.
And so, right, it amuses me that it was Swan Lake, to be honest, in the first place.
It is. And now there's something amazing also from these news. Russian Orthodox Church calls pacifism incompatible with Orthodox teachings. Materials from the church court hearings that will consider the statements of the banned Castellan priest JUN Burdin. They have these ecclesiastical names. States, quote, pacifism is incompatible with the teachings of the Orthodox Church and has at various times been present in heretical doctrines. This Burdin guy was fined in an administrative case for discrediting the army after the priest condemned the military operation in Ukraine. The priest's statements, which allegedly, quote, clearly denigrate the activities of the highest church authority, end quote, of the Russian Orthodox Church, quote, undermine the trust of believers and cause harm to church unity. So yeah, talk about this peace on earth and goodwill, Pax Urbi, and all that stuff. Nope. Russian Orthodox Church doctrine legitimately says pacifism is incompatible with their things. In a legal document, no less.
Wow, that's incredible. So it, as far as I was aware, growing up, religion was about, love and peace and forgiveness and, loving your fellow man as you would like to be treated and so on and so forth. And they're saying, oh no, it actually means you should murder people because that's what religion's all about. That seems a little bit different to me.
Well, they're just, upfront about this fact. I mean, this is the thing. I follow Igor Girkin and his buddies constantly because they're total psychos, but they're an endless source of entertainment and everything. Because when they speak about like military stuff, they're kind of competent about this. But
I love
when it comes to things,
how much he despairs over what they're seeing on the battlefield. I love it when he's actually like proper despairing about what they're doing, because you're right.
Look, and I'm selling T-shirts with his logo and donating money to Ukraine. Again, and if you really want to just help me do my job, I'm kind of serious. Please do follow me in PM, because those FPV drones are quite expensive, and I honestly need to fund my trip to Ukraine again, and I want my drone there. Just saying. Another news, by the way. The communists of Russia, do not confuse this with the Russian Communist Party. There are multiple communist parties in Russia. The Communists of Russia party proposed making the day of the start of a special operation an official holiday. In addition, the party proposed that Russia Day, June the 12th, be renamed Great Glorious Russia Day. I mean, how else would we name this? This glorious Russia Day. It's just amazing.
Anything to please the Tsar, hey?
Look, and I'm reading you, everything I'm reading to you is not some opposition stuff. This is Russian government news sites, approved information, state-funded. None of this has come from any opposition news media. You do not need to argue with the Botniks. Just read them their own state-approved news. That's it. The problem is that I don't know why many more like mainstream media doesn't do this, because honestly, you have to have some random fun somehow with this whole war thing, and this keeps me going. After all, I've lost so many people in this war that kind of have to run for this.
Yeah, I find that the messaging that they put out, I mean, you hear the messaging coming off the battlefield that everything's horrendous. And then you hear the messaging coming out of Russia, and it's like, everything's fine. Our boys are really strong and amazing. And, oh, by the way, we need some more to sign up. It's a very strange world they live in.
I wouldn't call it strange. It was like a skill that if you, like Domen knows this for sure, and your Estonian colleague Alex as well. In the Soviet era, it wasn't about what the newspapers said. It was about what they didn't. Reading between the lines and understanding the meaning of what the government is trying to tell you and what's actually going on from the stuff that they don't tell you. That's skill. That's actually important. That's what we all grew up to.
Yeah, you see, I suppose if you've grown up in it, you don't know any different, but it's certainly something that I find difficult to get my head around.
Look, again, sorry for advertising, but this is exactly why I started my own podcast. I still don't know no one else has done this, but the Eastern Border started out as explaining Soviet culture and our history from people's stories to the Westerners. It started out from stories of how it was like to serve in the Soviet army, of the Moscow Olympics, of everyday lines for bread and sausage and all this stuff. Then I went on to tanks, and then people asked me to do some political stuff. And now I've been to Ukraine front lines 3 times and going again. And by the way, I'm making jokes about this because I have to take 2 journalism students who have just graduated from Germany, whose only experience in conflict situations is filming the Berlin Pride, the front lines, Bakhmut, and they want to make a documentary there. And they've sent me their artistic vision for what they want to see in a war documentary. And I believe my 4th time on the front lines is going to be trying to make sure my German buddies don't fucking die. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, that sounds like it's going to be fun. They have no idea what they're going into, do they?
Oh no, they don't. Also, we have a question here. Also, Meta B, I'd like to say one other thing. I understand you're Swedish, and thankfully I'm full stocked on my snus. I have quit smoking because of snus, and that keeps me alive because 17-hour train drives do not, help with smoking. So please, Mette, do ask your question because I'll be here for about 2.5 more hours because I've been sitting here for a bit, and you have me on for a while. I recorded an episode yesterday, so I can relax today a bit.
Go ahead, Mette.
Christoph, thank you. That I have lived in Sweden for 10 years, and I live by them. But I'm from Finland, but I know the snus very well, and we have a lot of users.
Suomi perkele!
Suomi perkele, yes. So, but we have a lot of users here, and it's not allowed here. So there's you can buy it on the tax-free boats because they stop in Mariehamn, which is the island of Åland, and they are out of EU, so you can buy snus there, and sort of. So there's always, if anyone is going there, there's always people. Can you buy snus? But it's not sold in the shops here in Finland. But on the boats you can do it. Yeah. I just popped in to tell you that I just looked at the Stoltenberg and Resnikov live joint statement, the middle statement, and Resnikov was very, very happy that now there is commitment that the F-16 training and the planes are coming, and that is led by Denmark and Netherlands. We all knew that, but it's confirmed now. But he also said that he had very good news from Sweden regarding airplanes, and then he put his fingers up with the quotation marks. We are testing, just testing. So I really hope that it means we have some agreement soon, as we talked about earlier. But he said it there. And then they were going to the rest of the meeting. So we'll hear from Lord Austin later, I think. But go on, Christoph. Entertain us a bit more. I'm down now, thanks.
Well, yeah, I just love the absolute strangeness of it all. I do have a little announcement to make, though, that there is an announcement of the USA, Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Denmark sending air defense systems to Ukraine. Among that is hundreds of additional missiles, and they have made a joint statement that the deliveries have already begun and should be complete within weeks. So that's short and medium range air defense missiles and associated systems. So excellent stuff. Glad to see that. My co-host appears to have crashed, so I'm sure he'll be back with us shortly. But in the meantime, Mette, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot. I read something about that Italy is giving them something which they won't tell, but they've said that it's the thing that they need the most. And the question for the panel, you, G-Man or whoever, Mockers, you maybe know, does Italy have ATACMS? So it was very cryptic, the message. Thanks.
I have no idea. I will have to ask somebody. But no idea. So we'll find out.
Yeah, please, guys. If you want to do serious talk, please do. Because I'm also interested about this ATACMS stuff. I'm more interested in these JDBLS armed bombs. If someone has information on those, I think that, well, I've been told guys up there at the front that they would gladly be using those things. I think they can make a real difference. I wonder when they will be delivered to Ukraine, because that could possibly be a game changer if we think about it. That could serve the role of a HIMARS or something. If anyone has any comments and is an actual military expert, not just, you know, a historian, a journalist from Latvia, then please let us all know.
Yeah, we will have our military experts on in a bit. I'm afraid I am all out of military experts. None in my pocket right now.
Well, I'm a military expert only when it comes to World War II. That's the thing. I'm not that up to date. Well, if no one else wants to say anything, I will then entertain you by looking at some more Russian news stuff. If I get into grim things, then, you know, don't worry. I'll make them fun nonetheless.
To be fair,
look, a father.
I personally enjoy some of the grimmer stuff, but, you know, that's me. I'm a bit twisted.
Oh, well,
Carry on.
it is what it is. A father forgot his son on the highway in Voronezh Oblast. The man stopped and got out of the car, and his 10-year-old son ran out to the bathroom. After getting back in the car, the man drove away without checking to see if the child was there. When he saw that his father was gone, the boy went to the adults and told them. He didn't know his father's car number and left his phone in the cabin. Nevertheless, the cameraman were able to find his father's car on the camera. After a while, the father still remembered that his son was with him, noted that he was now gone, and reported to the Center of Traffic Control. They were waiting for this thing. The emergency commissioner apparently later, in about 3 hours, returned the poor son to his dad.
How long do you think it was before he noticed that he didn't have his kid with him?
I mean, look, it's Russia. I mean, I only wanted to have 2 kids. Ivan, you are useless. It's just that.
Maybe
This
he
is what
just
it
had a
is. I
very
mean, you know,
quiet
look, there's a saying in Russia: "He who has served in the army does not laugh in the circus anymore."
Yeah, I can see why, actually. Yeah, I can see why. Talking of circuses, they brought the circus to Mariupol because, you know, what says enjoy your life with no heating, lighting, or water than the circus?
Look, in these news, by the way, and this will be important for Matt to hear. Essity, a Swedish company that produces 17 types of personal care products in Russia, is finally leaving the Russian market and selling this business in Russia. Essity has 3 factories in Russia. The company started its operations in the Russian market in 1984. Under they have like all these brands known as Zeva, Tork, Liberal, Libresse, and Terra, and everything. Under these brands, the company produces toilet paper, paper towels, handkerchiefs, boxed wipes, and, you know, female hygiene products for menstruations, all this stuff. And this is important because, and you guys might not know this, but Soviet Union only got toilet paper in 1985, and it was only in hotels for a while. Soviet Union, women in the Soviet Union never used any tampons or whatever those things you put in your panties or whatever. Zero, none. They were not included in the plan. Cotton, balls of cotton. That's it. Balls of cotton and some rags. Have fun, ladies. And because the system was planned and they just didn't care. 70-year-old men just don't care about these needs. Seriously, no Soviet woman ever in that era used any female hygiene products for her menstruation time. And in modern day Russia, these things are becoming a deficit. With Essity leaving, the price for your, you know, products, because again, sorry, English is not my first language, I'm trying my best here. Products for your menstruation needs are now about 300% up in the price. There's a massive deficit on those. Those little tiny things that no one thinks about, right? With sanctions and everything. And that's not actually reported anywhere because, once again, hey, not like it seems important to Putin and his cronies. But how would you feel if you would be suddenly cut off from anything to help you during your special days?
Well, yeah, I can safely say that wouldn't be fun.
Well, exactly, and that also leaves its mark. It's just one of those little tiny things that does not make it into mainstream news because, again, well, I have no shame. I can speak about these things, but yeah, BBC will not report on how Russian women are having a lack of tampons. But you would think it would have some impact on their everyday lives, wouldn't it?
Well, it's going to. That's the thing. What I find about these sanctions, that from the start they said, "Oh, sanctions don't work. Sanctions don't bother us. We laugh at sanctions, ha ha." And yet, one by one, all these things are starting to disappear from their everyday lives. They've actually gone to the trouble of making shops smaller so that they can still look as though they're fuller.
Not just shops are smaller. They have this thing, this what was this? Shortflation, shrinkflation. That's the term. Shrinkflation happening. They no longer sell eggs by in the package of 10s. They now sell them in the package of 9s. Everything's shrinking a bit. That's the weird stuff. And what matters for like people like me? Yeah, and all this stuff. They no longer sell it by the liter. They sell it by like 800 grams. Keep up the appearances. By the way, that was a great British TV show. We loved it here. This Keeping Up the Appearances with Bakay, very popular here in Latvia. Yeah, that was a British comedy thing that we loved. But the thing is, this is going to go on, and they're going to try their best. And one thing that hurts Russian economy to the point that like people like I feel it, because my job is as a podcaster here, and by the way, there's a lot of inequality in podcasting sphere. I have a huge audience, and I make about 5 to 10% of the advertisement income that an American or a Western podcaster or YouTuber would make, because they just don't pay me as much because I'm in the wrong part of the planet. Still have to fight this, and I'm thankful for my Patreons, and that is why I have to, ask you guys to help me get the new drone, because it's equality. But in Russia, they've solved this issue. In Russia, they're now, because they're trying to censor YouTube as much as they can, because YouTube is their own audience for the liberal media. They're now the Russian government is now paying Russian YouTubers to move to RuTube, their YouTube ripoff, basically, where they lose all of their audience, but the Russian government is just going to pay you ridiculous amounts of money each month so that they can show that all the popular vloggers and tech vloggers and everyone there, all the dangly stuff, all the influencers are there. And a lot of people have done this, and that is going to kill them, I think, because I don't know. It seems kind of dirty to me as a journalist to just betray all of your audience and just go behind the most massive and dumbest of paywalls. They're killing their own small businesses. They're killing their own internet audiences, and it's all done just so, I don't know, Putin could look good. It's all just bizarre. And again, if you see these phenomenon, this is kind of like with Ukraine. At the same time they have the brotherly nation, and they're the same, all this stuff, and at the same time they're all Nazis. It's a lot of paradoxes. This is how it kind of operates. And just you have to accept some of these facts and run with it. And the problem is, it's been like this for like ever at all. And recently I posted some Russian quotes, like literally quotes from famous Russian people and actors and authors and everything, and political people. And the Vatniks called me racist because, they're not quite pleasant. But they're quotes from Russian people. Like, here's one from Shamil Samanovich Basayev, quote, "Your great Russian dream is to sit up to your neck in shit and drag everything else into it. That is what Russianism is all about." You know, that's Shovel Beside,
And I
who's from
think that you
Chechnya.
would know.
And that's the whole thing. And then there's a joke about the Chukchi people, which, by the way, I'm quite impressed. Russians are needed, however, to produce tea, tobacco, sugar, salt, and iron, and then to trade this all with Chukchi. That's the thing. Joseph Brodsky, by the way, who was a Jewish person, spoke about Moscow by saying this quote: "The best view of Moscow is from a bomber plane's window." That's Joseph Brodsky, a Russian Jewish poet. Another Russian poet who's not Jewish, this time Nekrasov, said this about the Russian high society in the 18th century. "The ruble of the newest masters is above court and law. Today, friends, only he who has not stolen a million lives with sadness in his eye." That's Nekrasov, Russian poet, famous one from the 18th century.
And that's exactly how it's always been, isn't it? The haves and the have-nots, and a very big, thick line between them. It's not very often somebody would get themselves from the lower to the higher part. It just seems as though you're born into it or you're not, basically.
Well, then there's another statement from Sergey Brin. I'll just. Sergey Brin is a very famous person in the Russian internet. One of the guys who is, again, from Ashkenazi Jews, but he basically started the dark comedy sense and the whole thing. And he said about Russia, quote, "Russia is Nigeria in the snow. Do you really like the idea of a gang of mad cowboys controlling the world's energy supply?" All Russian citizens saying this. It's just I'm not quoting anyone who is not a Russian with a Russian passport here. And these people, by the way, are what people forget about Russian literature and everything. These were forgiven. Another one of the earliest famous people, Misha Verbitsky, a famous mathematician who's moved to Canada, he said about Russia the following. He, by the way, used to be nominated for the kind of the Fields Medal and everything. He's really good at this. Dear God, give Russia something to fuck with because it's going to be nauseating for another 100 years.
In other words, give them something to keep them busy so that they don't bother everybody else.
Yes, I'm sorry for using swear words, but give them something to keep them busy. Otherwise, they're going to rot in their own shit for 100 years. I am not a mainstream media person. I just write for foreign policy magazines sometimes, but I'd rather be rude and crude, but straight up to the point and deliver the message because I'm not burdened by the propensities of being an extremely polite organization here. But hey, I feel I can talk and maybe give some explanations in the cultural level to the people who are listening to this MriyaReport. By the way, I'm going to keep up what David said previously. Please share and retweet and donate to MriyaReport because these are great guys and they're doing great work. And I'm just being a bit silly here, trying to show you the side of this whole culture of this post-Soviet mentality that we have here. And it's not pretty. It's not supposed to be pretty because, it is what it is.
Well, I actually find it quite